Hey, what's going on? Are you guys, by any chance, the coolest people in the history of the world? From over here, that's what I'm seeing. I have a shrieking banshee behind me, as you can see. This is a co-op action. It's amazing to see you. Larone got some hips for you. Thank you, Neo. I think I have 2 thank yous for you. Oh! Okay. Well, we got a lot of things on the docket right now. I think we'll start with the banshee. She just ran underneath, and I felt her tail grazing. It is amazing to see you guys this morning. It's Friday, and it's time to party. That's what I think. So let's bust out the party mix. Thank you, dude, for hooking up the old girl. I don't know if you guys realize this, but this is one of Aretha's favorite things to eat in the world. As you can tell by the gray cat jumping on the front of this package. Ooh, I'm here for Aretha's treat. That's it. It's a party mix. It is Beachside Crunch. It's in the amazing blue package, and it has ocean whitefish, flavors of shrimp, crab, and I know you guessed it, tuna. So let's bust it open and give the gal some party action, because we're all partying today. And I think Aretha deserves to party as well. So we take this, put it up top. She's in the penthouse. We're partying. What's up, grown up? How's it going? How are you guys doing? We got Naku in the mix, the music man, killing the game. She's ready. She knows what's coming. Yeah, she sure does, Neo. She basically sees me setting up in here, and she starts anticipating. It takes her about 1 time of good things to happen for her before she begins assuming things are gonna happen. Oh! I think I need to say thank you, Neo. I really appreciate those rose hips, and even more the zipping and zapping. That is the best way to start a Friday, and I am very grateful for the Matrix, man. There's Neo, what can I say? The English language is a finite amount of things using 26 letters, but you are amazing beyond the language of communication. You are the man, and you zip and you zap, and you set the party off right, baby. If I have a party, the first person on my list is going to be Neo. He brings the crawdads by the table full, and he gets everybody jumping, baby. Thank you, Neo. Thank you for getting people in the mix. I appreciate it. Oh, legend! Thank you for zipping and zapping some more, Neo. Holy crap. We are partying big time. Thank you, Neo. This is insane, my man. This music is actually kind of scary. It's a scary party. There we go. This is the type of party I'm talking about. Thank you, Neo. It's an empanada party. We're gonna be making so many empanadas today. Thank you, Neo. You got Naku in the mix. Neo, the man, the legend. Thank you so much, Keanu, my man. He sure is. You're the man, Neo. Neo is unstoppable. Agent Smith tried to come after him, Melito, but he was unsuccessful, even after duplicating. Thank you for those rose hips, Naku. It's a pretty solid Friday, I'd say. And we're partying. We're gonna bust out the piñata and get the quinceañera going. Did y'all hear Bezos' rocket blew up? I did not hear that. I imagine he's gonna be coming after us heavy today with some serious commercials then. So, yeah, heavy pad damage too. We have some serious rocket knowledge in the mix. What's up, dude? Hey, dude, how are you? How's it going with the dude, man? Yeah, gonna need a lot of Taco Bell to build a new rocket. That's true. The hedge fund is gonna be cut back on. Thank you so much, Neo. You are the man. Well, here we are, you know. It's Friday, and Tuesday was a pretty wild one. If any of you guys were here for Tuesday, it was definitely off the rails. But that's how it goes.
There's a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh! Listen, we can't slow down the bus. It's Friday, and if you see Sandra, please, don't let her slow it down. If she does, it'll blow. Don't let her slow it down, please. I missed the ending. Where did we end up? Well, surprisingly, Duncan, I have I have a decent amount of knowledge about where we stopped for once, actually. We stopped in the farmhouse. We got about 19% Sadie Hawkins after our other shoes disintegrated, and we're just chilling there. I do remember that we made a bunch of responsible notes, so we're going to try to responsibly check those notes and follow what Tuesday guy informed us of. Did they say why it blew up? Yeah, I'll tell you, there's a lot of factors with space travel. There's so much to deal with and shenanigans. I can't even imagine all of that stuff. I think that's why it's pretty much impossible for it to ever work out. I'm off to have dinner with my mom. In the words of the great Arnold, I'll be back. You're the man. Grown up sounds good, and that's awesome that you're being there for your ma. I tell you, I got a pretty great ma, and I can totally understand wanting to spend time with your grown up. That's fantastic. Yes, Professor Larone, tell us more about the factors of space travel. Well, Duncan, let me put on these glasses that are cut in half, and I'll let you know about thermo and aerodynamics. Your condescending comment does not affect my intelligence. Why, you say? Because I am so acutely aware of what happens with space travel. The moon and the sun and the stars. I had to take a astrology class in school, and I remember detesting the whole situation. When you talk to the dean or the people about why does someone who's an art major need to do stars and all the crazy stuff I had to do, for what the real answer is because of money, but the other answer is because they want to build a well-rounded citizen of the world. That's kind of what they say, which is in the fine print again. Hook us up with a few more thousand before you leave. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Thank you, Neo. We got a cute blue bear making moves. Man, that's a pretty cool one. It's a nice hello there one. Thank you, Neo. The man. Bezos said it experienced an anomaly. Yeah, that's probably always what they say, right, Neo? But that's what the unpredictable thing is of putting millions of dollars into something that's supposed to travel into space. They wanted you to paint a picture of the universe. Yeah. I suppose so, Melito. I always do these things where I think I'm going to make a change to a big system. I remember when I was a kid, I called a video game company asking why, I hit the bad guy at the same time, and I got hurt and he didn't. The Impossible Gordon is here. You summoned me? Good morning. What's up, Gordon? I don't remember summoning you, but I am absolutely grateful you are here. And we will make the mission impossible. We got Tom Cruise, we got Arnold Schwarzenegger, we got Keanu Reeves. The whole gang is here. A star-studded A-list event. That's what they call me in the Matrix. You said impossible in your live message. That's true. That is very true, and it's great to see you, Gordon. I hope that you're doing great and you're ready to party. Neo jumped things off here, and we have some serious party vibes in the air, I would say. Also, I'll try not to crinkle the wrapping too much because she'll run back in thinking it's going to be seconds. But the party started here as well, Gordon, with the old Aretha, who I can hear zooming around in the other room. That's the type of celebration she does. She enjoys it. She's got Bird TV on in the other room. It's like a Mondo stream with like 11 hours worth of birds and squirrels coming up to a stump and eating seeds. And I can hear her running amok in there. She's having a good time. So thank you guys for showing up and ready to party. It's Friday and it's time, baby. So like I mentioned, Tuesday was pretty crazy and it was off the rails. But the one thing that we did okay in not being off the rails was the actual gameplay. We stayed responsible when the wolves were accosting us during a blizzard, and we didn't go too aggressive by tackling them on. But I do believe that, you know, this is usually the moment where we go off the rails gameplay-wise and we completely start to blow it. So maybe we can change that habit and make things go awesome today. What do you guys say about that? One of my big bugaboos is coming out the gates too hot. So I need to chill out at the beginning. So we'll just kind of like a floating river, just chill out into this run. And I'm not gonna run amok and get out there. It's Friday time to party with the bagaboos. The bagaboos, huh? This is crazy, man. But it's great to see you guys, I'll tell you that. I don't, you know, there's some things. You're just too hot to trot. Oh my gosh. That is true, Melito. It's almost summertime, so I think what I should do is put on the circulating thing above my head real quick. Make sure I don't run over Aretha's tail or anything crazy. All right. Kicking on some fan action because, yeah, we are too hot to trot today and it's happening. So we're not going to get crazy. We're going to be serious. I'm very grateful to be here with you guys. I will say that. This is my favorite game of all time. I can't get enough. I enjoy watching people who are wide-eyed at the beginning of their experience with it. And I enjoy watching the pros who are really good at it. So it's pretty much good in every capacity. Good to be responsible. What's up, Melito? How are the dodo birds and how is Melito? It is great to see you. I hope that you're doing very well. You've been kicking butt, playing soccer in a race car in Rocket League, as well as making a beautiful base in the Mystery Lake Canadian office. And this is it. I don't know if you guys know this. Some people said it was bright and short, but I'm going to tell you this. It isn't bright and short. It's two other words that I would describe it as. It's long and dark. Yo, what's up, Yinzers? If you're going off the rails, it better be on the crazy train. Also, I'm going to need you to come in on Sunday, okay? Oh! What's up, Yinzers? The Pennsylvania Prince. Well, Yinzers, you asking me to come in on Sunday is actually a change. Yinzers has kind of been vying to get a job as a CEO. And I'm starting to think that he is rising up the ranks and is now becoming the one giving.
I'm also going to need you to go ahead and come in on Sunday, too, okay?
Oh, now I have to come in on Sunday. You guys are flipping it on me. This is crazy. Yinzers is now the CEO and I'm working on Sunday. Unbelievable. My, how the turntables. I hear people say that word often. Still don't know what that means. Gonna be responsible. Yeah, I don't know much about it either, Naku. I'm really good at saying it a lot, but I've yet to activate the process of doing the responsible part. Do or delegate, okay? I think it has something to do with growing up. Well, grown up just went to eat with his ma, so we're gonna have to be grown-ups on our own, and that's pretty intense. Crazy talk. Yo, what's up, G? How's it going, G? And how is everything in the Phasmo world? I hope that you are eradicating all the ghosts and that you and the fellow frighteners like Michael J. Fox and Bill Murray and Harold Ramis are all just making it happen, baby, and getting all those ghosts into those things. Do you guys remember those little square boxes that the Ghostbusters had? There was a name for them, and they would put ghosts in there. And I always try to think of the name of those things, but I can't think of it. We have to figure that one out. It's good to see you, G. People still do that. Well, not around here, Gordon. One of the impossible things around here for us is to be responsible, grown up, good at the game. A lot of things, I would suppose. But the one thing that is possible is having a good time with your friends, especially on a Friday, baby. That's what I'm talking about. This sounds like Alan's cave talk. We are the most responsible cave. Our fish are always stored properly. We would never let that fish sit outside on a table just becoming deteriorated because we only serve the finest catch of the day. It better be payday because we're going to be taking your whole wallet if you come in here. But don't come in dressed like a slob. There's no chance you're going to get in if that's the case. I hope you called in hours before you got here because there is a long wait. Make your reservations quick at Alan's Cave, a very sophisticated cave. I don't remember signing any contract saying I would agree to grown up. Melito's unrestricted free agent. That doesn't seem to stop Melito from running nude through the outfield during the athletics game, but definitely still unrestricted. I told you guys that it was long and dark, but then I heard that it was short and bright. But that short and bright one couldn't be it, because it is long and dark. And you know what else? We're back, and we're playing the long dark, baby. This is the best game ever. This game requires us to run around in the winter time. It's super cold out there. There's bear and cougar and all kinds of stuff. And to make matters worse, we're playing in the sweatiest, craziest tournament of all time. This is basically like playing on Impossible Gordon mode over here. And we're going to seriously have to go beyond what our skill set will even ever be. So it's going to take what we've had so far, constant string of luck. My thought is if I just keep playing over and over, eventually I'll get so lucky that we actually do complete this sweaty tournament. That's what I think. So, this is what it is. It is insane, and it requires a lot of stuff. Because it's the Nagoa. And the Nagoa is no one gets out alive. And that is a tournament that we are trying over and over as much as we can. You have to shoot the bow 50 times. We've shot it about 5. And the weather is off the charts cold. To make matters even more worse, everything else is insanely hard too. You start in a blizzard. There's no health regen when you go to sleep. So responsibility is absolutely mandated in this thing. And it's wild. I don't know what to say about it. But last time saw us doing a lot of different things. We started off in maybe Mystery Lake, and we actually got some hunting done. We shot a few wolves and we ran amok, and as we alluded to earlier, we actually avoided fighting during times when the weather was coming down on us and we were likely to make mistakes. It was tough to feel like we were leaving points on the board when we could hunt, but it was too intense and we opted out of it. And I truly think that those are the moves that separate your run from fading into long dark sometimes, so maybe we can keep that up. Last time saw us having our shoes disintegrate under our feet during a few skirmishes, so we had to go down to the farmhouse at the Mountain Town. We have a few things left to do in Mountain Town, like go to Grey Mother's, so there's going to be some great things over there, like a bunch of flour and all kinds of stuff. There's also going to be 7 cups of coffee at the bank. You want to talk about it. We're going to be kicking the moose all over the place. So when you go to Mountain Town, there's a lot of perspective ingredients to keep you up all night. I don't know if you guys know this, but I have a rosehip empanada addiction. So I'll be accepting as many rosehips as I can get today because I can put them into these rosehip empanadas and they actually help me stay up late all night and do more hunting. Unbelievable. But last time we did a couple things and we're going to keep doing those couple things. I also do believe we found a can opener last time, so I'm not trying to brag, but that did happen. So let's try to get into this, get re-ingratiated with what's going on. And as we mentioned a couple minutes ago, we're not going to go out the gates hot. We're just going to ease into the lazy river of this really difficult tournament and run. Let's not mess about, and let's get right to it, because we're playing the long dark, baby. Here we go. That's it. I love it. Okay, so we're still memorializing our last fallen hero from the run prior to this, Sweet Tooth Willie. This guy was a great man. He got sick from a 57% candy bar and then struggled for his life for about 2.5 hours. It was a valiant effort that Sweet Tooth Willie put up, and he always taught us to eat reishi mushrooms or have them on you, and to make sure you carry those 0.1 kilogram antibiotics. So we salute you, Sweet Tooth Willie, for teaching us one of the many lessons that help us survive this insano mode. Thank you, Sweet Tooth Willie. We have survived 10 days, and look at this condition, 91%. That is crazy. We're at the Paradise Meadows Farm, and I do believe that we messed up some rabbits last time. There was a lot of nature calling around us. We were able to get some rabbits, so I think we have designs on making a rabbit skin hat. No big deal or anything, you know, not trying to brag. But we've explored about 1/5 of the whole island, and we plan on exploring more. I don't know if you guys know this, but Mountain Town is pretty cool. Mountain Town looks like this, kind of. So if you look to the right of this mouse cursor, that's the house that we're in. It's the farmhouse over there. This is what Mountain Town's kind of like. There's a big river running through the heart of it. Our plan is to kind of go where that cluster is in that other red house up there. That's Gray Mother's and the stuff around it. It's kind of one of the most recognizable, like, suburban-esque civilizations in this thing. There are very few clusters of houses. Usually it's a cabin off to the side, like trappers or something like that. This is a group. This is the one area that they were actually trying to survive. Apparently the mayor was a crazy lady who shoots off the shotgun at any moment. So you could tell it was a real cowboy type mentality here in Mountain Town. But what our plan is to go to Gray Mother's and get all that coffee from the bank. And then we're going to take that trail all the way around till, if you see right to the left of my mouse cursor now, there is a bear. And this bear is at the end of a bridge. And we're going to go after that bear, potentially a moose behind the Gray Mother's house, and we're going to run amok. I don't... When will you start playing? Well, I think Talget says we need to stop messing about and get right to it. And it's good to see you, Talget. I appreciate you coming in all business. It is good to see you on this Friday, my man. And you are the military man. What I learned between Tuesday and Friday is actually that not only is Talget's grandpa a war hero, but so is his father. I believe his father drove tanks. So this man has military coursing through his genetics and blood and DNA. And he is going to help us storm the steeds today. Because we're in the hardest tournament ever, Talget, and we need some big time help. I got to tell you that. All right, let's get this thing out of here and let's do some playing. Because Talget's in charge around here. Okay, so it's a scary Aurora, and we stopped crouched. I'm sorry. We can see Craig T. Nelson over there trying to save his family from Native American spirits under the house. And this is what we got. We're over here in Mountain Town, this place right here. We started in Desolation down there in the southeast corner of the map right here, and we've just been traveling, baby, all the way up to the Mountain Town. How's she going, eh? Just finished episode 1. Are we going back to Milton today? Well, actually, Pack and Play, we sure are, because we are in Mountain Town. Milton is another name for the Great Mountain Town, and that is where we are. The Ghostbusters traps are called ghost traps. They were also called a muon trap. Wow, so I remembered him having some sort of unique name, Neo, but I guess it's one of those Nelson Mandela situations. Thank you for those rose hips. I appreciate that, Melito and Duncan. Thank you very much. Looting montage time. We're gonna get so much coffee during that montage. Time to get sweaty on the Hot to Trot Friday party. Well said, Duncan. Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. As a matter of fact, I remember being a Toys R Us kid. Oh my gosh, Yinzers. That's the life of luxury, the life of a guy who doesn't have to come in on Sunday. Alright, so here we are. It would probably benefit us not to do too much in the way of outdoor activities right now. And we are in the middle of the night. We could sleep, or we could use all these awesome things we constantly have on us to keep us up, like Grosip Empanadas. These things give you 260 calories and also reduces fatigue. So here's old Willie. This guy has been through it, I gotta say. He's the 1/1,000,000th of his kind. We've tried this insane tournament a good amount of times, even over a handful, I'd say. And we fade into long dark promptly afterward. We have 12 Celsius warmth bonus. Not too much to the thanks of these 19% Sadie Hawkins we just found. Definitely better than walking around like this, but it's pretty crazy. Although Mary Sue is going steady with us. We have double wool and double underpants, and one set of the best pair of pants you can wear. There's a chance we could get another one of these combat pants when we go to Grey Mother's and check her guest room on the chairs, so that's pretty exciting. And we also have 2 in the coat department. Warm pretty much all the way around, baby. We got this Amelia Earhart hat for our aviator needs, and that's pretty cool, and a total of 12 Celsius. I would love to get that thing up. One of the things we could put here in the accessories department is ptarmigan feathers. So if we go over and check out these ptarmigan feathers, you can see we have 4. If we get one more ptarmigan, we'll take the feathers off and make improvised insulation. That stuff gives you 2 Celsius to your warmth bonus, and it's the real deal. I prioritize this during this tournament because it's quick and easy to make, and you can kind of really get to the end of it by not spending too much time creating other custom clothes. This might be the other thing we make to replace this ridiculous-looking Davy Crockett hat, improvised head wrap, made from scraps of cloth. Basically, I tore up my neighbor's curtains, and I'm wearing them on my head. Sounded like a Mountain Dew commercial. All right, here we are. It's kind of cool in here, but we're going to have to get going and get to some activities. I sort of always like to see what's going on last time. We had a bunch of crazy stuff. We shot off the bow a few times, so I think we should go check the stat sheet. Days survived 11, so that means we have 39 days left in this tournament to do. It is 50 days and it's over, and it's get as many hunting points as you can in that time. So for us, we've taken 5 shots. You have to shoot a minimum of 50 to qualify, so we're definitely going to need to get to doing a little bit more hunting. We've been struggling with a ton of wolves. We've had 55 encounters and a bunch of struggles, and we've also been blessed not only with finding great outfits, but surviving those wolf struggles that we were in, both of them, without taking too much damage. RIP our old Nikes, I suppose, but at least he lives to tell the tale. So let's go up here to the most important thing. Can openers found. 1. What kind of crazy stuff is that? But we did find 1. Not bad. All right. So when we go over to the skills, you see cooking level 3. Awesome. Best skill to really spam up there. And then the next one we're going to want to focus on is archery. So since we're in an Aurora, we might even be able to read our copy of Brian Gold's Stay on Target to improve our archery skill without even having to do anything. The other thing we're going to do to get our archery skill up is use these 93% birch saplings once they're ready to make into arrows, because we're really short on arrows right now. Let's see how many arrows we got. I think it's 1 or something. Yeah, we have 1 arrow. It's not going to cut the mustard, so we're going to have to use a bunch of those ones. We do have 3 thermoses, 2 Mackinac thermoses and 1 Terminator one. Very crazy to have all this cool stuff. Never before has a run been blessed with so much RNG in history. Okay. So, Brian Gold is on my short list of things to do, but let's go to the last... Yeah, can opener, Duncan. Yeah, it's so great to be here on Friday. I'm just over here dripping my vitals, but it's okay, baby. We're in the 90s on our health. Unreal. We do, I believe, have well fed, which stems from us eating a bunch of food for 3 straight days and never letting this ravenous state of hunger go down to nothing. So we can carry 5 kilograms more in our backpack, which comes into your life as a survivor basically every day, because you're always looking to minimize the amount of clutter that your inner loot goblin wants to hang on to. So let's go over to the responsible notes and see if we can heed the advice of Tuesday Guy. Okay, here's what we got. We got 2 maple over there in DP that we forgot about on day 1. That was pretty hilarious. Even when we have the most luck, we still find ways to try to blow it. Tons of lumps in the cave between Trappers and Mountain Town. Okay, excellent. And you guys rule, and thank you. Gameplay for Friday. Start by hunting wolves here at the farm and nature call on ptarmigans if they show up. Okay, yeah, that's a perfect thing to think about right now. Are there ptarmigans down here on the Pleasant or on the Mountain Town farm at the farmhouse? Because I thought there was a ptarmigan spawn location. If there's any pros out there that might know where ptarmigans are here on the farm, I would love to know that before I shoot the wolves so I can make nature call, basically bringing those wolves over to the ptarmigans and allowing them to do the hunt for us and then stealing it like a scavenger. So, ptarmigan locations here at the farm in Mountain Town would be awesome. Make birch saplings into arrows once cured. Okay, 93% of the way. Begin journey towards Grey Mothers and go for the bridge bear. Excellent. Dave's Cave has half-off appetizers, including greasy onion ring towers. What a deal. You guys cannot pass that up. It's Friday. It's the perfect day. Happy hour is going to be great down there today. I can just feel it. Oh, we even forgot to mention this. We found a stocked bunker. So if the rest of our run wasn't lucky enough, we found a bunker full of everything. You guessed it. It was right there next to Dave's Cave. Unbelievable. We haven't had a stock bunker since last year, it seems. Unbelievable. We got beef jerky, gasoline. There was a ton of extra fire logs down there. Just all kinds of clothes and matches. It was the best. It really changes the trajectory of your run when you get luck on your side like that. Half off. With savings like that, I can even buy more watered down beer. That's it, Duncan. You're gonna need to, because the water isn't booze, of course. That's a good deal regardless. That jukebox could be fixed one day. But for now, Duncan, we're gonna need you to sing old, maybe Irish, kind of depressing, like pirate type songs. You know, those type songs. It was me and my mother, we sat at the stoop. You know, one of those ones. Okay, so let's eat some food and maybe rebrine gold, and then we're gonna make arrows, and we're gonna do wolf hunting tomorrow. There's probably about 1 or 2 more wolves out here in this little area outside the farmhouse. As you can tell, it's beautiful out here. There's a radio tower in the distance over there. It's very nice. Well, be careful, because when the northern lights are out, also are monsters. And they'll come at you with really crazy looking eyes and destroy you. They do not fall victim to the same simple tricks that the regular wolves and everybody do. Where you can put down a torch and use a stone as a pump fake. Not anymore. When these guys are haunted, they become more ferocious and crazy. So let's find the ptarmigans wherever they are. I thought they were somewhere in this area, somewhere behind the house. So far, I haven't heard their usual mocking laughter. They may have been spooked by the wolves last time, but I would love to know where those guys are supposed to show up. And then we're going to go right in there in that little barn to make our birch saplings into stuff. Here's the rabbits we tore apart, and I believe that we made their hides and one gut into some stuff that we're going to use once it's cured. Oh yeah, that old Irish standard, Mom on the Stoop. That's it.
I could eat anything.
Okay, he's getting hungry. Empanada time. First empanada of the day, baby. The one spot I know is back by the rope into Mountain Town. Okay, at the ranger station. Yeah, that's the only one I know of too, Duncan. Unfortunately, I didn't look that up in between. But it is nice to see Craig T. Nelson over there. Okay, so while this light is flickering, we can do some indoor activities at night. So to maybe optimize the amount of time we have while we're chilling, let's check our outfit first and see what kind of condition we got. Pretty solid all around. All right. Brian Gold. I do hope that you guys had an amazing week. Healed headache. Stay on target. We're being responsible, I'm hoping. By starting out reading, there's no more not going hot out the gate move than reading. I put on my little glasses and we sat around and read about archery. Saw what Brian Gold had to say. That's responsible, right? Surprised Willie can read with the headache. He doesn't like to read with other conditions. That's a pretty good point. Usually they're pretty serious about those immersion-based things that you can't do. Headache would definitely be daunting upon someone trying to read words, especially in the dark. But, you know, just like jumping, he has his reasons. Is there a setting to have the outlines on things in the dark, or is that survival mode only? Well, I actually couldn't attest to if it's in the story mode pack and play. It might not be in the story mode. I can tell you on PC over here, to go into customization mode, I hit the Y hotkey, and then it busts out this cool blue outline mode, and you can pick up stuff during it too. It's pretty rad with super strength. That's rose hip empanada strength, of course. Who's gonna put a rose hip on their head for Larone to practice shooting the rose hip off their head? Oh my gosh. What is that? Gosh, I should know the name of the guy who did the apple right now. What was his name? I know you guys know Newton. No, Newton didn't do it. Newton did science and stuff. With the Willie Tell Overture. Yeah, I can't figure it out, Melito. But yeah, somebody does need to do that. But here's the question, Melito. Are we gonna make a fake one so that I can eat the real one? Because I don't know that any rose hip can go to waste. We did, however, leave one rose hip in Dave's cave as a kind of a tribute. I thought that was very sweet. Larone on a Friday. Can it get any better? Only with a cup of... Oh my gosh, amazing entrance, Cactus. That's what I'm talking about. It's great to see you, my man. I hope that you're doing well and that your week was well. We're just getting started surviving over here. I just paused responsibly because that's going to be what we do today. And it is great to see you. And any of those coyotes or vultures who try to mess with you, I'm sure they got a little porcupine thing in their butt. They don't mess with the cactus or they end up bloody. What's up, my man? Because the guy shooting the apple off his kid's head was named William Tell. Ah, excellent, Duncan. You are a ever-flowing spring of great knowledge and cool stuff. You know the most. I believe he taught us that a guy named the guy who invented swimming the other day too. That was pretty crazy. You don't think about somebody that invented swimming. For probably generations, they said going in that water is a death trap. Then one guy survived the tale. Lord Byron, I think that was it. A Lord Byron. I'm swimming today, guys. Don't do it, Lord. You won't come back. He looks like he's having a good time out there, everybody. All right, so let's get serious. I don't know how serious I am. We can't read any more Brian Gold, but it will be morning soon. We could take a couple old-fashioned sleeps or gather firewood. 21 lumps and not too much in the way of reclaimed. And we could claim some reclaimed around this place. I'm going to do a cloth inventory. We have 2, so I'm going to tear up a few more of these guys' indoor curtains for future clothes repairs. Now let's think of a reclaimed situation.
Never been so hungry in my life.
Is that so? Well, I got just a thing for you, man. Elegant roasted empanada. Okay, so here we are. I mean, this is the Long Dark. It's the best game ever. What can I say? Oh, here's our old Nikes. Those Nikes were about 8% for the whole beginning of last time. And we've only been here for 11 days, and these things were on, you know, their last leg the whole run. I can't believe they made it this far. It was pretty embarrassing for us to be shoeless there at the end. People were definitely pointing and laughing. That didn't feel good. Maybe a chair or a stool. All right, we got firewood, and this will help us save our lumps. We have these things right here that give us 20 Celsius to our fire, and it's pretty much the most important thing to keeping us alive on this crazy, impossible mode. So, 6 kilograms of our backpack is dedicated just strictly to warmth. These guys above most of the Kindle, like Reclaimed or Fur or any of that stuff, have a wonderful economy of heat over weight. So I definitely recommend lumps to all you guys out there. All right, stale granola bar. Okay, so we mentioned it before that old Sweet Tooth Willie was a guy who got sick by a 57% candy bar, and that was because he didn't have a cup of reishi tea on him to get rid of the issue and then go to sleep. So he had to travel to get the ingredients and to find a bed. It was a whole thing that led to a sequence of just playing catch up with our vitals, and we were not only Heinz, but we were behind. Antibiotics. This is the key, along with reishi. If you have either one of these, you're in the mix. It's always good to have 3 old man beard on us to craft into a thing to make for antiseptic, which we're again trying to min-max, optimize, maximize on, because antiseptic is heavy at 0.75 kilograms in our backpack, where the lichen is a little bit lighter at 0.09 in our backpack. Pretty rad stuff. Pretty nerdy stuff also. Those shoes were running on thin ice. That's it, Melito. Yeah, and we've stayed far away from Forlorn so far, the place with where you can fall in and get the therm of the height. This summer, they go into deep to do what has never been done before, surviving a day at the pool. Oh my gosh, the lifeguard blew the whistle. Don't go in the pool. Oh, this summer, the ice cream man is out of Ninja Turtles ice cream with gumball eyeballs. Coming soon, it is lunchtime at the bottom of the pool. May have to run to the store for snacks for the show, waiting for verification from the money man, aka hubby. Nice, Melito. We gotta get the snacks. Yeah, I'm a big snack guy. I love my carbs and my nonsense. I've been into gummy bears lately, but I love a good chip. Chips are awesome. I'm pretty predictable when it comes down to it. Can't get enough, baby. Love those ketchup. Yeah, we tried ketchup chips for the first time recently, and it was a resounding 2 thumbs up. Gotta say, they were awesome. I do sometimes eat hippie foods with my snacks and things, though. I've recognized over the years how much nonsense is in fun chips, so I started to look at the back, and then you'll see a list of ingredients on fun chips that's about that big. It's like crazy fake this and manufactured that and everything. It's fun and it tastes wonderful, but it's definitely wild. But then you look at the back of hippie chips, maybe like a late July tortilla chip or something. It'll just say chips, avocado oil, and that's it, or something like that. And that's how you know you're kind of getting something that's a little more, at least something your body can handle. You know what I mean? Are you guys enjoying these pointless chip tidbits? It's Friday, baby. We're partying. We're talking about the new... Oh! Oh! Overhead shot. Man, the snarl of the kitty. What an entrance, man. That's how Aretha walks into every room. He's here! It does, Duncan. That was so sick. That was like a rap video. Very cool stuff by the Cougar. Alright, so nice. I think sliced some tomatoes and sprinkled them with some smoked jalapeno salt. I made and dehydrated them. Very cool, Melito. That sounds amazing. They were delicious. I hope to make more this year from my garden. You know what that reminds me of, Melito? Sometimes on the back of my cracker box, it'll have, this is what you should do with your crackers, which I never end up getting anywhere close to that cool. It's one of those creative things you see on the back of the cracker box that the, you know, high society does when they get crackers. So I approve. I think it's awesome. All right, we're gonna get another batch of these roasted pies going because we have a big day ahead of us. We want to make some arrows. We want to try to make nature calls, so we might end up going up by the ranger place to see if we can bring a wolf over to some ptarmigans and actually make our first improvised installation. And then we'll go to Grey Mothers. This game is so fun. Just talking about all this is exciting, man. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the long dark rules. I think what it is that I like so much is that no other game pushes me the way that the old school games I felt did, where it was just so unforgiving. This game, especially when you put it on Insano mode, makes you really have to focus and be more responsible, you know what I mean? Know what I mean, Vern? Alright, I don't want to forget this cooking ware.
Anything right about now.
Alright. Double the empanada this summer. Any potatoes? Let me check, Duncan. I think we got skunked on the potatoes when we got here, actually. Usually you get a couple dusty floor potatoes. Or even a big sack of them right there. But we got skunked. So, this is what we do. We run around, and on this tough difficulty, you get cold pretty quick. A reason we prioritize really getting a dope outfit for ourselves. I hope that you guys know that you're the best, and that I am grateful to be here this Friday with you. We're making sure all these coffees and teas don't burn by double right-clicking them on PC, known as jiggling. Roasted and banana morning, you know. Do you know Ernest was originally a character in commercials? He sure was. He did it for the power company and just all kinds of random stuff, like a car place. He was so popular they made movies and stuff. Yeah. A very unusual start. I used to watch Ernest when I was a kid sometimes, and it was whacked out. There was a lot of whacked out stuff that we were watching, like Pee-wee's Playhouse and Ernest. It was all crazy, but good, but crazy. My body was built to process that Dorito dust. Yeah, I imagine. But it's pretty crazy when you look at the ingredients on some of those wild Doritos and stuff, right, Pack and Play? We have to get like Molito and make fancy, elegant Allen's Cave snacks. What's cool to do on empanadas and stuff too is I like to keep my fatigue and my hunger kind of close, so I don't ever waste any of either of those two benefits that you get from it. All right, so we're scarfing empanadas over here like crazy. We're staying up all night and we're partying. That's what we do. Torches, we got 5. Time of day is kind of early morning. It's heading into about 10 o'clock. I'm gonna go check the weather. So we need... It's a pie eating contest after all. It sure is, Duncan. Oh, the birch saplings are ready. Wonderful. All right, well, we're gonna go make some arrows. We have to go outside. If I don't have the proper firewood, I'll be using a lump, so we might have to break down another chair or something. Sounds cool. But yeah, I hope everybody's week went pretty good. I'm obviously fired up over here to be doing this long dark action. And we're gonna make it happen, baby. I think Yinzers might have been traveling back from Texas. So he's checking in with us. So that tells me maybe he's okay. And then maybe his travels went good. Alan turned down my snacks. They were not perfectly shaped to his liking. Man, you want to talk about classic Alan right there, Molito. But Dave has no problem with my misshapen snacks. Oh! Why don't you come on down, Molito? Oblong snacks. Why not? Oh. That's right. That's the type of guy Dave is. All right, we got to break down something. Two hours. Okay, we're kind of out of short stuff to break down. So I might have to dedicate to one of those things or use a lump. I feel like for time's sake, I'm going to go with a lump. Let's get all these extra books, too.
If I can drop any of this gear.
Well, if your voice lines knew what our game plan was, you wouldn't have to say anything, buddy. So this is it. This is Mountain Town. We finally left the house after running our mouth forever. And here we are. We're going to do something. Can you believe it? Let's do it. So, as you can tell, right there we have a fire striker as an option. That's because we got the luckiest loophole ever. And it awarded us with a giant pack of matches basically right at the beginning. Just another reason why you could stay warm and kick butt in your run. Good old-fashioned luck from Raph.
All right.
Oh, yeah. The look of panic on my face, it's okay. I just thought I burned a set of empanadas for a second. And that's the type of panic that rushes over a man's face when he thought he burned his empanadas. It's not a good feeling, you know?
Too heavy.
I don't wish that feeling on anybody. My empanadas. Yo, Versetti the man! How's the run going? It's going fantastic, Versetti. You know why? Because we haven't done much yet. I did jump out the gate saying that we're going to try not to jump out the gate. I said we're going to take it easy and breezy at the beginning like a lazy river, and we sure did. We didn't do much. This is our first thing that we've done. We went outside to start a fire so we can make arrows. This is the workbench. We're also looking to identify more ptarmigan locations down here on the farm. Otherwise, we're just going to go up to the ranger's office where the moose is, maybe, and try to make nature call up there for improvised insulation feathers. Oh, I hear him. I hear him. Rose sips. Alright, we have to make nature call. If we hear a wolf come over here, I suppose we'll go over to those things. But I'll stay focused on making arrows right now. Oh, dear God. The cougar's here!
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
I don't see the cougar yet. Cougar's upset, though. Okay. There's a lot going on right now. You gotta stay focused and responsible. I'm telling you, I heard a cougar. Yeah, she lives pretty near here, between this place and the church. Yeah, I usually do hear her over by the church. That's true. I'm not sure how to get to the church from here and what the area is in between, but I'm guessing it's that way. And I'm frightened. I'm freaking out. Simple arrow.
We're gonna need to eat soon.
$134. Son of a gun. Alright, I'm kind of on the run right now. Yep, that way. It's actually quick, except there's a cougar in the way. Oh, yeah, that is a good as the crow flies. I don't know if there's any fishing huts or places that the cougar can't go into. I'm guessing one of those little outdoor barns, kind of like this one, you can stand in and then she's the cougar from. So if I went over there to try to hunt her, I could do that. I'll tell you this, you're only allowed to hunt one cougar in this tournament, and I do know that they end up looking like a porcupine by the end of the fight because they can take about 30 shots. So I think we're in trouble if we fight the cougar with archery 1. Personally, I might want to live, since I can only fight her once for this tournament, I might want to do that once I'm at least at archery 3. For the love of standing up for ourselves, I would like to fight the cougar, but I do believe it would be irresponsible to do such a thing at this juncture. Ooh, that hunger is getting a little kettle corn down there. Rosehip empanada. Stale granola bar. Stale salty crackers. So crafting outdoors is kind of intense. Cougar's pretty out in the wilderness here. Ah, yeah. Avoiding the cougar to at least archery thee is definitely the responsible move. Ooh, we're short on crow feathers. Unbelievable. Okay. Let's check how many arrows we were able to make out of that. We have 3 total arrows now. So that's probably enough to go and get the bear. I'm not sure if the moose is going to go down in 3. We'll have to find out. If the moose spawned, will it go down? I'd save the cougar for later and avoid for now. Very responsible advice. Look at us with our empanadas. We're living the dream. All right, we're going to get a bunch of food and supplies and things, of course, once we go to Grandmother's, and we have 2 goals. I was hoping to get a wolf to attack those ptarmigans, and then we'll go to the ranger house for ptarmigans, but we won't let this plan be too much of a plan. It's just going to be if it kind of happens. I was hoping we would identify a wolf out here. There we go. Okay. Now it's time to find the old cougar. Or the old ptarmigans. I'm gonna run into the cougar doing this like a fool. There it is. Since the moose doesn't bleed out, could be risky with only 3. Yeah. And the only thing stopping me from doing it is overzealousness. You know, just being too excited and crazy. Okay, we're drinking Big Moose Kicks because we party like that. Now let's go see if we can make nature call. I heard ptarmigans over there. We're walking into cougar territory. What? Where's your problem? Son of a gun. Okay. Nature didn't call too well today. Oh, feather. Yeah, there was a weird thing going on with that tree that was not letting him go towards the birds. Back to the drawing board. I'm always at that board, Melito. You are the astrology master. Do what the stars say about the wolf helping you get that last feather. Oh yeah, we should check out the ghost tree by Grey Mothers. Ghost tree, huh? There's a lot of unpredictable, weird slopes here. Let's hope this goes well. There's a tree behind her house that isn't really there. What you see, you can't believe. The master of illusions will show you. The tree that was there is not there. Let's get out of here. Okay, we're gonna always try to use the walls and the wind that's gonna be constantly blowing heavy to get that swirl in the top middle of the screen, knowing we're blocked from the wind when we're outside. Using nature to benefit our survival. All right, let's go to Grey Mother's house. Let's get some combat pants and run them up. Should have taken the Ptarmigans, Wolf Boy. Yeah, he should have. I don't know what his deal is. Clinical precision with that wolf? Thank you, Pack and Play. I'm pretty new to wolf hunting. And I feel very inexperienced, to say the least. I will say that my heart stops every time it's about to happen. And the most intimidating part is that you're attacking a bad guy who's sprinting straight for you most of the time. So it's a pretty good strategy by him to just make you feel like you're panicking. I'm coming at you, you know? He does the classic ooga booga with his hands up. The wolf knows what you're up to, and he wants no part in helping Will's run. He ain't helping us, Rossetti.
Are they here?
We have normal shoes, baby. And these are better than normal shoes. These are emo combat boots designed for war zones. Too bad they weren't made for winter. Well, they're definitely made more for winter than Sadie Hawkins shoes. Would offer fair resistance to animal bites. Guess what? We can't aim. So we're going to be getting bit. Thank you, Sadie Hawkins, with 0.2 Celsius. But we'll take 1.3, baby. 13 Celsius. Get in there, Will. About to stomp some wolves. We are ready for combat. Tell Mary Sue we're finished. We're going with Benny Sue now. And she's emo.
Head feel thick.
Combat boots, baby. What's up, Bean? How are you? It is great to see you, Bean. We got Versetti in the mix, and he's already killing the game, telling the wolves to get in line here. It's great to see you, my friend. We're just kind of getting started. We failed at making nature call, but we did make a few arrows. The biggest win just occurred. Combat boots, baby. We have officially made an outfit that looks like a survivor now. All elements of us, sans this guy, are legit. Here's another thing. All of my rabbit hat making ingredients I forgot at the farmhouse. So let's make a note about those in case we don't go back. 3 rabbit pelt. 1 cured gut. Mountain Town. Farmhouse. There it is. Okay. So Great Mother's house is a wonderful base location. You can see it provides big time books and lanterns, all kinds of great stuff, cooking pots in the fire, pictures of our old family members. But let's go check for the biggest prospect, the combat pants, baby. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go to this guest room, and then we're gonna look to the right. What are you drinking? In this bottle, I'm drinking spring water, Taug. And in real life, I'm drinking the sweet nectar of RNG from getting combat boots. Combat boots, combat pants. About to deploy for war. That's it. We are built to survive the jabroni storm. Because we get 10 defense from this. It might be covered down there, but it's 10 defense, and then the pants are 7. So when we get in our wolf skirmishes, when we try to hit them, they're inevitably going to win one of those times, and we'll be ready for it. All right, let's see if we can get double combat pants. We're going to look to the right when we get in this room. Get ready. It couldn't be. I'm asking for too much right now. I'm getting too greedy.
This'll come in handy.
Raph said, dude, I've seen you lose so much in this game. I have to give you something this time. It's Friday. I'm going to give you combat stuff. We're partying. You have no excuses this time, is what he said. You can't blame me anymore. Wow. Okay.
Too much stuff to carry.
Big time. Double the combat pants. So he's wearing 2 combat pants, double underpants, double wool socks, amazing shoes. This is so good. It's so good, I don't know how to respond. We're thriving. It turns out all we needed all along was for every bit of luck to go our way. That's all. So we're just checking all the usual spots. We're doing a tiny bit of, not full looting, but somewhat looting. Making some scenes happen. And we're gonna go get our 7 cups of coffee from the bank. I don't know what else good could happen. We could get a couple Mackinac jackets. Oh, nuts and stuff. Yeah, I mean, the pros who won the tourney all resetted their runs until they got the RNG they want. Yeah, that's very true, Duncan. I try not to focus too much on that, but it is definitely true. One thing about us is that we care about Will. He's a good guy, and he gets a bad rap. Every time I watch someone play the story mode, they're looking for any angle to disrespect Will. And just kind of make him look weak. He's basically a damsel in distress in that story. He's a kind of a stumbling, bumbling guy. This is a pilot, a hero we're talking about. Soldier Boy Will! That's it for Seti. Great Mother wanted you to have all this. They're all gifts from her. Yeah, she's the queen of the desk pop. All right, let's see. I don't think we have a Stormlander. We'll just use this one to do some looting.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
And I think pretty soon we should go do some hunting. It's getting pretty late. Let's see if we can get out there right now. I need to focus. I'm too excited about outfits. Okay, it's kind of a beautiful night, which always scares me a bit. Let me drop some of this weight, and let's go do some hunting. Alright, and when I eat these empanadas, we should get some strength. There it is. Okay. So I can't really recall if the moose was up on the climbing area by the ranger hut, but I don't think it was. Got plenty of wolves, though. These snow pieces make me nervous. Not great. Shouldn't have been hunting right now.
Feels like night is coming.
I just got my butt kicked, dude. So all that combat outfit and we still got destroyed. Ask not what Great Mother can do for you. Ask what you can do for Great Mother. That's it. Hey, what's up, Cindy? How are you? It's good to see you. How are you, Cindy? It is Friday and we're here. I just got mauled by a wolf. Basic training off to a rough start. Let's not talk about that point, Versetti. Let's just pretend everything is going good. I'm good. I saw the world, the wolf chewing on your... Oh! Yeah, he was chewing. It's those areas with uneven terrain where I don't get the right positioning. There was way too much slope action happening there. And I like to fight him and try to bring him to an area that's kind of flat. Let's hope that since we used our knife, he's going to run away and go down. But that boy was going left and right in all kinds of ways from the snowband. Not cool. 8:20 a.m. Wow, okay, so you're a couple hours behind us there, Cindy. I hope you're having a wonderful morning. We're going to try to avoid the cougar. Got my go-go juice. Nice.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
Sounds like a Bezos excuse for the rocket blowing up. I still believe in Sergeant First Class William Mackenzie of the 72nd Airborne out of Camp Milton. Wow. His official credits. Those are the real deal right there. Mr. Mackenzie, baby. Okay, so these beautiful nights definitely always make me think an aurora's about to come. Nice. Up early, Dunk. That's cool. Thank you for being here during your breakfast. So I blew that wolf shot, huh? That sucked. Yeah, don't talk about it, Duncan. Even though I just talked about it. I'm embarrassed. He earned this stripes, and I thank him for his service. Thank you, Rossetti. Yeah, we have to get to shooting, baby. I'm just gonna have to get out here and do some hunting and be loose with it. And now, since we dropped our accuracy score, we can maybe be more uninhibited, and we can just get wild with it and feel loose, you know? That's the tough part in this one, is you're always thinking. It's not like the other tournaments where when you don't think, you probably do better, you know? You're overthinking, and you start stinking. Oh, maglens. 98%. Good night. It's not usually sunny here on Nagoa. If it is, lost 600 points right there. Duncan. We don't need to talk about that. Alright, we're going to get these coffees going here. And I'm going to do an inventory on our empanadas. Empanada inventory. We got Nada. John Nada. Should we make a batch right now or try to get to that bear? We're going to find out quick when we go outside if it's going to be an Aurora. Nowhere to go but up. That's it. Tying balloons to my house after my late great wife got sick. Me and my dog are just going to float. How are the clothes holding up? Nothing get too wrecked. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, we're probably gonna have to do some responsible repairs this evening. That's another one of my little bugaboos. Is sometimes my excitement to hunt and go outside and do activities leads me to be a little hasty. I don't really think I should have shot that wolf right there. It was just too loose and fast, you know? It was too crazy. But another part of what's so great about the game is that there's a lot on the line with basically all the times. Definitely once you get up to this point and you start doing some hunting and stuff. It's serious. I'm picturing a version of Up Now where Mackenzie ties balloons to Grey Mother. It would definitely be Grey Mother's house. And flies away with a wolf. With a wolf! That's like the odd couple. One of them is nice. The other one's crazy and he's a jabroni. Will they get along? Who knows? TGI Friday. Alright, let's get it. We seek the bear and maybe some wolves along the way. No Aurora so far. And now I'm mad. They're trying to take everything from us. I don't know how many wolf fights I can survive either. That wolf was pretty spry, wasn't he? He stood up to a lot of damage. One of them's nice, the other's a wolf. That wolf was probably eating geese because he was loose as a goose. Yeah, I'm hoping that goose is making him have a stomach ache, and then between that and the laceration he might have received by using our knife during the fight, that he's out of here. The reason that he destroyed us so much during the struggle is because I missed the shot. Golly, so much variable in the terrain during that battle. It has me salty as a salt shaker. This isn't for the faint of heart. This is crazy and off the rails. Those Milton wolves seem to have sharper teeth than normal. That's true, Rossetti. And I forgot to shoot that one, so he really took a lot of damage on us. It's probably scary to fight wolves more than it is a bear right now. The bear we have coming up is conveniently located next to cars. So we could just pop into that car after we give him an arrow. Salty as a bag of ketchup chips. This tournament's so hard, Duncan, it's crazy. Sergeant Mackenzie was not ready for urban warfare. Yeah, it's real in those streets. Still no Aurora yet, which is great news for us. Intensity intensifies. So if we really want to shoot this bow 50 times, we're just going to go from town to town looking for all the bad guys. And here's one right now. Can't see Jack. If I don't make it out of here, tell Astrid I love her. And just so you guys know, you're awesome too.
Bleed out soon.
Okay. Tough day at the old urban warfare. We're off the rails. Fortunately, that one got in him, though.
Fingers feel numb.
Okay, Will's life flashed before his eyes, yeah. Dark wolf hunting after getting mauled. Maybe not my best choice. We got him! One more wolf down.
Turned out pretty well.
Okay. So that'll stabilize the fire. So, it's always dangerous to hunt wolves when you have archery 1, in my opinion, and your archery skill has not ascended to the point where it can do damage if you don't get a critical or a headshot. My thought is I'm kind of rolling the dice. When you shoot, you have to move backwards. That's a good point, Talget. You know, the one problem I have with moving backwards all the time, Talget, is that I'm going to go up if I walk back onto a snowbank, and the trajectory of where my arrow's being aimed will change as well. So the non-flat ground situations are kind of what lead me not to moving backwards and changing the trajectory of the arrow. Will saying turned out pretty well after nearly being mauled to death. Love his optimism and his ridiculously placed, randomized voice lines. That's how the comeback begins. Hi all, no hips for you. Yo, Rocky, you come in here, you say hey to everybody, but what's the deal? You don't want to give me any hips? Listen, Rocky, come on, man. I'm gonna need some of those hips. Well, Adrian makes the best roasted pie in the world. It's good to see you, Rocky. I'm just over here getting mauled. Getting my butt kicked. I hope that you're doing well, my man, and I hope that your trip went well. You got a lot of traveling lumps. They all need to be safe. Okay, so now we have an HP thing. I still think we can move ahead with the bear fight. We got to be careful with wolves. If I don't get a shot in them, they're going to take me out. When we leave here, we're going to go down ropes if we go to the farmhouse, or we go back the way we came. But the farmhouse through the basin area, we can get the rabbit pelts, and we can also get birch at Marsh Ridge and Forlorn Muskie. And I think we're going to need it the way our HP looks right now. We went from 90 to 9 with 2 wolves. Or 3. I don't remember anymore. I think it was 2. It was good. Had to cut it short because my doggo was having issues. Oh my gosh. She's good now, just didn't want to potty. Okay. Well, she needs to have... Oh, probably because she was anxious from being in a different place. I'm hoping it was anxiety and not kidney related. Because it's water if it's kidney, for sure. We're going to have to get some wet food or some action like that. 3 thermos is crazy. I know, Bean. We've been getting all the RNG, and I'm still finding a way to almost blow it over here. So I'm going to try to be more responsible, go fix these clothes somewhere, and hunt this bear. You know, they always say your life flashes before your eyes and stuff. I think somebody mentioned it a minute ago. Your tournament run does flash before your eyes during that wolf struggle, because you only have a couple things you're thinking about, and all you're doing, I do the push to click instead of the spam, so I just hold it down, I stare at the HP bar, and the whole run flashes before your eyes. My can opener, all these great outfits, disappointing your friends, it all does happen. Long Dark is so good. Other video games, you pass away, you don't seem to feel the stakes of it like you would in real life, you know? It's crazy. Because she wanted to party. It's Friday, baby! It was anxiety. Okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that she went through a rough time, Rock. Sounds like she's not much of a traveling gal. That's understandable. Yeah. So I think we'll make the rounds. We'll try to find this bear and take him out tonight, and then we'll go back to town tomorrow. Get the coffee from the bank and anything else left over there. And then we'll go down to the basin from the rope at the farmhouse after grabbing our pelts. Go get some birch bark. She's a homebody like her mom. Nice. Yeah, I would say I'm a homebody too, Rock. And check if the moose is behind Gray Mothers. That's true. If we can get a couple more feathers, maybe there'll be some feathers next to that wolf. We'll pick it up tomorrow or whenever this bear incident is over. This will have a picture of his sweetheart in his wallet, like soldiers of war past. The picture will be of a can opener. Sorry, Astrid, I think she would understand. Yeah, I think they might even both be in there, Rossetti. There's a picture of her in the front through the clear stuff, and then behind it, there's a picture of the best can opener in the world, the sturdiest can opener. All right, let's see if we can get this bear here. I see him lumbering around. Oh my God. All right, let's think about a responsible bear plan. We got caught a little off guard with that wolf and didn't look. Yeah, He barked at me. It was windy. It was just crazy. There's room for both at Willie's wallet. Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of money in there, so he can just fill it with pictures of things he cares about. All right, what do we do about this bear? He's close to the car that I wanted to get in. Yo, what's up, AV? Man, an absolute legend coming in here in a legendary way, giving me rose hips. Thank you, AV. I appreciate those rose hips. It is lovely to see an amazing legend on a great morning. And I hope you're doing well. We're about to do a bear attack here, maybe. And that's the way I think we should call it. Because if I'm not prepared, that'll be how it ends up. I could, of course, take all my clothes off in case we get mauled. The game plan really is shoot him once and get into a car. So I think we should just drag him over, shoot him once, and like a pure coward, run into the car. We got to be good at that. You're too kind and well, thanks. How you been? Wonderful, AV. We're hanging out with the crew on a Friday. I've been off the rails so far. I've blown my accuracy score and I've gotten mauled by wolves countless times. Now we're going to change the flow of things by shooting this bear seamlessly. Yeah. All right, so that's our car right there. Wonder if I know I'm going to start a fire. Maybe I start the fire and then go attack him. I definitely don't want to do any fire cheese. Maybe we'll get in this car. All right, this is when he gets serious. All right, we're just going to run right back there. No problem. Oh, he knows. Cunning! We're doing it cutting style. Richie Cunningham over here. I know that we hit him because the archery thing popped up over there on the right side of the screen. And now, like a chicken, we'll hang out in the car for a second to make sure he's nowhere near us. And then we'll light a fire so that we can stay warm while we wait for him to do his thing. Such as the rule in Long Dark, if you get one arrow shot in a bear, you can wait for him to bleed out. The one thing you might want to do is not go inside of a cabin or something, or through a transition cave where he'll regenerate his health when you do something like that. So you just got to hang out outside and kind of play the waiting game, as they call it. It's not the flashiest fight, and that's all I got. It's not. So you can't put the back trunk up. You can definitely do the front hood, though. Just don't be afraid. You got it, Talget.
Come on. Turned out pretty well.
Yeah, you're doing great, man. You got mauled by wolves all over the place. Okay, so what we'll do now is go and check the stat sheet, and it should tell us when this bear passes. We've attacked one bear last time, so it'll go up to 2 whenever this guy actually bleeds out. Alright, we can actually do the shortcut. So the rule is when you drop the thermos with the stuff that's warm inside, it doesn't get warmer, but it will stay the warmth that it was. So if you're ever lazy, you can do it that way. As for us, it might be wise to make some responsible repairs. You know what else it would be wise to make? Oh no, we left empanada ingredients. Oh my god. I've outdone myself again. Don't want to lose our great combat outfit. That's true, Duncan. Alright, do a bear check. Alright, this is still at 1. We play the waiting game, baby. No empanadas left behind. After that bear shot, it's looking like some happy days are coming for Richie Cunningham. That's true. And there's a lot of jukebox talk around here, so we could use the fawns to come up and hit the side of our jukebox. It hasn't been working in months down at Dave's Cave. Yo, what's up, Skabura? The Terminator. What is shaking, Skabura the man? How are you? Were you actually on Great Bear Island by any chance? Or were you doing one of those crazy games like Arc Raiders? And shooting robots? I'm over here getting my butt kicked. Still one bear. Wind changed direction on us. Ain't that a bee? I hear him rustling around. Another one of Will's things he won't do is turn around in the car to look at the bear that could kill him. I just kind of used a lump there, and I feel trying to conserve these lumps. Never look back. This summer, won't look back. You remember what happened back then? I just won't look back. We have a little bit of time to wait for this bear.
Come on.
Can get a few lumps in the cave here, and the cave by the blue trailer. Interesting,
That
Dump.
did it.
We have to prioritize some birch for sure and some lumps. Look at him. Note to self, don't go out this door. He's kind of wheezing and stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're gonna go to the Marsh Ridge. That's it, Duncan. So it's gonna be by the basin. We're gonna go back to the farmhouse from whence we came. I think he's... Look at him. This is unbelievable. He's grunting. He's about to run up on the hood. I can tell he's... Look, he's got the arrow in his chest. He's pissed. You can tell he's mad that he can't get in here. He's not letting us see that, but I can tell he is. He's hurt and mad. I can't blame him. He said, look at this fool who shot me sitting in the car like some sort of wuss. All this moaning and groaning, I'm scared to get out of the car and put more firewood on there. Let's fix these other combat bands. Heavy drama. Okay, so to fix the shoes, it's 30 minutes and you get 25%. The gloves, it's 30 minutes and 25%. I think we go shoes over gloves because I think the shoes are more rare than the work gloves on this difficulty. I think we'll find gloves that are good like this more often than we shoes like this. Yikes, did that use the leather when I failed that? Okay, we got 2 left. Beautiful. Alright, I'm gonna check the stats, see if he fell over up there. Deuce. Okay, we got something. We celebrate the fallen bear. Our second bear has been defeated. Let's do this. Done it. Okay. So, that was pretty rad. We got a nighttime bear, and we're moving. We have a couple caves. Sad music for our fallen. Yeah, I think there were a lot of fans of the bear. I think he grew to be the kind of underdog in the story just based upon the fact that we were hiding in the car the whole time. We were all rooting for the bear. Okay. Check a few trunks on the way home. Usual stuff. Check cave for coal. I'm guessing there's one up the hill, you mean? At the end of that little kind of roundaround, huh? Did you get mauled? Neo, I did not know enough Kung Fu. And I got mauled. I got mauled by a wolf right next to Grey Mother's house. And I didn't get my shot in him, so the struggle was long, even with a really strong outfit. It was kind of sad. But we're going to go to the Marsh Ridge, and we're hoping. Can you have more than one stock bunker? Because this cave leads to the bunker. Does it now? Well, if it's not too hard to check, I think we have to, Duncan. I've never been to this bunker. What a thrill. It's right outside the other end of the cave. Okay, you got it, buddy. We're doing it. Carrying a little stinky streamer girl bathwater for good luck. No longer. So we're checking in here for lumps. It's always good to have a nice supply of coal on you. And if you're next to a cave, there's a wonderful prospect of finding them. I hope that you guys are fired up for the weekend. Oh, mega torch.
Could end up being useful.
That's pretty mega. 61. And then we seek another bunker, which is insane. I don't think I've ever been through this cave or to this bunker. So we're on a brand new adventure. I'm gonna have to stay focused so that I don't allow this detour to derail me any further than I've already done on my own. We're going for a bunker. Okay. So I don't know if you guys have ever felt the pure euphoria of opening a stocked bunker, but it happened to us earlier in this run. It was so cool. So often, you're used to the disappointing look of an empty, desolate, dusty bunker. So we're about to open this bad boy. We're getting greedy as crap, and we need it to be that way because I'm not doing so hot. We're hoping that we're going to find another stock bunker in this bad boy, and it's gonna show us to freedom. Let's be serious. Here we go. Prepare. You better not take risks. You have to live. Thank you, Talget. I do have to live. I must channel the great ancestors of the past. Live. I'm not feeling it. Oh, no. Neo is the Matrix man, and he breaks into the code of the game and knows that we're going to find an abandoned bunker here. Well, let's just rip off the Band-Aid then, Neo. It's so desolate. And this is what an unstocked bunker looks like. Cardboard boxes, bricks, tree stumps and things. And nothing. Okay. Well, can't win them all. Let's go back through the cave. Let's probably head back to Grey Mother's. I'm going to do a lump inventory and see if we should stop at the other lump spot. I think there's one by the trailer that Dunk mentioned. Neo knew. Yeah, Neo always knows. He's the man. It's true. He doesn't slow down the bus if there's an issue with it either. He doesn't let Sandra. So, HB's seen better days. Every wolf attack we get in, we just have to get a shot in them. There's no way we could survive a full wolf struggle at this point. So every wolf battle could definitely be our last if we don't hit. Or almost likely will be our last. I see pretty much 0% chance of surviving the wolf struggle with him not having 0 damage. Hey, what's up, Chris? How's the run going? Well, it's going pretty good. It's going good from having a good time with my pals perspective. I have been getting my butt kicked in the game, but that's also pretty par for the course. So I just, at this point, I'm numb to it. I'm used to the fact that I'm going to be an utter and constant disappointment to my pals. But check this out, Chris. We did shoot a bear. That's pretty cool. HB's seen better days, but we're going to go to the Marsh Ridge and Forlorn Muskeg for our recovery birch. And it must be done.
Can't feel my hands.
I hope things are going good with the crew, Chris. I don't think I can fight through this with coffee.
Wait. I'm so cold. I'm warming up.
On the bear.
It worked.
So, it's simple. Recover our health. prioritize that by going down through the ravine to Forlorn Muskie. Right now we're at a place called Mountain Town, and apparently if you go down this thing here, the basin, you can get over to Forlorn Muskie, and there's a little elevated area there called the Marsh Ridge, and there'll probably be about 10 pieces of birch bark, which equivalates to us 50 HP. We're definitely going to need that. I recommend, for our sake, because of how badly it seems to be, just feels like this is going to be the vibe, we might need to go to Pleasant Valley to get the birch there too. I'm not sure if there's a bunch in Broken Railroad, but Broken Railroad does have 2 stems. I did try to research the stem locations because we need pretty much all the HP we can find here on the island in the way of birch and stems. So we could pop over to Broken Railroad, get 2 stems, and hunt the moose and the bear over there too, if we would like. Once we get to Forlorn, get the birch,
Like something is sapping my energy.
ascend Marsh Ridge, go to Broken Railroad, take those guys out, and then head eastward all the way to maybe Pleasant Valley. That's what I'm thinking. %4 on this arrow. Yikes. So, I talked about this. Yeah, Pleasant Valley's an absolute treasure trove of birch bark. That's what I'm thinking, Bean. So, if we risk it by still fighting people in Broken Railroad, we definitely are pushing our luck. Because the marsh birch will probably put us up closer to 50 or 60 on our HP. And then we'll just make it all the way to Pleasant and deal with all the drama along the way. Most of the drama is instigated by the wolves and my inaccurate shots. Lost the warmth bonus from that soup, but I think right now we need to do some old-fashioned sleeping for an hour. Yo, what up, Kimmy? The absolute legend has arrived. What is shaking, Kimmy? How are you, my friend? I hope you're doing well on this Friday and that you are kicking butt. I was using Kimmy as an example earlier when I was talking about the cougar. The cougar's a pretty serious opponent, and we're gonna do battle with one, but we would like to get this archery skill up a little bit more, because we saw that you had to put a bunch of shots into the cougar to do that damage. So with Archery 1, we're gonna hold off since our tournament requires only 1 cougar that you can go after. Sounds good, Kimmy. That's it. Gotta walk the dogs. Very responsible. Yeah, it's a tough life out here. I gotta eat a lot of Chinese food to finish all these cases. I pin-cushioned a cougar last time I killed one. It's good to see you, Aster Match. That's pretty much what I assume will happen. And since we have a finite amount of arrows right now, if we go after the cougar will kick our butt. It's gonna be crazy. They don't bleed just like the moose. Yeah, and each one has their own kind of cool different mechanics. We just one-shotted a bear and then hid like a chicken in the car all night waiting for the bear to bleed out. But here we are with another bear under our belt. HB has seen better days. Bears are small fry for me. Oh my gosh. We got a sheriff in town. Easier to kill than wolves, bigger target. Yeah, that's pretty much what I've been saying since the beginning. I've been getting ridiculed a bit, justifiably though, for abstaining from wolf fights. And one of the downsides to it, Aster Match, is that I stink at wolf fighting. Because I've been going for big bodies in bear tournaments and stuff. For that very reason. I'm still getting used to the always shifting terrain that we fight on, and their cool juke moves that they do as they come at you. Reishi mushrooms. But it's a beautiful Friday to be on the island. I got my pals with me. We got half off appetizers down at Dave's Cave, and all the watered down drinks you could ever need. It's a great life out here. Like you can right wall strat here. Oh! Feels scary, man. Too many snowbanks. It's a lot easier to hunt wolves during the day. I'll just throw that out there. Last time trying to fight them in a blizzard and at night, it's too scary. Carlton Banks. I was about to say, looks like it. Clap got him. What's up, Canadian guy? You're gonna fit right in with TLD, I'll tell you that. We're on a crazy island here, playing the long dark. But I'm guessing if you were hanging out with Kimmy, you know your way around a little TLD. I think I'm doing some right wall strats to go to a cave over here and check for some lumps. Carlton, when it's not unusual, comes on the radio. Oh, his favorite song? That boy can move. All right, I see another wolf over there. And it's all slopey around here.
Can't feel my feet.
Been playing for a few years. Always learning though. Great Bear Island humbles. Yeah, we actually had our HP bar humbled a couple minutes ago, Canadian guy, as we started in the 90%, and it looks like we're now at about 15. And it happened so quick. I was just saying how my darn whole run flashes before my eyes to, basically contributing to that old adage of your life flashing before your eyes. You think about it all in those instances. Just hoping that the struggle with the wolf will end. Thank you for telling me about these caves. What difficulty are we on? Well, we're playing one that's beyond the limits of time and space. It is called No One Gets Out Alive, Aster Match, and it is off the rails hard. We don't rebuild our HP, and the weather is as difficult as it gets. Basically, all the sliders on the sandbox mode are turned up to Insano mode. And it's lived up to the hype. We've faded into long dark countless times. And it just keeps on happening. All right, this is a lump acquisition run. This is our attempt to... on the other side of this cave is HRV, so you could go hunt a bear that's right there if you want. Boy, this is quite a detour, Duncan. I have left behind many of my important supplies at Grey Mother's house. So if we do this, it's got to be swift and executed properly. The Fresh Prince of Milton, a TLD legend. Okay, here we are at HRV. Things are obviously very scary in some of these towns. You just go straight, then down on the right. He's down in the valley. It says on your... Yeah, it does. I don't know what to do about this HRV thing, because he's down there, and he's always kind of a son of a gun down there. I don't know if I want to go down there and do this insane trip away from everything into HRV. Obviously, I need a spot fire or to go back into the cave to warm up. Yeah, we've played a few times. We're just not great. So the one thing that will apply for that is... We've played, but we just normally fade into the long dark, so it probably wouldn't look any different. Send it! I don't know what send it means, but I think it means fight the bear.
Too cold to think.
I believe.
That should help warm things up.
Okay, one of the downsides to not planning accordingly for this big giant plan is that I left my empanada ingredients back home. I know that it sounds crazy, but I did it. We'd be wise to acquire a few more pieces of Old Man's beard because we used ours for that wolf wound. So it'd be good to reacquire some more of those. Why in HRV? I'm not sure, Bean. I'm kind of going off the rails. I'm living loose and fast, and this is usually when I get mauled. But we have to send it. It's time to send it, and if the Postal Service isn't going to send it, who will? I'd go back for the empanadas. I want to. It's Friday, baby, and we're partying. And we're doing things crazy. But I'm not a soldier boy like Will. Yeah, we're playing crazy. Alright, preparing for war. We seek the HRV bear. Now, if you haven't ever seen a beautiful view before, we are in a hunting tournament. We might have to make it a little quick, but we're going to check out potentially one of the best views in the game. It is the HRV Vista, I believe, coming up here. Let me tell you, it's beautiful. You come up here on a crystal blue day or on an evening when all the stars are out, and you and Astrid can have a beautiful dinner up here. It's very romantic. We're coming up on that vista. I still remember the first time I saw this vista. It was a beautiful, clear day. Unparalleled. It was Christmas. It was a beautiful day. Christmas music was in the air. Okay. Prepare yourself for gorgeousness. As far as the eye can see, it's cool trees and beautifulness. It is hushed River Valley. And the hush is the people that look at it. Just quiet down for a second. You know, rivals come up here. They're at odds for a while. Maybe you're riding around and it's a couple arguing on a road trip. Then they stop here at the Vista and they say, whoa, this is amazing. Astrid never called me back. She's a taken woman, Canadian guy. She's got her boy Mackenzie. The views in this game. Astrid will lock you out in the cold as well. Oh, that's crazy, Corey. It does seem on par with what she would do in the story mode, though. I will give you that, Corey. And I appreciate you hanging out on this Friday. Our HP is not where it would be best. And we're going into a fight. Like maniacs. We seek the bear. So he hangs out pretty much down here. Oh my gosh! Alright, let's talk plans. What are we doing about this? Came over in a raid, I think. Nice, Corey. Well, you've gone from one of the best players to one of the most jabroni. So it's not going to be as good here, but we have a good time. That's something. I see that. Oh my gosh, Bezos stopped you, Corey? Oh my gosh. Bezos has the craziest limitations. Hurry, craft a bear saddle and ride him. Can you believe Bezos tried to stop Corey from saying that? We love a jabroni. Thank you, Canadian guy. Well, guess what? You've come to the right place. It looks like he's going the smart way, like up the ramp or something. I think he's evolving or something. Son of a gun! Yeah, he's pathing. If I go down there, it's like going into a lion's cage, man. I might not come back. No, he's getting wise. All right, let's all look for a place to hide. How do we feel about this rock? Am I safe up there is the main question, because I'm going to shoot this guy from up here, and I'm going to hope that his pathing won't allow him on this crazy rock formation I just kind of shimmied. Feeling good about this rock. I am too, maybe. But I'm just really insecure, and I'm hoping you guys are all going to say it's going to go wonderful. We're going to shoot him, and he's not going to be able to get up here. Safe. Astrid loves us. HRV views. Everything awesome. One tap. Okay, that's it. We're fighting this guy. That's it. Prepare for seamless awesomeness. One lumbering step at a time. Time to jabroni. This summer, just when the bear thought he was gonna win, he got jabronified. All right, now he's playing games behind the trees. This guy's kind of advanced. This area feels like it can come up. Woo! Yeah, baby, archery too! I heard his bear sounds echoing through the HRV when he went by with reverb on it. That was cool. The little details in this game are off the charts. That's what I'm talking about. Good call, guys. Nice, Duncan. All right, let's make a fire. What do you say? Gonna make a fire in his cave. How bold is that? All right, let's just get it going. Here we go. Holy crap. Yeah, I never would have done this on my own. So you guys really pushed me to be a better version of myself. And one day, somehow, we can be competent. Just maybe. She will be mine. Oh, yes. Live in the now, man. Prepared reishi mushrooms. Alright, that was pretty awesome. The key is to lure you to a cave with a promise of lumps, and only then suggest the thing that comes after the cave. Duncan is a master. He might even have a doctorate by now of jabroni psychology. It's not an easy degree to get. You must study the jabroni. You must see the incompetence. Okay, so we know the drill with bears. If you get one shot in these guys, you wait for them to bleed out. You look for a 3 in that bear column, giving us one more. And you can't go into a cave or inside a house. The hunter becomes the hunted. That's it, Rossetti. Alright, so I have to heed my own advice. I can go up the hill, but I can't transition out of the town this summer. We're leaving this place and probably going back to the transition cave, and we're going to get things back on the rails with our kind of game plan. I don't think I've ever found a thermos yet. Well, I'll tell you, I know where there's one guaranteed, Cactus. If you go over here to Desolation Point and go into the Riken, you're guaranteed to get one if you look around in there. There's a few little spots. And then those other ones we're getting out of RNG from the safes. I saved myself the embarrassment of attempting to light that torch before I left. Okay, so I'm going to remember totally not to go into the cave until I see a 3 in the bear column. No excuses, never surrender. Stalker's pie. Oh my gosh. A rich pie made with a bear and wolf meat. Dangerous, mysterious filling. Well, that sounds super sketchy. Stalker's pie. I think someone's following me, Will. The bunker here is actually super close too, except you have to go way around to get it. Way around. Sounds... We're out of coffee and empanada stuff, Dunk. We might have to start going for our ingredients. Although, you have to go a long ways to get to it, like to the mysterious fire. Okay. This rope, in fact. Yeah. We're way too sleepy. I'm trying to, buddy. I just don't know much about this town. I'm going back. Okay, we're trying to leave this crazy place. And it's a web of nonsense and fallen trees. Pretty soon I'm going to check that stat sheet again to see if we have 3 bears. We have done a decent amount of shooting. We've probably shot off a couple, so we're getting closer to probably 10 to 15 shots on our stat sheet. Are we stopping by the signal fire for the satchel? I think we're going to keep moving, Bean. I'm a bit fatigued, and we're far from our empanada ingredients. So once we get back to Grey Mother's, we can reacquire that stuff and a bunch of coffee and different things and continue on our trajectory to going to get birch bark, which would be super great. And that's going to all happen at Forlorn Muskeg. HRV, so easy to get lost in. Yeah, it just blows my mind when I get down there sometimes. Alright, so we have to chill outside the cave until that bear shows number 3. He did take our arrow, didn't he? If you're a super nerd, you use your low integrity arrows on bears that you know are gonna...
Fingers feel numb.
A tree bridge above you. It leads to the bunker and a crashed plane. Scoping things out. That's for another Willie to find.
Thank goodness for that.
Is definitely why we prioritize lumps. And we're about to get cheeky nap with it. Yikes. Now we check the bear. We're looking for 3. We don't have 3. My goodness.
All I can think about is food.
I got cattails for you, buddy. Okay, we're just playing the waiting game with this bear now. We're just going to light fires blocked from the wind in an attempt to look on that stat sheet from an hour from now after a little nap here next to the fire. Identifying that the bear... Raph thinking I ever want to use birch as tinder. He's a mad lad. That Raph. Yeah, I'm grateful to be hanging out with you guys today. Duncan, you're the absolute man, and I always appreciate your sage and awesome advice. You're a champion. And so is your...
It's done.
So you're just a champion. Let's just say that. All right, a couple cattails. 1 hour nap. Bear 3 on the stat sheet. And you guys are awesome. Let's do it. Cheeky 1 hour sleep. He lives. Iron Bear. Yeah, that guy was savvy, man. He was ready for our tricks. He was pathing behind us, doing the old flank, the old 22 skidoo.
Just need to close my eyes. Turned out pretty well.
Okay. One more quick check, then we're going down for another hour. We're just doing it the old-fashioned way, old-school style sleep, instead of empanadas right now. We're losing a tiny bit of time, but this is why you speed run the rest of it, so you can, during the hunt, when everything gets crazy, you can take a couple hours of regular old sleep, you know? What a crazy thought. We wait for the Iron Bear to fall. Okay. So, we have taken out 3 bears now. 1 arrow lost to the game, but it's totally okay. It is good news. He has fallen. Our total shots are up to 11. Okay. 1/5 of the way there on the amount of shots we need to take. I believe. As the once great Thomas the Engine says, I think we can. I think we can. I think George Carlin was in that show. I think George Carlin was like the conductor or something. And Ringo was in that show. What? That's wild. I watched one of these really great Beatles documentaries where it's kind of like a fly on the wall perspective. And for those guys, you don't get to see it very much. They were recording an album late in their career. Yoko was already in the mix and stealing everybody's lunch and running amok in the studio every day, mind you. John looks like he hasn't showered in weeks. And Ringo was just there, cool as a cucumber. Ringo's role in the band was like the icebreaker. Of course, we're talking about the Beatles over here, the coolest band of all time. But Ringo would come in, he would stroll in a little hungover and everything, and just kind of come hang out with the boys. And he was always a tension breaker, you know? There was a lot going on. George was being marginalized. John was being manipulated. And Paul was just trying to be, you know, a good front man for the best band of all time. But Ringo, I grew in my love for Ringo when I saw him in this documentary. He was, you know, just a good A good old chap. R.I.P. George Carlin. R.I.P. Norm Macdonald. The boys! Man. Yeah. And you got Canadian blood, so you know what's up with Norm. Norm's one of my absolute favorites, Canadian guy. All right, how do we fight this guy on a slope right here? All right, if there's any kettle corn about this fight, I'm listening. But we're going to do it. Ringo rules, as do those boys. That's right, Sil. It's good to see you, my man. I hope your Friday is going well. It is good to see all of the crew in the mix, baby. Yoko in the mix. Yeah, that's when things go off the rails. Yoko is, we could talk for hours about Yoko and her ways. Lure him somewhere flat, no good fighting on an angle. Yeah, this is what we like. And if we are on any slopes at all, it's good if we're up on it, not him. George Carlin was a conductor for a bit, and Ringo also played the conductor. Man, they had a good casting agent on that one, I suppose. Getting the stars for a random cartoon. Sage advice as always, D-Man. We live to tell the tale. Let's do it. The Wolfinator. As does Larone. Thank you, Sil.
Something's making me feel tired.
Yeah, you guys should check out that Beatles documentary. It was shot in the Apple studio, and it was towards the end of their career. I can't remember what it was called. I think it was maybe the Let It Be or something. And you could just see what it's like to have so many people coming after you, too. There were a lot of snakes in the woodworks, I guess. Weird agents and stuff telling them to do these crazy ideas. Very interesting. You check that one out, Sil? That documentary that was shot there? Yeah, it was very cool. Yeah, and I was talking about Ringo's ice-breaking kind of cool. I loved how Ringo was just always looking to make the band be happy together, and I thought that was cool.
It's dusk, so night can't be far behind.
Yeah, it sure is, Will. We're gonna have to shoot a lot of wolves and be careful about it because we don't have any HP anymore. All right, we've got an orange sky. So if an aurora kicks off, we got a trailer right here we can seek salvation in. Super underrated drummer. Yeah, Ringo rules. This glitchy wolf cut my internet out for a second. Oh! Bezos. You know why it's called Let It Be? That's what everyone was shouting at Yoko all the time. Nice, Cactus. Yeah. And you find out, you get to see her in there. She's just lurking. She follows John into the bathroom. She's, you know, just bad stuff. She's obviously just using him to get on. The other thing you could see is that she actually went after Paul before John. And when it didn't work out and Paul spurned her advances, she went on to John. She was more looking for what came with dating a Beatle than she was John for his cool, introspective, kind of damaged personality. John was the man. And then she would come in and she would eat George's breakfast and stuff. It was crazy. And George, you know, George just should have had more opportunities. One of those deals where you can see both sides because you're in the best band of all time. So the other two dudes that make songs are pretty good too.
eat anything right now.
All right, we have a food deal. Let's get some food action going here. Okay, our calories are getting pretty low. Here we go. 51% sardines. I think we do it. Excellent. All right, now let's think about how we're going to get back to Grey Mothers. George and Paul. We have a bunch of Beatles and solo records here. The George Harrison documentary was also great. Yeah, that one was done by Martin Scorsese. You imagine having the best director of all time do your documentary? That was one of the best documentaries ever. It was a two-parter. Traveling Wilburys were good with George. Yeah, I talk about them a lot. Probably too much Cactus. Unbelievable super band. You want to talk about Roy Orbison, Tom Petty, and George Harrison. And I think Dylan is in there too. I mean, just a slew of studs in the game. Let It Be was by the Lord of the Rings guy, right? Peter Jackson. Wow, solid directors on these things. I'm a huge Roy and Tom fan. That's it. Maybe get some good music fans here today, huh? I hear pretty much every day, I'd say. Yeah, Ringo couldn't sing too well. His songs always stood out too. Okay. I'm trying to think of our gameplay and how we're going to get back to Empanada Land. Maybe we take an hour or two nap. Can't nap too long with low calories like this. Yeah, I'm the grown-up secret passage back to town. You want to take that one, Dunk? Just go as the crow flies. So we're going to try to take a little shortcut here. Feels a bit blustery out here.
I need anything right about now.
Let's do it. Emotional support flare activated. Okay, so the secret passage we're talking about is instead of actually just going all the way down this road, you can take a left here under this downed branch, and it'll kind of take you right to that bridge next to Grey Mother's house. So we just go along this little ridge here, and then we'll pop out at this area. Love you, dude. Absolute music, lad. That's it. Yeah, we were talking about the return of Sublime. I don't know if you heard about that one, Sil. But Sublime is back with Bradley Noel Jr., of all things. And I haven't heard any of their new tracks, if they live up to the old. But I thought that was just a cool little Easter egg. Okay, I hear the roaring, scary cougar over there. But as you can tell, we just cut out the church area and all that stuff with that path. And we're back here at the bridge and almost back at Grey Mother's, just like that. It's a pretty good shortcut. Let's continue. We'll find out about this moose back here. So I like to look on the markings on the trees. To me, it looks like that there is no moose because all the markings are covered by the white snow paint, kinda. I'm guessing there's no moose back there. Sounds just like Papa. Love Sublime and her one new jam. Oh my gosh. He's got the essence, huh? That's great news. Yeah, we should check out that ghost tree before we leave. Well, yeah, I forgot about the deal with this tree. What's so exciting about this tree, Dunk? What's going to happen when we go to that tree? So, as we detailed earlier, if you go over here to the Milton Credit Bank, you can get 7 cups of coffee.
Come in handy.
1 big tin of Big Moose Kicks. Super rad. A drink that can take the edge off fatigue and warm your insides on a cold night. It can also keep you up for your travels. And there's cup number 6. And there will be one more. Boy, I should have my storm lantern on me for this one without torches, huh?
I could eat anything.
I need a lit situation right now. That's wild. Looks like a tree, but you can walk right through it. Raph should probably give us a Mac in this safe. That would be lovely, Duncan. Let's get a few calories and a storm lantern. Go finish off that credit bank.
I can always use more food.
We are definitely about to open a safe. And that's going to be pretty awesome. Okay. So, TLD rules for sure. Oh my. And we have big plans. Here's our 7th cup of coffee. I think it'd be wise to get in the mix with that coffee. Tin of sardines, 46%. Dusty tomato soup, 56%. No big deal, opening it with a can opener. And then, Big Moose Cakes. Is it safe to say we want a Mac here? Yeah, and it looks like Neo doesn't have much in the way of predictions. So this is more of a question mark safe. All right, you guys can help me with the numbers. Looks like 44. 43. 43, 27. Ah! Raph's getting cute, isn't he? My dyslexic brain can't remember. Mackinac times now.
That'll come in handy.
A Sprite and a dingy scarf. Mackinac cash, Neo, I tried. Yo, what's up, Heartbeat Alley? Wheel of Fortune time. How's it going, Alley? The rising pro in the mix. How are you, Allie? We just got to the bank and got 7 cups of coffee. We've been going out of our comfort zone today, shooting bear in the snow and just generally kind of going crazy. You could tell that our health is not hot right now. We could definitely use a little bit more in that department. But we've been talking about really cool music stuff and having a great time. And that's been pretty good. Yo, what up, Larone? The Silo Man. How's it going? The gang is all here. Never checked in that before. It's good to see you, Silo. I hope that you're enjoying your new games. I know you've been trying a lot of games and you're still getting over things. I wanted to say this to you, Silo, too. I saw a little bit more of the story, and I'm seeing what you take umbrage with when I see it. It's ridiculous. I just don't like how they treat my boy Will. I think they know what they're doing, and they want him to look the way he looks. That's my problem. If you stand 15 yards away and squint, that scarf kind of looks like a Mackinac. Yeah, right now, Versetti, I believe we're going to have to settle for our Mackinac John Goodman thermos, the Roseanne edition. All right, so we've checked out this place here. We need to go probably finish off looting at Grey Mother's. And start heading down towards the farmhouse. Would be rad if we can get Nature to call up there at the ranger's office with a little bit of Tarms. And then Duncan wants us to check out this really cool tree in the back of the house. So we'll do that too. Let's just finish looting Grey Mother's kitchen. Dusty potato.
Where's the good stuff?
Herbal tea, sweet dreams. So, it's kind of bittersweet dreams, actually, because we can't get the peaceful rest buff that you get from this normally in this tournament. So you can use it as a heating mechanism and for calories. So there's always a silver playbooks lining to it, you know what I mean? Of course you know, because I'm speaking totally great English, right? 90% cooking. That's not bad. Let's drop this bad boy. It looks like we could use a sharpening to our improvised knife so that it's responsibly sharp for the battles. Shannon sharp. So, do we make empanadas right now? During the evening time and then fix our clothes next to a boiling 6-top stove? That would probably be the responsible move. %, getting lazy. Oh yeah, that knife is getting low. Yeah. So I was talking about this earlier. I didn't finish the thought. Maybe you guys know exactly what's going on.
Come on.
When you use the improvised knife during a wolf struggle, if it's sharpened, will you get him off there quicker than if it's down at like maybe 15% or something like that? Do you think it actually matters to the during the wolf struggle if it's sharp? Because I heard early in my times playing this game that it did help you. And I'm not sure if that's true because I've never really put it to the test. So, I'd like to talk about sharpened knife during wolf struggles versus not, and the evidence behind it. Man, look at that list. Are we crazy enough to cook 2 batches at once? Is that the kind of life we live? One Life to Live. Starring that Silver Fox guy. I think that guy was in General Hospital. As you can tell, television options were limited when I was growing up on a sick day. It was a guarantee that I was watching Price is Right. But after that, it got a little sketchy. This is my twin brother. It's kind of like the bad... maybe that's where some of it started. Sick days. All my bad improv. Food item. What is that about? That was kind of weird. And of coffee. Here we go. Price is Right was just a Maury Jerry rating room for me. Oh, there's some good ones. Yeah. That was one of the things I loved to watch, actually, was Maury. Because you didn't actually feel bad for them because you knew they were actors. And it was just hilarious. It might seem crazy to folks nowadays. But it was basically a maternity test. And it was drawn out and dramatic. And it was with derelicts and rednecks. They were actors who were pretending to be like lower class folks. And then if the guy isn't the dad, he celebrates like, oh yeah, I'm not a dad, and that's it, and you're still alone. And it was just there was kind of a sadness to his celebration. But yeah, that's what we watched. As you could tell, that's what raised a great generation of jabronis. Is quality television like that. Fake redneck fights. .47% crackers. Alright, so we're definitely tired right now, but we're gonna scarf pies like never before. The running down the hallway every time was so predictable, but was still great. I know. Jamal, you are not the father. Oh!
My energy is just disappearing.
Alright, so we're taking a drip now. 3 minutes from pies. There it is. Alright, we just went and munched on the whole batch right there. All three down. You could tell we were at 0 on fatigue, and it went up to almost 6 o'clock over there. So one set of pies can give you half your fatigue back, basically, and some calories. It's unbeatable, pretty much. Tin of coffee. Maybe I should let it go and give them a try. Honest try. No promises. Oh, do you have a thing against the Beatles, Silo? That's crazy. Well, I think the one thing that made me like the Beatles is that my family liked them. That was one thing that I can say that I was really blessed and fortunate to have, was I was raised in a family where I wasn't just given standard art. I was given a decent perspective into art by an awesome ma who understood and appreciated culture and things and wasn't just into top 40 stuff, but appreciated the Beatles nonetheless, and also knew the nuances, the B-sides, and the other good bands and things too. So that was pretty rad. I had it on Bash. I had that changing the setting from Bash to hold can help. Oh. Yeah, that's what I did, Bean. I did click to hold because I can't spam it. And then so I just do click to hold, but I'm not sure if the wolf will go away from the struggle faster if I have that thing sharpened up to 99%. I had a loper run yesterday to a wolf while I was at full health. I used a pry bar to defend myself, but it was no use. Yeah. I know that there's a hierarchy list of things that get him off good. And I'll tell you, Bean, the cougar knife is at the top of the list. So if you get that thing, it's the best. And right under that is the improvised hatchet. But you have to make it during a forge. So you better have a lot of time when you're doing your forge, because it's going to take about 4 hours to create. So we forego the hatchet if we're trying to expedite our process. But it is the second best weapon for the wolf struggle. And then I'm wondering if the sharpened quality of it affects how it does at defending you.
I might have to drop some gear.
Okay, buddy. How about just scarfing empanadas? Old 3 Thermos Willie over here. I'm just looking to maximize our outfit, or I'm sorry, our weight right now. Okay, now let's think about a plan, like an insulated lunchbox type thing to keep your pies hot. Now we're cooking, Duncan. We got some ideas for the raft man. My father loves him. He tried. Oh, well, maybe we're finding out, Silo, that you're a bit of a contrarian. Are you one of those guys? Are you like a hipster that doesn't like things everybody likes? That could be it. The pry bar was my only defense since it was a pretty new run. I knew I'd get messed up, but I didn't think I'd die at full health. Yeah, Bean, and you probably didn't have too much in the way of an outfit that's made to design against the made for war, you know, one of these outfits. Double combat pants and combat boots with all kinds of percentage next to the protection. That protection's at 28%. It actually calculates it over there for you. That's awesome. All right, so we're about to do some serious stuff right now. I think we're going to go make nature call and run, but let's check this tree first. I also think we haven't looted the Orca gas station. There's going to be so much beef jerky and stuff in there. We should definitely think about that. We have a lot to do. TLD's the best. All right, now it's time to see magic, baby. The Lord of Illusions. Just when you guys thought things couldn't get any more whimsical, we found a magic tree. Do you believe in supernatural trees? Did I go too far? Gotta go back to the house. Yeah, I'm building the major suspense by puttering around like a jabroni. Did you guys think that magic wasn't gonna happen? No way. Just when you thought it wasn't gonna happen, it is. Here we go. All right, I'm just gonna start walking through trees. By the shed. All right, prepare yourself. It's about to get a bit magical. I'm guessing it's the odd duckling here. Ooh, what world are we in now? An alternate universe? Holy crap. Just in case, you're still stunned from the first time, I'll do it a second time. Here it goes. We're going through the black sheep tree, the one that transports you to a world where you're more competent and your friends are impressed. Here we go. Whoa. Thank you, Duncan. All right, everybody be calm. It's okay. I understand your mind is blown right now. You've just seen the impossible happen. A world where WM was cut. WM, huh? This is how Will learns he's in the Matrix. You think that's air he's breathing. I just wanted to eat a steak, you know? So I ratted on all my friends. I'm the guy in The Sopranos that's kind of a rat, too. I think his name is Joe something, the actor. He turned over Keanu and Lawrence Fishburne for a steak. Pretty good actor, though, that guy. And yes, we are in the Matrix. Summer goes deep. No. %. We had 30 regions, and harmony was restored. Holy crap, that sounds nice. Survival was debugged.
Come on.
Joey Pants!
All right.
Alright, we're always checking the feels like to make sure it's not above -20 or below -20, because then we would need more than one lump to warm up. Alright, if we drop these guys here, we're good to go. And the pork and beans will be ready too. Dr. Sill recommends good headphones and a single dose of Revolver album. Nice. Yeah, we're going to get Silo to like these guys. They're the real deal. And though they are, like, really famous, so you would think that they might not be that cool, they're the real deal, Silo. And Paul McCartney is brilliant. I even like his stuff with the Wings. Probably my favorite Paul McCartney song is Live and Let Die, which is a song he wrote for a James Bond movie. So this guy was such a prolific songwriter that even as like a kind of a song he probably didn't even put as much effort into. Well, I don't want to misspeak. This guy's the real deal. He puts effort in everything. It was just a song that was out of nowhere and probably offered to him, and then he made the coolest, most epic thing ever. I've talked about it. I'll just briefly say again. Best live performance of any song I've ever seen, Live and Let Die, Paul McCartney. He had his old man hair flapping in the wind. They were cutting all over the place on the screen. There were fireworks going off, and it was just like doo-doo-doo, and it was getting me so pumped. I can't explain to you guys. The greatest live performance of any song I've ever seen, and this guy is probably in his 70s when I saw him. I got to see him perform at the... man, it was just good. I can't even... I've talked about it. Paul McCartney, Live and Let Die, changed my perspective on how good you can really put on a performance in front of a bunch of folks. The guy's the man. Just ate some new beans. We're gonna pull torch. Oh. And now let's go to Orca. Yeah. Another thing I think is cool is that his wife, Linda, actually brought the reggae part into there. And it makes a wonderful reprieve from the dramatic elements to it. If you would think to yourself, there's a soundtrack song for James Bond and it has a part that's reggae, you wouldn't think it fits, but it's in there. Hard for me to pick a single song, but best concert hands down was Radiohead in Montreal. Nice. That sounds pretty cool, Sil. Sil's a man of music, and he would know. He's the real deal. Alright, we do have a wolf. I think fighting him right now might be kind of a bad move. It was a full spiritual experience. Whoa. It transcended. Okay, so here we are at the Orca gas station. This place has a ton of pre-made food for you. So you can really loot up. First half was mouth agape, teary goosebumps. Oh my gosh. I'm glad you got to have one of those moments, Sil. I think that's the beauty of music and what we might lose if we don't have culture and art around us.
Thank goodness.
Hacksaw. Those moments that art gives us are inspiring, and they help life happen and stuff, and they help inspire us who are trying to rise through the ranks. You know, it's good to have those moments. This is pretty much for a couple more torches, so we can go up and make Nature Call with the Ptarmigans by the Ranger House. Live performance is often so different than solo listing, but both immensely valuable.
Come on.
Yeah. I would say that sometimes when you're solo, you can get into that mode too, because you won't have too many distractions around you. Both awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed Radiohead at Montreal. Are you guys ready to see Nature Call? Ready to see Jim Carrey send a slinky down giant stairs? Alright, there are known to be ninja wolves around these parts.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
This could be a bad move. I feel super slow right now. Day before that concert, I watched my France team win the World Cup. Amazing weekend. Oh, are you French, Syl? I didn't know that. You got French blood. Yeah, half French. Syl, I can't remember. I think you might be in Canada, and I'm pretty sure there are a lot of the French up there in the canon, French Canadian, if you will. I think you're in the Canadian wilderness in real life. We have a few of our pals who actually live in this type of world. It sounds intense. Let's think about which half, though. Dad jokes over here. Yeah, you got it. Bottom half. I'm thinking about dragging wolves over here to the ptarmigans that are probably to the right of us. Let's go see if we can identify the chuckling ptarmigan first. I cannot see anything.
Can't feel my hands.
Alright, we're moving on. We're not gonna linger. Alanis wouldn't want that.
Too heavy.
Although I think she would want that, because she says you have to let it linger. Which I don't know about. So she was just mulling over her breakup with Joey Gladstone for a while and letting it linger? I suppose. When you break up with Joey Gladstone, it will stick with you. It's hard to cut it out of your life. I'm the worst sometimes. Let's do this. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Alright, I was just reading up on Brian Gold and how to stay on target. No longer can I get away with no fire in here to warm up. Alright, we're doing an old-fashioned. A cheeky old-fashioned in the ranger hut. The reason that we were able to stay warm is because there's a warmth bonus attached to all beds and bedrolls. We're 2 Celsius above it right now. But it's plummeting. Yeah, it's getting cold. Unmanageable. Looks like we might have to start a fire.
Can't feel my feet.
Yeah, there could be a setting in the options that gives us the ability to sort things by what our priorities are. Maybe highest percentage. Or maybe even make a list in there if we're getting real crazy. Because I don't want to use certain things to light it and this and that. Back to the garage. Never mind. That's the cranberries. Oh, my bad. I got my 90s stuff mixed up. I thought it was
That
Alanis.
should help warm things up.
Either way, I think she would as well want us to let it linger. She's still grieving not being in a relationship with Uncle Joey.
This'll come in handy.
Mm-hmm. Crunchy stuff. I'm gonna check on these clothes. Okay, we just ran through an entire sewing kit during this run. That's pretty intense. Alright, let's go for some Brian. Last hour of Brian. Blizzard refuses to leave. Cranberries might have not been a Alanis song, but I say the singer sounds like Alanis in my memory. She was, do you have to let it linger? She had that kind of brooding situation. But I guess there were a lot of bands like that back then. A lot of brunette acoustic guitar ladies just crooning about Joey Gladstone. It all goes back to Joey. Joey was dating a lot of them. He would go to the jazz clubs. And he would sit there in a Kango hat. He would say, "Hey, that was pretty good." And they would say, "Oh, your TV's Joey Gladstone." I'd say, "I sure am. Would you like to go out for dessert after your show?" They would say, "Yes." And it would go from there. Even the Cranberries lead singer was swooning around Joey. Hard not to. And Sil. Oh! Look, Sil, you came in here with your great music knowledge, and you thought that you were just going to stay in here the whole time. But you banned yourself. And you're out of control. And don't feel bad. But you have been banned, Sil. And you're out of here. And that's it. I thought that Blizzard was outside of my game this whole time. I've been waiting out your Blizzard. Oh! I'm sorry, Canadian guy. That's crazy. I've had that happen before. I know your pain. No, she was real ethereal and Irish in Linger, but in Zombie, she was a bit more harsh. Wow. That was multi-layered, I think, Duncan. It even goes beyond my mental capacity, if you can believe. And that's pretty good. I'm here watching and kind of listening, but my hands are full with 2 grandbabies now for a while. Well, Melito, you're giving them the best education you could. You're getting misinformation about pop culture references from the 90s. We have learned that the Cranberries sang "You Have to Let It Linger" and not Alanis Morissette. But Alanis is the one who dated Joey Gladstone. And she does regret it. And as Duncan says, she was ethereal and Irish in Linger. But in Zombie, she was a bit more harsh. It's all very true. It's all very important, too. All right, we got 3 bandages. I think we need 1 or 2 more pieces of old man beard. Going down for an old fashioned, unless we want to tune up these clothes some more. Yeah. Old-fashioned it is. There was a blizzard in my game when I got here. Another lump. You can see why we're so into prioritizing our lumps. RIP that lump. Alright. Now we can move. Okay, the ptarmigans are back. I heard them out there frolicking around. Okay, here's the plan. Let's drink a heating mechanism. Or coffee or something. And then drag a wolf up here to nature call. Are we that bold? Alright, we're forcing nature. Everybody knows when you do this, it backfires. Can't have this. But the matrix will break if we do too much nature calling on our own. There's a delicate balance to nature. We took out about 2 wolves around here. So we might have to go in front of Orca to get a wolf. All right, this is going to be a quick detour, though. No problem. Getting kind of serious. Let's put a halt on this enthralling Joey Gladstone conversation. We can make nature call. Go. Somehow all 3 of those guys were in media, too. I think one guy was a morning show guy. The other guy was a musician, and then the other one was a stand-up comedian. Can you imagine actually living in that house? Had to have been a nightmare. Just when you thought. this summer, just when you thought the Full House commentary was done, it came back. Yo, what up, Zeeb? How are you? You have been absolutely kicking butt, destroying the zombies, and saving us from the apocalypse. Great work, my friend. It's good to see you. How are you? I'm just over here getting a ton of compliments about my great tidbits about 90s sitcoms, and everybody is just completely into it and excited about it. It's good to see you, Zeeb. Yeah, doing well. It's a beautiful Friday. Not bad weather here in this town we're in. We're trying to take this wolf over to a bird so that we can get the feathers from the bird. And so we're playing Mother Nature right now. It's pretty intense. So we're trying to basically bring the wolf over here, but then make him focus on the birds instead of us. Here we go. It's happening. Oh! Gotta love weekends. That's it, Zeeb. Ptarmigan carcass. Unharvested ptarmigan carcass. Harvest it for usable meat. And even more importantly, down feathers. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, the great thing about that is that it basically can become an outfit. If we tear off, yeah, we got some meat on there if we need it. And then we got feathers, of course, that we can make into an improvised insulation. We already have 4 feathers. So now with 1 more, we make this bad boy. Improvised insulation. And then we're going to throw it inside our jacket, and then we're going to get 2 Celsius warmth bonus. Big time. All right, now I'm fired up. I'm trying to think of what to do. I don't know if I want to harvest it here or at the farmhouse. We'll just stink walk our way to the farmhouse. Let's do it, huh? Let's do it. Okay, that was awesome. Hot and salt for broth. Oh! Okay, he hadn't forgotten. Have you got any plans for the weekend? Well, Zeep, yeah, I'm probably gonna work on some different stuff that's really cool and exciting, and it's not TLD, but it's super awesome, and it's art type stuff, and I'm excited to talk more about it in the future. What about yourself, Zeeb? I just got so scared by that wolf, if you couldn't tell by my ridiculous girly scream. Look at him over there. Play games. We have kids' sports and a family birthday celebration. Nice, Zeed. Good old wholesome times. That's pretty good. I'm still not stoked about how kind of my angle is, but I think over time I'll get more courageous with taking that angle a little closer. I just know it's better to be further than close in that instance, so I'm still working out the exact geometry of it all. Did I get the feather off that guy? Yeah, he got wrecked. Or I'm sorry, the arrow. I got the arrow from the wolf. Okay. I can't remember. You need to make some arrows before leaving here. You got it, Dunk. Alright, we're trying to drag this guy onto flatter grounds so that we can take a little bit better of an angle with him. Oh my gosh. I faded. Oh! He's a jerk wolf! Oh my gosh! We put one in him too. And we had red brine gold! Ah! R.I.P. Sergeant Will McKenzie. Thank you, TTM. It's great to see you, my friend. You didn't die just to come to live to love another day. It's beautiful, Zeeb. Wow. It all happened so fast, man. I don't know. I guess I hit him in the shoulder. I think it was about 2 weeks, Zeeb. And those 2 weeks were pretty intense and excruciating. And tough to get through. It's so much worse when he howls over me. Sure was, Duncan. I wish it wasn't past tense, the way we were talking about it, you know? I will never forget that can opener! Each time we're getting better. Thank you, Duncan. I think so too. It's just the wound is so fresh right now. Just when we got feathers! We go again! Sorry, I shouldn't remind you. No, it's okay, Zeeb. I don't know what happened there. I'll have to check the tapes and see where we hit him. I think it was probably in the shoulder. What's up, Mugwop? How are you, my friend? We had Chris and Scabura here earlier. It's good to see you, Mugwop. I hope you're doing well, and I hope your trip was well. I think you went on a cruise, my friend. It's great to see you. We're just mourning our friend over here, as you can see on the screen. Tough. I gotta get away from this guy. Okay, let's do a situation. We lasted 2 weeks, Zeeb. And they were the most eventful 2 weeks in history. The main source of our HP draining was definitely wolf attacks. And inaccuracy more than anything. You really risk your run if you hunt wolves without your HP being rebuilt. And since we can't rebuild it during our sleep, you have to either have a backpack full of 1 trillion birch bark, and to make matters worse, the wolf is howling over us. And to make matters even more worse, Canadian guy is now calling Astrid. And he's taking her out for a night on the town. Oh my gosh. We lost our gal and our life. She moved on quick. It's like Helen Hunt in Castaway. All right, so we shot the bow. We missed one time, and that's what really drained our HP and put us in a bad spot. Every other time we were able to hit the wolf, and usually the struggle would be over pretty quickly, but we just didn't have a lot of HP to give right there, and he just wiped us out of existence, man. Brutality right there. So we did shoot the bow 15 towards 50. You know, that's the minimum we have to shoot on this one. Unreal. We did find a can opener. I'm not trying to brag or anything, but I was opening cans with a mechanism that actually makes it smooth and keeps more food in there. No big deal. There's 2 cogs on it, and it's human ingenuity, you know, it's greatness. Can openers found 1, so that I'm pretty proud of. Our skills, cooking was up to 3, fire starting was almost there, and archery, even with 2, was still not enough to put that wolf down with the shoulder shot that we landed on him right there. Tough scenes. Definitely needed to be... I could have probably abstained from that wolf fight right there and built up our HP more. I'm just getting too greedy in these streets, you know? I wanted to keep points and shots happening in the tournament rather than there being a gap between the time when we were able to go get more health. So that was kind of the gamble I took there. I really thought we were doing a good job of putting the wolves down with 1 shot, and with this level of archery and the arrow damage being increased 10%, that it was high enough. Wasn't high enough. 2 weeks. Shoulder shot is never cured. To drop them, gotta put it in between their eyes. That's it, Duncan. I just gotta get better. Skill issues. Replayed it. Looks like the arrow broke on his chest or leg. Hard to tell. Thank you, Versetti. Yeah, I'm guessing that it still damaged him, because you can probably still damage him with like a 1% arrow. It just wasn't enough to put him down. Wait, you didn't get the feathers? They were still in the chicken. Oh, Zeeb! You're making it worse. Yeah. So we had all kinds of responsible notes. This was the best run ever. Double combat pants. What can we say, you know? He was extra hungry. He was. I appreciate you guys supporting this guy. He was a great guy. I think we need to have a moment of silence for yet another Will who met his demise. Thank you. You all look great today in your black outfits. I know you didn't have a lot of time to prepare. It happened suddenly. I'm not even prepared. I'm still mourning. It did hit him, just wasn't a one-shot kill. Yeah, I knew it hit him, Versetti, because we only missed a 1 shot next to Grey Mothers, and I was banking on the struggle being over quick. But it was just on our end that it was over, unfortunately. Sergeant Willie. Yikes. And where do we go from here? What do we do? I could tell Scabura was here. I could smell him. Oh! Yeah, he's got the smell of different games on him, Mugwap. He's been playing Arc Raiders and this other game, I think, called Hearthstone or something. I'll tell you this, too, Duncan. I saw some people playing your game, Slay the Spire 2. I don't know if you've had a chance. I know you were hyped about that one. It looks like it's a roguelite, which is one of those games where you play with a deck of cards. I've never played a game like that, and they never existed back when I used to game. Could use a hippie quote in times like these. I think that's a good point, Duncan. Maybe I need to go fire myself up with a little bit of potassium and some throat quote tea. Back in the saddle. That's what we do. Love it, Canadian guy. Well said. Wolf Wrangler. Well, Sil, I don't think so, my friend. I don't think so. We need to be pushed to the limit, and no one gets out alive is where we're headed. Oh yeah, I've been playing STS2 a bunch. Nice, Duncan. Yeah, I saw it, and the first thought I had when I saw someone playing it, Dunk, I said, I know why Duncan likes this. It's a game for geniuses. I have no idea what's going on. I'm used to just talking about Joey Gladstone and running amok. The game was way complicated. Definitely for a smart gentleman like yourself. I'm glad you're enjoying it, my friend. This will be buried with full military honors. Thank you, Versetti. He was great, man. I believed in this guy. Best player is a former math champion of Singapore. Yeah, those guys are wizards. Well, this song is what my insides feel like right now. Let me channel this energy. Alright. We have to do something serious here. Mom on the stoop. That was tough scenes, man. Okay. Obviously, we didn't plan on that. So it's taking a second for me to think about the fact that I have to do it all over and reprise this. The things we can improve on are I can not miss that one shot. Warrior Wolf. Yeah, he was a warrior. But we don't need to talk about how cool that wolf was, Chris. We need to talk about Sergeant Willie and how much of a hero he was. He only lived for 13 days, but he performed magic in that tree. And he had great pop culture references. It's hard to believe he's really gone. I know. In my opinion, anything under 80% is high risk of death. That's it, Sil. And we were fighting with about 15. There's no telling what's going to happen or how long the struggle's going to last. Usually it's over pretty quick. My thing is I would probably never like to be below 50 because usually we can get that hit on him and get him off us quick. I liked how the wolf wore shades and a leather jacket. You like that, huh, Duncan? I didn't like it very much. I thought he was a beatnik. And he thought he was cool like James Dean. I don't want to give any compliments to that cool wolf right now. To go from Sweet Tooth Willie to Sergeant William McKenzie is a great back-to-back run. I know, we've been surrounded by legendary wills. What if this guy's a jabroni? He's got a jabroni behind the keyboard. He's got a chance. There's high risk. It's you know, it's hereditary. Dang it. Oh my gosh. Okay. This is what we need to do. I'm going to get a banana and I'm going to come back ready for revenge. We're going to have to make the bow and be responsible. High risk, but high reward. This screen smells of death. What's up, Metal? How are you, my friend? Well, there's another smell in the air. You might smell maybe dusty tomato soup or maybe new pork and beans. You can also smell more of that smell. You know why, Metal? Because we just had a can opener, baby. Only one had it. It's great to see you, Metal. I hope things are going well, my friend. Make a wolf cape. I would love to. What I think I'm going to do is grab a banana and a tea or a coffee or something and come back here ready to do what I have to do because I love this game. I love the fact that everything's on the line with every shot. I do hope that I can love the bow more and make better shots and put it right between his eyes because, you know, gosh, that was tough. No can spillage around these parts. Yeah, Metal. We had a can opener last run. What do you think about that? It's pretty good, huh? I can't believe that. That one hurt. It hurt. And now we have to move on. That guy had all the promise in the world. All right, Bezos coming back here, energized with maybe real life Big Moose kicks. I'm going to grab a banana and I'm going to think of the game plan. I think we got the game plan pretty good. And we're just going to responsibly plan for the future. I want you guys to know you're amazing and I appreciate you putting up with my negligence. I know that it's a constant source of disappointment in your life to be pals with a guy like myself. And I appreciate you sticking by me. You know, they could never say you guys were fair weather friends, because it's only been the S times, and you've been here. I just know that Will was buried with a can opener, no doubt in my mind. Yeah, he's like King Tut. Unbelievable. I'll be back. Oh. Oh no! We fell in the water! Oh! Hypothermia! Son of a gun! Oh my god, what a bonehead move. Classic Will. We fell in this hole in the ice and now we're dripping wet. Oh my god. We were all emboldened to go over to Timberland Wolf territory, and now I'm soaking wet. Look at my clothes. God. Such a goofball, classic Will move. I'll just say Will like it had nothing to do with the guy holding the mouse over here, even though it was entirely my fault. I was mesmerized by the toe, and now I'm wet. How's it going, Rags? You got to see my big eventful move. Falling into the hypothermia water. Don't worry, if you stick around longer, you'll see plenty of moves like that. That I can guarantee. Oh my goodness. I was all stoked up about my big day out. Fell within 10 feet of the trailer. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we're gonna have to go take off all of our frozen clothes and throw them on the ground to warm up. And then we're gonna have to do something to get rid of our hypothermia. All right, buddy, I have the power of fire. You need to take off. Keep on going, buddy. We're headed this way. Okay, so we're back to the graffiti trailer. And now, let's go to sleep for a big chunk of time. We're gonna wake up and all this clothes action here is gonna be nice and dry. No! Oh, what the heck? Oh my God, the worst decision in history. Oh, Lord have mercy. So, I thought, hey, I'll break down this chair prior to going to sleep, and it'll be great. But I pushed too far with my fatigue, apparently, and ended it by breaking down a chair before sleep. And of all the stuff, to take me out, falling into the lake was it. After encountering timber wolves, bears, oh my, unbelievable. We froze to death, and if I would have slept instead of breaking down that chair.
Something's gotta go. Can't feel my hands.
Yeah, the health hasn't improved too much. Where's this bear's feet? All I see is my feet.
Too much stuff to carry.
This feels bad, man. Oh! Good Lord! Oh! Oh! Oh!
Fingers feel numb.
Burdock for food there. Hey guys. It's nice to see you at the very beginning of today's action. Nothing bad happened before right now for a little while. This is totally the beginning. You know, everything's going awesome. Unbelievable. So, I just had a little quick lunch in there. I saw nothing. Thank you, Duncan. I had a banana, piece of broccoli, tiny bit of grilled chicken. It's a nice lean meal, scarfed down, much like Will scarfs down his roasted empanadas. Hey, good morning, jabroni. Hope the stream goes well. You're here at the very beginning, Canadian guy. You haven't missed a thing. Nothing bad has happened. Nothing bad will happen. But yeah, it was good to get nourished. IRL feels great. I feel energized today, and I think I'm going to get even more energized because the first item I have with me, this cup, is real Big Moose Kicks in here. It's pretty exciting. So I'm drinking real life coffee. It's about 2:00 p.m. over here. So, you know, I'm just getting refueled for early run hype, baby. Because we're going to have to do some things. We're going to have to go back to the basics. I was wondering, Silo, you have to be supportive. I'm fragile right now, Silo. Coffee. That's it. I got coffee. But that's not all. This burning hot on the outside, cup. We have throat coat tea. You know what throat coat tea comes with? Hippie wisdom. It comes with stuff that'll help your esophagus when you make a lot of bad references for a couple hours in a row. But guess what else comes with hippie wisdom? Oh, speaking of nourished, guess who kept well fed the whole way through? Consolation prize right there. NIT bracket, if you will, of accomplishments. That's what I'm talking about, Duncan. And I appreciate you pointing that out. We should all be pointing out the great things that happened during the thing that didn't happen because it's the beginning right now. I'm getting myself in a web of deception with my lies. We got everything. Did you pour out that John Goodman Roseanne edition? I sure did, Canadian guy, because I had to leave it behind. No longer are we three thermos stooges over here. Great, now I want an espresso. What's up, Sanders? How are you, my friend? I hope your Friday is fantastic. I'm over here pretending like it's the beginning, but it's basically the midway point, halftime, if you will. And we're just kind of pulling back all of the floats and everything and the dancers. Janet Jackson just went backstage. Now it's time for hippie wisdom. So if you guys don't know, on this tea we get, they throw really elementary, ridiculous quotes on here from famous writers. And we like to gather some of that knowledge to put towards our runs. As you can tell, it really helps us out. So prepare yourself for hippie wisdom. Here we go. A garden is a delight to the eye and a solace for the soul. Saadi. One more time. A garden is a delight to the eye and a solace for the soul. Saadi is the name of the author. A garden is a delight to the eye and a solace for the soul. It's not one of our worst. It's okay. It's got some decent words in there like solace, and it just lets you know. I think Melito could weigh in on this. Having a garden is probably pretty nice. So, Saudi believes, just more hippie wisdom for us about gardens. A garden is a delight to the eye and a solace for the soul. I think the Cranberries have some good advice. Don't let it linger. Oh my gosh. Nevermore has the Cranberries wisdom. Not a bad quote to start the day. Heck yeah. So we're getting started over here. That's what it is. Last episode saw us doing everything awesome. It didn't end with us shooting a wolf who still charged us, wiping us off of the island. And it also didn't end with us missing a wolf by Grey Mother's house, losing 90 HP with one wolf. None of that happened, so let's not mess about. Let's get right into it, baby. Okay, so the tea is smoldering hot. One of the benefits to the Keurig machine, I don't know if you guys have ever had a Keurig machine before, but it basically is like it makes you 1 cup of coffee rather than a pot. And another thing that's kind of cool about it is it puts out hot coffee, but it doesn't give it to you excruciating hot. So it's kind of manageable straight out of the machine. I say some of the most boring stuff ever. The best Cranberry song is the one that goes, "I'll never be rose hips." Man, Cactus, you are the man. That's what I'm talking about. I'm going to throw a rose hip in here just because I feel like I need to, like pay some respects or do something like that, Unbelievable. Here we are, our old friend, the beginning. All right, so we're going to go over to the website, copy the old custom code. Oh, thank you, Cactus. My goodness, thank you for zipping and zapping, Cactus. That is fantastic. My man, you truly know how to turn around a sad time, because that's the word that I can think of, and I'm only thinking of it twice, baby. Thank you, Cactus. Cactus is a legend. My man. He's grown of the desert. A man who keeps people in the mix and helps his friends when they're feeling sad from their skill issues on hunting wolves. My man. Thank you, Cactus. We're partying this Friday, baby. We got the Big Moose kicks and our Godiva mug, and we're going to go dive right into this run in just a second. Thank you, Cactus. My man. You got Zeeb in the mix, and we got Street, amongst many others. Even somebody with the name TLD. They gotta be able to help with this issue we have over here. I also appreciate those hearts, Cactus. I see that you added hearts to those zip zaps, and I just want to let it be known. I also want to jam out to the song for a second and get into the hunting mode. Okay, so here's the deal. We have to get out there. We're gonna have to be diligent. We're gonna have to be responsible. There is one question I have. Obviously, wolves are gonna be the number one thing that are gonna take us out, Dunk. You are our resident genius. If I don't hunt wolves and just go for bear, I can probably get 100% no problem on bear. And then later hunt wolves or try to get 50, doing that. I don't know if it's going to happen with moose and bear, but it's way easier and they won't kill me. Is there any way I could maybe do the math where I forego wolves early mid-game, I guess, and either just fight them when I have archery 5 or 4, and go after bear and moose. I'm wondering how much the accuracy score is versus like, 'cause if I leave those wolves on the table, I'll leave behind points, but will the accuracy score make up for that? Because I think it might. The one for the wolves, at least. Because those wolves will only give us a couple points per, about 5 per. If you guys are interested in all of this challenge information, since I'm starting right here, you're basically in the same spot I am. And there it is. You can go to the cool website there, and you can put in the custom code on that link, and then boom, you're into this tournament. And you could fade into the long dark just like me. But knowing you guys, you'll probably kick butt at it. But yeah, we could talk about this as we begin, but there's a chance that foregoing wolves, who are the only reason I'm gonna fade, and just getting other stuff could happen. Is Furry Tournament reactivated or just doing the rules? That's it, Metal. Yeah. So the official tournament, if you wanted to get like the Zip Zap rewards and stuff, ended in Christmas, but we do it for the love of the game. We're doing it for just to try to learn the game and compete as much as we can. Like, you could hit 50 hunting the little guys with fire-hardened arrows and full wolves. Just get big game and tiny game. Well, I will tell you that I kind of struggle shooting fire-hardened arrows at small game. So I feel like I'm just as at risk of missing shots with those guys as anything, really. Like deer and rabbits and ptarmigan and all that stuff. I'm just not comfortable enough with it. Ptarmigans require you to be too far away for that. So I'm more interested in the idea of foregoing wolves, going after bear and moose only, primarily all the bear, and wondering if it is worth foregoing them, making up for it with a high accuracy score. For furry, I probably wouldn't try the bow on small game till level 5 and crouching. You could use this run to complete the tourney and then think about accuracy score on the next one. Well, that doesn't really answer my question, Duncan. Duncan is so fed up. He sees me fade into the long dark left and right, man. He just wants me to get it right one of these times. You could use a torch on the ground for wolves. It's allowed. Easy peasy. Yeah. I think what I'm scared of with the torch silo is that they run away right when you're about to shoot them with it. And you won't get mauled, but you might miss. But we can figure this out while we're running them up. Let's redeem ourselves for once. How long could you survive? Well, that last time, about 2 weeks. Right after we got our feathers. Henry David Thoreau, Walden. Okay, good start.
There is a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, please, guys, we cannot slow down the bus. Tilzer, it's great to see you, but if you see Sandra, Tilzer, please don't let her slow down the bus. This guy is bonkers. Oh, I'm getting roasted. If we ever make it to Archery 5, torso shot also kill. Oh, you talking about on Wolf Silo, the torso shot?
Look at this! Look at this! Look what I can do!
That's impressive, right? That's pretty much what skills I have. Short, Daisy Dukes, and making symbols with my hands and stuff. It sure isn't kicking butt in the long dark. Oh my gosh. Love the tips and content. Thank you, Tilzer. I appreciate that. Well, most of the tips we give, we can't really perform, but we know a lot of the knowledge about it. One of these days, if we keep going, the hope is that it'll be just like practicing your jumper. That one day it'll start going through the net and making a swish sound. Yeah, wolves, which makes convenient for not losing arrows. Okay. if we ever make it to Archery 5, I also noticed the language in that, Silo. I'm feeling very sensitive right now. So let's word things gently. Okay, so we start off in a blizzard. It's crazy. We have to navigate our way to the whale factory. It's a perfect example of what this tournament is. They just start you off in a blizzard and they say, good luck. We'll check and see what kind of ridiculous outfit we have in a second. We're a long way from double combat pants, so I'll tell you that, boys.
Never felt so cold in my life.
The big first step in the whole thing is seeing what kind of RNG we got. Last time we got it all. Fire Striker right off, Hacksaw immediately. We're looking to avoid a lantern and a bedroll here when we get to the whale factory, and that means we're on two of the 4 loopholes have early hacksaws, so we're basically flipping a coin with Raph right now. And there's only one way out. Unbelievable. Yo, what up, Nightfall? What's up with the crew? CD, Country, the whole gang is here. Nightfall Nation, baby. Hashtag 29 in the mix. How's everything going with the Gunloper? I'm gonna quiet down this blizzard for us here in just a second. No problem, CD. You're the best. Okay, sounds good, Canadian guy. You're the man. It was lovely to hang out with you today. All right, let's get inside, and then we're going to look to the right and see if we see the outline of that lantern. We do not want to see the lantern. Okay. We're halfway there. All is going well. Just in the airfield to grab the radio and sport bow. Ooh, sport bow. I don't think I've ever had that before, Knife. But it's great to see you guys. Yeah, we got Country in the mix. Raph really leaning into you early here, Larone. He sure is. What I'm hoping he's going to lean into is not putting a bedroll downstairs. That's what I really am definitely hoping he does. So we just popped into that bed for 1 hour to warm up. And now with this short time before we get cold again, we're going to make a fire downstairs in the barrel. Let's identify where the flare is. Flare shows up in about 3 or 4 spots. Yeah, I see a pry bar right there. Let's craft some tinder. So this is what the beginning of a run on Insano mode is like. You basically run inside during a blizzard, and you scrounge and scrape and claw. I have to get going. Unfortunately, have a good stream. You're the man, Knifo. It's great to see you. You're an absolute legend. And that's it. I mean, Knifo's the man. One of the coolest. Hashtag 29. Knifo rules.
Come on.
You have a good weekend, my friend.
That's done.
Okay. I'm gonna throw some cedar firewood on this fire and get some water boiling in our recycled can. Now is the big moment of the bedroll. If we see no bedroll in here, we have one of the loopholes that has early hacksaw, and everything changes. The whole world does. If we do see a bedroll, it means we don't get the hacksaw till we get into coastal, and it puts a bit of a delay on our run and usually sends me off the rails. I'm a delicate flower of negligence and jabroniness. I can only survive on the good loopholes. I'm gonna strafe left. And I definitely need all of you guys. Neo needs to break into the Matrix. We gotta find this. We can't get a bedroll right now. Are you ready? I'm gonna strafe left. No bedroll, baby. No bedroll. Boom! We have avoided the dreaded bedroll, and we're getting an early hacksaw. We don't like to re-roll our wills. I floated the idea one time, and I've regretted it ever since. We actually never did re-roll them, but we thought about it for a second, and you know, I'm still living it down to this day. You know, I would like us to not even mention to him personally that that was something I did. So we're going up into the rafters for our little starter kit of coffee. There's always a guaranteed cup of Big Moose Kicks up here, which helps you in early game as you're running around getting coal and, you know, just trying to scrounge and survive in these streets. Fingers crossed for bedroll. Classic Duncan. It's off and running. Gotta run, but it's nice to see you. Good luck on the rest of your stream. Thank you, country. It is always great to see the Knifo Nation in the mix. And you're the best, country. You got the hacksaw, country. Alright, let's go get it. Okay, so it's going to be in the abandoned mine for us. We don't have a fire striker, but we got an early hacksaw, baby. We're basically just such nerds that we know all 4 of the loopholes. And so by process of elimination with the items that you find, you can kind of deduce which loophole you're on. And for us, we're on one with an early hacksaw, which means we can cut down that maple pretty quickly, and we can't hunt until we have a maple. Oh, I'm sorry, bow. All right, 9. 9 and 41. Mackinac Dreams. I always feel more vulnerable when I open safes without Neo here. But we'll try it.
Thank goodness.
Oh! This is great news. Work boots are up there with combat boots as pretty much the best shoes you can have on this. And to get them early really boosts up your warmth bonus. Shoes are super hard to find, and this was big. I will not let these worn work boots fall in vain. These timberlands will take us to storm the steeds. All right, we're going to throw out these 43% Nikes and put on these Timberlands, baby. Look at this guy. Uh-oh. We must hurry. Okay, not the best use of stamina right here. I was typing, welcome back and Mackinac when you opened it. Oh, work boots. Nice. Amazing, Neo. Yeah, I was talking about how without you here, it's never going to be a big hit like that. So I appreciate the work boots. If you guys don't know, this is our resident Matrix breaker, Neo. And he breaks into the code of the game. And much to the chagrin of Raph, he helps me out. And he's part of the crew. In fact, I believe that he's our fearless leader. All right, Mega Torch, 100%. Marine Flare for Sergeant Willie. I think we should drink a coffee here. And then we'll get to stepping. Whetstone. Just a few lockers upstairs and outside. And then we're over to the abandoned mine to pick up our hacksaw, baby. And then we're going to be cutting maple in no time. And those 12 days are gonna fly by. So it doesn't look like we have much of a definitive answer between those at the bar over here. When it comes down to omitting the wolves mid-game and coming back to just getting a big accuracy score. So the equation would basically try to understand whether 100% accuracy will make up for not shooting wolves. Given the fact that they give us about 5 points each, and accuracy gets us a bunch of points. Alright, let's go to the abandoned mine. So if you guys have ever started a run on Insano mode or anything else, you just try to really optimize things at the beginning. So for me, since I fade into the long dark so often, I've become quite familiar with early game. It's pretty much the only thing I know. And just because of all of this fading into the long dark, we have memorized a lot of the early places. And Insano style, that's it! Captain Insano is the coolest. So, you just kind of get used to it. You do it a lot, and it brings you back to the old days of gaming. It sends you back to start after you lose all your continues. And you're just back at the home screen.
It's making my head feel thick.
Brutality. No checkpoints, just death. I also fade on the regular. Yeah. I remember I started back in November. All right, we're going to circle back for these birch saplings. This is what I talk about with the hatchet. You can cut down these birch. Day one. Yeah, I started on Stalker Tilzer, and it was only about 1 or 2 days after that, and I said, I feel like I'm being helped out too much by Raph. He's given me a bunch of food and resources Then I went up to the interloper division and realized quickly how steep of a slope it is, and it was awesome. And since then, it's just been so fun, and we've just been pushing even further into no one gets out alive. Hacksaw Jim Duggan, baby! Heavy duty saw made to cut through metal. Metal rook. Dog food. Don't worry, Metal. I won't let that hacksaw cut through you. Alright, I'm just popping back this way for those birch saplings, and then we'll continue to pick up these lumps. Glorious lumps. Okay, so what happened last time is I got early maple, and then I put it in the one-way cave, which is the other side of this. Well, it's not one way, but it's this cave, and I didn't go back through it, and we forgot the maple, so that'll be one thing we can not do this time, too. We're just making up all the mistakes. If you listen to those words real closely, it's almost like I was trying to say we make all the mistakes. My instincts were trying to make that happen. It's like they're trying to say something. Yeah, we're getting lumps. 20 Celsius from each one of these lumps warms up your fire. Keeps your toes nice and toasty on the go. Doing a lot of spot fires here on these crazy divisions. So we're going to try to pick up about 20 to 25 lumps for our early journeys, but we'll be coming back here for the forge. So there should be some lumps later in life. Let's go out here and start a fire. Let's do it. Sergeant Willie was a good man. He had it all. But, like the great Cranberry said,
So
can't let it linger.
just want to lay down for a bit.
We don't have to. I've only had 2 preppers caches above Milton. I feel cheated. Almost. Nah, it's the game. I've only had 2 preppers caches above Milton. You mean stocked bunkers? Alright, took a little bit of an HP drip there, being a jabroni, but we're gonna heat this fire up. Alright, it needs to heat up though. There we go. Alright, we got 25% dog food. We're living on the edge. Yeah. I'm trying to live in the now, Tiltzers. But I found a prepped bunker for the first time in months last run. We had it all. It had so much coffee in it, too. Really helped us stay up during the hunt. Maybe that's something I should check for a little bit more in this run, is bunkers. I'm going to admit something to you guys. I didn't look at the percentage on that Sprite before I drank it. Could have been bad. Alright, there he is. It's the redemption arc. Right now, he looks like an old blue-collar worker who's fed up and he's sick of the rat race of life. And now he just goes to Dave's cave and drinks. And he lives as a humble goat cage cleaner or something. He looks like he cleans goat cages and then goes to Dave's cave without showering, covered in goat stuff, and just nobody cares because it already smells in there pretty bad. The smell of nicotine and broken dreams usually washes away the goat smell, and he's got good friends there that don't judge him, and that's nice. We're gonna get him some better outfit though. We're starting at about 4 Celsius, thanks to the boots and the hoodie. And look at this guy. Are you kidding me? He's the real deal. Sprite always 0% of poisoning even at 0. You're good. Thank you, Silo. I found one with so much. It felt like cheating. Yeah, it's a total run changer. And there really is no like skill to get it. And that's why the pros re-roll at the beginning so much. To get stuff like hacksaw right away in a stock bunker. I'm hoping that we just get blessing of awesomeness. And it all just works out. I think that's the only way we're winning this. Okay, we're about to take off. Would have been way better to warm up more. And maybe I still should. This is probably one of those moments when you make a mistake. I did already eat my heating mechanism, so I regret that. Let's do responsible stuff. Okay. I feel like that was the right move. We used 1 hour to read Brine Gold so that our heat temperature actually got to the top so we can travel a little bit longer. Now, I just heard nature call, one of the faithful wolves. Silo actually taught me about this spot. There's a secret maple spot up here, and it's probably the best one you could get lucky to find a maple on and cut it down super early. And unfortunately for us, I believe that it's right here in this area. And so I don't think we hit on it. But, no problemo. We're going to keep going and we're going to find maples right when we transition into Coastal Highway. You're a wolf. You know, I've had it with you and all your buddies. Rose hips. Okay. We could do this early part like the back of our hand. I think we got a pretty good plan on it. And we know kind of what the game plan is. We're just going to methodically go around and be responsible, really. Brave words, Larone. Don't forget how a true warrior wolf it is. He will remember you for what you said to him. I'll tell you, Chris, it seems like you're a bigger fan of the wolves than us. And I'm thinking we need to turn that around a little bit. And so we're going to make you fans of the Redemption Willie. And you'll forget all about that wolf that you think is so cool right now.
That'll come in handy.
Lump check. 20. So we're gonna go and do our little lap around Coastal. Just grab the bare essentials. And then come back to the Riken here in Desolation for the Forge. Normally I would never leave a lump behind like this. We'll be back here in a couple of days. Optimal goal on day 2 or 3, we're back here forging. Day 7 or so, bow made. Skabura got his pants beaten off. I talked to a wolf. I was proud of it. Probably it was the same wolf that got you today. Well, we're learning that Chris is kind of rooting against Skabura and I. She roots for the wolf. No lumps left behind. Skabura's the man. Must give the wolf a fair chance and support. What is this justice for wolf cause? All they've done is antagonize us for years on this island, Chris. Have you not been antagonized by the same wolves that we all have? Chris, Josie, Odada, for Mike. Okay. Guessing that was Romanian for the wolves aren't that great. We should be supportive of this jabroni. And I agree with that Romanian talk.
My fingers feel numb.
Alright, I'm gonna pop into this cave here for the fire. I'm taking negligent drip on the HP. Let's go. 60%. We got the hacksaw, baby. I'm gonna write down what loophole that is. It was the one without the fire striker and the hacksaw in the abandoned mine. And we have an Excel sheet that has detailed
Looks
all.
like it worked.
Oh. Tin of sardines. So we basically use this Excel sheet to kind of determine where things are. And I always throw out the disclaimer, if you're a newer player and you don't want to have all these things spoiled, I totally understand that. We've been playing this game for a little bit, so we don't feel too bad about learning about where the bedroll is or the hacksaw and things. And I played it a lot at the beginning without Excel sheets. So it's kind of like you start to learn it a little bit, and then once you feel ready, you can start to use these resources and things. But it's really cool. I mentioned also that in Black Frost, I would like there to be more than 4 loopholes. I know that it's not something you could just create randomly because you got to find a beautiful balance to make sure all the loot is dispersed nicely. I say just hire one of the cool people who go to Dave's Cave, like some of these pros like Skabura. Hire Skabura to make only the loot pools. That's only his job. Just sit in a room and make the loot pools, and that's it. And we should make like 50 loot pools so nobody can figure it out for at least a year or so. And then it'll make it even more random and difficult. I don't know if that's a game selling priority that developers usually focus on. Usually they're focusing on getting the game sold. And I'm not sure that nerd loophole development is at the top.
Tight. I hope I don't get in a fight. Oh, back to school.
That's it. I just run random and end up in some strange places. Well, we're two peas in a pod, Tilzer. That is what I'm all about. Until very recently, when we started this Insano mode tournament, we were basically just like that. And we really do that everywhere except right here at the beginning that we've done a million times. Let's get to stepping. We're gonna check for some underpants and wool socks in the basement coming up. And there sometimes can also be a copy of Wilderness Kitchen.
I think I can use this.
We're back in the position of needing to spam our cooking skill up to cooking level 3 so that we can get roasted empanadas back on the menu. I might be buried with a can opener, but I think on the other side you're gonna see old mill flour, cooking oil, and a little bit of water, and a cooking skillet. I play DayZ the same way. My main 2 current games. Oh, nice. Yeah, I think DayZ is like a hardcore, like a PvP zombie situation, right? Dude, I hired some wolf to take care of you, but a cougar offered a better beating, so I don't know what offer to choose. Oh my gosh. I don't know when you and Chris became so involved with the wolves, but I don't know that it's good for us.
Could end up being useful.
And I'm saying justice for Will and Astrid, not the wolf or the cougar. And I'll also say you're the man, Skibberro. Okay, we read another hour of Brian Gold to warm up there. Sometimes we're trying to maximize the things we're doing inside to kill a couple birds with one stone. Because we know we can't kill a wolf with one arrow. And if you say I'm salty, you're completely right. Boy, it's cold out here. Minus 20. Let's keep moving. I want to thank you guys for spending this time with me on this Friday. I think that you're amazing. And I look forward to us having a cool weekend. I kind of mentioned to you guys what I'm up to, and I'm also interested in what you guys are up to. I would be cool with it, just a real nice low-key creative weekend where I get to be with Aretha. That would be nice. Do you guys like simulator games too? I like those ones. Alright, I'm gonna turn left right after this rock. There's gonna be a maple over there, and it's gonna go great. Commuter's Lament! Prepare to see Maple when we turn left right now.
Hands.
Maple initiated. Ah! Rats. I play them a bit, but I'm not like gung-ho about them. Okay, don't. They're probably too easy for you to figure out, I bet. It's basically like a finite economic system, and then you're already there.
Damn. Freezing.
Okay, I'm being a little negligent right now. Searching for Maple instead of warming up. Tough scenes.
Come on. Come on. Are you serious?
Whoa! HP. Okay, so sometimes what happens is you learn so many lessons through fading into the long dark so many times, you forget the lessons from a couple times ago. One of those lessons for us was start the fire before the drip happens because of this. Early game, your guy is terrible at making fires, and even though we've been on 60%, we failed 3 or 4 times so far. And our HP is dripping at 20% per hour over here, like crazy.
Come on.
And it looks like we're going to be at maybe high 80s when all is said and done.
Fire's life out here.
Yeah, it is. So we can't forget the lessons of the past. Or our will fade in vain. Unacceptable. I miss our can opener. Look at us smashing open this dusty dog food. So primitive. All right, we got to take our micro naps whenever we can. We're back to being... I miss it so, Duncan. I miss it so. Yeah, this is tough scenes. Bringing the hips for good luck. Thank you, Wava, for those hips. I hope that you're doing well on this Friday, my friend. It is great to see you. The thick moose is here, bringing the thickness. How are you, Wava? We are in Coastal Highway right now. And what's going on in your life? We're just long darking over here, you know. No big deal. Playing our favorite game with our friends. And it just got even cooler in here. Can't identify why. It does feel a bit thicker in here as well. Working away, got 1 more hour. 1 more, Wobbs. Yeah. So many C's at the end of that thickness. So many. I don't know if we're gonna make it. I might have to spot fire before misanthropes. Ain't that a bee? Trying to be responsible here. Looks like our HP is about 75 or 80%. Oh, Lord have mercy.
can't feel my feet.
Trying, buddy. 5 a.m. here. Time for sleep. Happy trails. Thank you, Tilzer. It was lovely to meet you today, and I hope that your evening goes well, or your morning in this instance. What I always hope is that next time I see you, we'll be on the same run. And you have a great night of sleep, Tilzers. You're the man.
I'm so cold and warming up again.
Doesn't even have a single stick. Duncan has reached the threshold where he's just had it. He's sick of my crap, and he's just in full roast mode. He's the Jeff Ross of Dave's Cave.
Waste of damn time.
Oh, take it easy. I'll see you, Tilzer.
Come on. Come on. It worked.
Okay. So that'll put us over on the temperature. Now we'll probably read another hour of brine gold while some water's boiling. And then we'll drop these saplings somewhere along Coastal Highway so we can get them on the way out of here when we head to the ravine. Brine Gold. We sure need to read Brine Gold after that last run, huh? Yo, what up, Uncle Mo? Coming in from the family feed bag. What's shaking, Mo? How's it going, my friend? It is great to see you, and I hope you're doing well. I think I can confidently speak for everybody when say we miss Uncle Mo. You have the best French fries served from the top of your head this side of the Mississippi. Great to see you, Mo. Okay, so bear's been spotted. I'm keeping a wide berth from that bear. I don't know how good bear's vision is. My guess with bears, much like a lot of animal wildlife, is that their nose is actually their best source of hunting. But I'm speaking out of my Levi's over here. I really don't know. I've been doing husband duties and then a cruise. Wow, Mo, that sounds pretty elegant. Whoa, almost went in the ice. Almost fell off the cruise ship. Okay, let's go to... Duncan, I'm gonna try to do better, buddy. We got this. I thought you were goner. Okay, so misanthropes. This is our first opportunity
I feel so tired.
to rummage through our neighbors' cabinets. You know, it's tough being a trophy husband. Wow, Uncle Mo. First place, baby. Trusty brand. All right, good stuff happening. Larone seasoned. Now he's gonna make it believe. Thank you, Waba. Old Ice Pop Willie wouldn't be coming back from that. I know. And he has all these great things going on my brand. I don't know if I should leave the saplings here. I'll throw them down just in case we take a rest here for a little bit. I don't know that we'll be coming back through misanthropes on our lap around town. So we might take them when we leave. And we're probably going to go down for an hour or two's worth of sleep to make sure that we can travel to all the spots we need to go to. I think we are heading into the warm part of the day. We're in the warm part of the day. Yeah, we're going to sleep for 1 hour tops. Rockin'. Worn dress shirt. 7 Celsius on the wind, huh? Oh my gosh, look at that chiseled porcelain. All right, we're putting on the Yinzer's dress shirt. Oh, Frosty the Jabroni is back. How has the day been so far? What's up, grown up? I hope that your day with your mom was awesome. It's great to see you grown up. We've been having a good time. Oh, worn fleece mittens. He's starting to look ridiculous. We got the Frosty the Snowman look going on. Yo, what up, cuz? The crew is here. What is shaking with the gang? What's up, Cost? Is there something I should know? Yes. Well, since Cost and the crew just showed up, grown up, I think that there is something we should tell you. Sergeant Willie of the 22nd Airborne has faded into the long dark. He did it unceremoniously on a sloping hill in Mountain Town. He tried to attack a wolf with very low HP. He had one can opener on him, and he loved his wife Astrid. But he has fallen and faded into the long dark. I'm sorry, grown up. We tried our darndest. Everything was there. Raph tried everything he could to help us. And yet still, we fade. So we just found a bunch of trusty brand. So I think we're okay to sleep and move. So let's do that. All right, we got about 1 or 2 hours more of warm weather here. So normally I would sleep more, but since we're in the warm part of the day, we're gonna get going over to Jack Rabbit. Yeah, what's up, Cos? How's everything going? How is the long dark treating you? And how how's a cool cat doing? You know what I mean? It's great to see you, Cos. We're just gonna go to the beach for a little bit, for a little bit of that vitamin C or D. Pretty bad at vitamins, I just realized. Better. Let's keep it moving. Vitamin C! Wow, that was awesome, dude. Good work. Great, I'm having a chill time up on Miner's Folly on a stalker run. Oh, wow. You're living the rifle life. Nice.
Something is sapping my energy.
Enjoying all of those orange sodas and peanut butter. The life of luxury. You got it, Dunk. I will. This is the part, since we don't shoot any bad guys, I think we'll be all right for a little bit. Both B and C from the fish. D if the sun shine on you. Thank you, Lazy. It is great to see you. And quite an unlazy thing to do while giving those vitamin facts. Thank you, Lazy. C from the fish. D if the sun shines on you. Amazing. I do know in this game you actually have to stave off vitamin C deficiency if you eat too much meat from all the bad guys you shoot. So you have to end up fishing to get yourself some of that vitamin, the other vitamin C. Oh. Yeah. Quality tools. Okay, Jackrabbit is our first opportunity. Oh, Will X's Windbreaker, baby. We are back. And wood matches in the mix. Warmth bonus is still 4 Celsius, but he's starting to look more like a guy that goes outside. Old Man Beard up to 3. Let's look at our first hammer opportunity on the side of Jackrabbit.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
Yeah, we got the thick moves in the mix, dude. And I also want to say, dude, that your rug is very good. And that nobody should mess with that rug. And that you're also good at bowling. Alright, hammer. Thick moves for life. Hammer time, MC hammer. Parachute. Nothing. Let's go inside. Really ties the room together. It sure does. Nice reference, Sanders.
There's got to be something useful in here.
Oh, well, your loud voice lines let us know before it even opens, buddy. Kind of spoil it. Yep, that's it, dude. How dare they? Back how we're doing. We're doing great, Silo. Things are gonna be pretty without conflict for a few days before the hunt starts. But we're hoping that 6 days in is when, or 6 to 7 days, we'll have the bow and it'll be in an expeditious fashion. That is all contingent on us finding an early game maple. I was telling people about your spot over there in Desolation Point, and we struck out over there. So we also struck out right when we came into Coastal. We're just going to check the small islands next to Jackrabbit, Bear Creek Campground, different spots for a maple, and then we'll get that thing curing, a bow made. Everybody cheers. Astrid loves us. Celebration. French fries all around. I would love to travel a little bit more. We'll see what it's like after an hour if it's bright enough. Decent jeans. I'll take it. It's pretty decent. 5 Celsius now. Moving on up. then I want to say also, Silo, you take all the time you need. Oh man, did I leave those saplings or pick them up? The ones from Jackrabbit. Okay, we picked them up. Beautiful. Yeah, you take all the time you need, Silo. It's understandable that you feel upset about the story mode. You guys waited a long time, and I saw what they were doing to our boy. But also, you're a kick butt pro. And I would love to see you back on the island whenever you're ready. Just know that it's okay and we understand. It's a bit too windy to make any moves, huh? Let's go down for another hour. If there's an Aurora, we'll do activities like break down toasters and read the rest of Brian Gold. Maybe fix up these clothes if we find a sewing kit. And I want you guys to remember the wise words of SAADI. A garden is a delight to the eye and a solace for the soul. What do you think about that, Cos? That's very... very good hippie wisdom to live our lives by. I actually didn't mind today's quote. I thought that, pretty well said, and a garden probably would make your life better. So, something to think about. I know if I start growing anything, it's probably going to be peppers. I think it was peppers. Because I think tomatoes are too hard to grow at the beginning, so I'm going to start with pepper. Okay, so we do have an Aurora, and we can do... tomatoes are easy. Okay, well then maybe it is tomatoes. I'm a big fan of tomatoes. Big fan of spaghetti sauce. So, I think we'll do Brian Gold, tear up curtains, and a few activities, and then we'll get to sleep. I used to grow a little something in my basement. Oh! Is that... I think we know. I think Chef Maria would like that. It was fun, but it sure smelled. Grow some rose hips! Thank you, Cos. Now, it doesn't give me a zip zap indicator over here, but I think that is a zip zap when you make it giant. It is! Thank you, Cos. I appreciate that. Grow some rose hips. You know I will. Thank you, Cos. I appreciate you zipping and definitely the zapping. There's a big part in both those that I appreciate. Also, the recognition of my fascination and addiction to rose hips, of which I still have an unquenchable thirst for. So I appreciate that. I think we should all understand that I know how to use rose hips very well, and that if you donate them to Dave at Dave's Cave, they will go into rose hip empanadas, and they will keep up a character that will fade into the long dark about 2 weeks into the run. So, sounds like it's worth it. Thank you, Waba, for those rose hips. And thank you, Cos, for zipping and zapping. I appreciate it. 2 empanadas, please. Well, here's the thing, Wobs. I don't have a lot to spare. Is a one-way street with these hips and the things that are made from them, unfortunately. So, I will say this, though. Think about this. We got watered-down drinks, and we got half-off appetizers. Onion ring towers are greasy as ever. The moose sliders come out with bonus feathers occasionally. And it's worth it. You might even see pieces of broken simple arrow inside your moose sliders. Those are bonuses. It's like a prize at the bottom of the cereal box. All right, artichoke dip for me then, please. No problem, and it's half off. Oh, the artichokes are imported all the way from a place that isn't Great Bear. But hey, it's still good. I think it would be constituted as stale or maybe even dusty. But hey, thank you, Cos. You guys are amazing. Are you feeling lucky on this run? Well, are you, jabroni? Dusty artichokes. Well, I think we're going to have to be lucky on this run. That's what I think. We don't have any other choice. Let's break down some scrap metal here for our eventual forge. And now see what Brian has to say. Last hour of Brian. I was about to watch Spider Noir, but good old Larone is better. Hello, LG and chat. Thank you, Tex. I'm not sure what Spider Noir is. Maybe Spider-Man back in the 1940s? But I will say this. Thank you very much for coming and hanging out, Tex. And you're coming in here with all that oil tycoon money, which is wonderful. We find cash in safes most of the time when we're looking for Mackinac jackets. But it's fantastic to see you, my friend. And I say, I do declare that it's great to see you, Tex. And don't let me withhold my hacky prospector accent, because I say... I don't know. I think I've said enough. All right. So, it's either break down the toaster or get a little bit more sleep. Let's do an hour of sleep and then toaster if there's time during the Aurora still. That's a nation of everything is off the rails. The broken railroad. It's exactly that. Nicolas Cage as a 1940s version of Batman. That sounds like a movie that was never made. Holy crap. That's actually... That is ridiculous. We just gotta... Mary Jane, please. I don't really know if I've ever done a Nicolas Cage impression. Mary Jane. No, I don't have it. Okay. Let's break down a toaster. Mary Jane, I have to swing through New York right now. I'm busy. I don't really know what he does. Alright, we're making all of our scrap metal for the eventual forge. And we're going to start sleeping pretty soon when the Aurora's done. But you can always sleep when there's no Aurora, right? So it's cool to get activities taken care of. Like responsible bandages. Important stuff. Then tomorrow, well rested, we're going to make our move to the other hammer spawn locations, but prioritizing mostly cutting down that maple, which should be on the little island over here, I'm hoping. We're also out of food. Not great. With any luck, we'll be able to beachcomb some stuff, but probably not going to be hitting too much of the sand on our trajectory. I don't know if you guys out there drink Big Moose Kicks. I don't drink it a lot, but I have a pretty good time when I do it. And I think it's kind of fun to play video games after Big Moose Kicks. I'm trying to think of our food situation right now. We're headed to the little fishing area in the log sort. Wait, what? Yeah, it's true. Apparently, Nicolas Cage is Spider-Man in the 1940s. So 5 scrap metal for the forge. We're aiming to have about 8 to 9 by the time we get to the haunted pirate ship.
You're gonna need to eat soon.
Is it good Cage or bad Cage? Oh my gosh. Because all Nick Cage movies are either awesome or terrible. I guess there's no middle ground. And occasionally both at the same time. Almost 11 p.m. here, drinking coffee. Can't stop me. Nice, Silo. You're a mad lad. You're staying up partying. Well, it's 11 p.m. there. You might be over the pond. You might be across the Atlantic, Silo. I know it's very ridiculous to still be mind blown, but it always drives me. It blows my mind to know that the world is a big globe and that it's different times, different places and stuff. Still cool. In 2018, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse came out, and there were many animated versions of Spider-Man. One was voiced by Cage, and everyone loved him so much it made a TV show for him. So now they're basically just throwing everything out there, just looking for ideas, and then when you guys like something, they're like, oh, look, one of our 100 ideas landed. Nicolas Cage in the 40s. By God, Johnson, you've done it. Guys, we need to get our fedoras fixed. It's great that I live in a time that the fedoras are around, because my hair is kind of crazy. Okay. Yeah, be careful, or they'll make a Larone Netflix TV show without telling you. Oh! Black Mirror! Oh my gosh. This summer, just when you thought your own essence belonged to you, the AI stole it. Yeah, I'm playing these games and I'm a jabroni. Wait a second. They stole me. Oh, look, I'm being responsible. Rose hips. In a world where you're never original anymore and everything is stolen, even your ways.
All I can think about is food.
All right, we're going to want to keep calories in our belly here, so we might have to move through the night, through the cold night. The AI scriptwriters are scraping this chat. Oh! This summer, your chat is not yours. Any books? Here we go. Yeah, be careful or they're unbelievable. I think I'm immune at this point. I drink way too much coffee.
Come on.
I've been on a hazelnut coffee kick recently, Silo.
Looks like I made it through another night.
Alright, we need food big time to keep a calorie streak going. We're looking to get well fed on day 3 and never lose it. And it requires us to eat for those first 3 days and not have little periods where we're starving. I can make a Rishi tea if we're real desperate. And I don't really know too many options besides the fishing cabinet. I think there's a chocolate bar at one of the fishing places. We're gonna have to go pretty quickly over there. No messing around. Let's see if we got a maple on the island. So you see a birch on the island we're stepping on now, and then you'll see a maple up here. But they're kind of rare.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
Yeah, we got skunked. Okay, so here's the thing. We have a couple options. You can see it kind of cut down right there. I can't really stop for a spot fire because I need to get calories. And if I sprint, I'll lose those calories faster. Do I do a spot fire for Rishi tea and then just drink that for the calories and then go to the hut? That's what I'm thinking. Because we got about 100 calories right here. They're going away quick. Time is important right now.
Come on. Are you serious?
Oh my gosh. Okay, calories at
Die
82.
before you warm up soon.
Okay, mistakes are being made. HP dripping. So bad at starting fires. We seek the chocolate bar. Tough scenes at the beginning of this run where HP is getting dripped like wildfire. I don't think wildfire drips, does it? Doesn't. It spreads. Like my negligence throughout the lands. Okay, chocolate bar time. Initiated. Napalm does. Oh, nice. Thank you, Metal. We found a nice loophole. Okay, so that candy bar lasts us just for a little bit until we can get up to maybe a ravaged deer or something like that. We can warm up. However, we should probably do it with a lump fire rather than sleeping because we need it to happen real soon. No? Like right now.
I've been so hungry in my life.
Look at that HP. It looks like it's like 70%. Maybe lower. And as we've outlined, here in this ridiculous tournament, you can't get your HP back unless you drink birch bark or take a stim. Secret chocolate bar. Okay, last cabin, and then we're probably going maple hunting. It's basically one big sprint to maple because it takes the longest to cure. 6 days total. So you want to get that thing cut down, and then you have 1 day to cut down guts from maybe a ravaged deer or something, because it takes 5 days to cure those. So it's kind of a 6 days for the maple to cure, 5 for the guts, and 4 for the birch. What's your quickest maple on the ground? Might have been last time, dude. We had our bow made in about the 7th day or 8th day. We found one in Desolation, and that's where we spawned, and we also got a hacksaw there, so we were able to cut it and put it in the mine. What about yourself? I'm working on a quick start for Wolf Wrangler, and I got one down in 6 hours yesterday. Brilliant, dude. Where are you starting out? I'm usually a Desolation starter. I like how it's... Oh, in Milton. Yeah, so they spawned us in this one in a blizzard. So I picked the smallest town, so whatever's inside is close, because they'd like to throw you out in the middle of the woods. I used to pick Pleasant Valley. The only downside to that was that it was so big. 6 hours, very competitive time. Yeah, dude is rising. He's good in the alley, good in the streets. The streets of Milton, baby. Let's go. We got our birch here curing. We're gonna make moves. Still looking for the hammer as we seek the sapling. The maple sapling. Alright, we're heading into bear and wolf territory as well. And they're usually about the drama. We should also keep this well fed by stopping at a ravaged deer and grabbing maybe 1 or 2 cattails along the river. There's a red there on our hunger vital letting us know not to let it get down to 0. Alright, let's mine the bear. Once you get past this rock up here, you'll oh! What I was going to say is if you look that way, not in a blizzard, you'll see maybe birch saplings over there. And that's cool. That was the easy part. I don't expect to be that competitive on the actual wrangling. You got it, dude. Just keep on wrangling, man.
My fingers feel numb.
Alright, we're taking the drip again. We might be well fed, but we're gonna be dead.
Too cold to think.
I'm pushing it. Definitely a good time to have accelerant right now. This is crazy, man. Okay. So I hope you guys are doing good. I've lost pretty much half my health in the first day. Par for the course, though, you know? That's what happens when you're out here on the links. Sometimes you hit it into the rough, and
It worked.
that's where we're at. Alright, we're gonna go 2 lumps. We're gonna eat our cattail dreams, and we're gonna get some meat off of this deer over here. That's why we pushed ahead for the fire. Try to get close to the deer so I could go get some harvesting done off that boy. Let's boil some water. And once we get a little more heat in us, we're gonna go over to the deer. I just have to be able to survive the blizzard to cut maybe a steak or something off of them. We're definitely in the business of looking to micro harvest all the down deer that happen. And if we hear nature call on a deer, then we can do a ton of steaks out of it and really spam our cooking skill with multiple fires and stuff. Good tip is to learn to abort sometimes. Abort, huh? They're all out of Bort license plates. Can you believe that? Who names their kid Bort? You see a blizzard starting, you turn back and sleep till it's over instead of brute forcing. That sort of thing. Well, I see what you're saying, Silo. And that would have probably landed me more HP right now. Fortunately, I brute force. That's all I got. My son's name is also Bored. That's it. Thank you for understanding, Sil. Yeah, but you're right, Silo. I don't know. I like to get that maple cut, and there's a chance there's going to be a maple there, and health seems to be one of the toughest things to come by. Nice weather like always. It sure is. I don't know how I didn't take a trip there, but I'm cool with it. Oh, rats.
Can't feel my hands.
Dude. I can't even tell if I'm blocked by the wind there. Judging by the blowing smoke, I don't think I am. Trusty brand matches. Yeah, I agree. My gameplay improved greatly, but I said, and let's go back for safety or just in case. Yeah, I was talking about how I learned that lesson a couple times ago about starting my fires before the drip. But I think sometimes I get caught up in the speed run of cutting down my maple too much, you know? I love the idea of getting a bow within 8 days, and it makes me lose health in these early times, pushing ahead if I don't get an early maple. Man, talk about awesome. That screen right there, Raph, gives us is good. He just told me, if you're about to eat this raw thing, are you sure? No, I didn't want to do that. Thank you, Raph. Oh, need more coal. All right, in 1 second, I'm going to get another steak. I think I need to get loose with the lump right now. We're getting loose with our lumps. We're about to eat some deer, though. No micro harvesting in this blizzard. Oh! We lost 2 health. Golly.
Never felt so cold in my life.
Alright, so. We've seen better days. As you can tell, our health in 1 or 2 days is almost halfway gone. That's because I've been pushing too much to get this bow created early, and I'm paying the price with my life fuel. There are occasions when I think it would have behooved me to maybe make different fires, giving up on well-fed and different things like that. But you're juggling a bunch of stuff. Early bow creation, trying to maintain a huge benefit to you down the run. And it's juggling living for the now or planning for the future too much, you know? There's a fine line. I love how I talk like I know what's going on. Maybe one day... No, I don't know. But I do think it's ridiculous that I act like I know what's up. But that's what's going on. And, you know, we're getting our butt kicked, but it's a pretty good time. I think I need to wait like 5 to 10 more minutes before I go get that deer this time. Like everyone else here, and you're doing just fine even if you die. We all died 20 times over before we got the hang of it. Yeah, you know what else too, Wobbs? I get envious when I see people playing with feats on and with health regeneration and all these things. I do. I know why I'm in this one, but I get envious. All right, here we go. I think we got to push to the rabbit cave or the rabbit house. I'm gonna look for maples up there. Oh my goodness. Maple initiated, baby. Run! Rabbit cabin.
Can't feel my feet. I'm so cold. Just want to lay down for a bit.
Okay. So good things are happening. So let's think about this for a sec. We're out of calories and we're just kind of living off the land as we run around. We're going to go grab the hammer from the few spots we haven't checked, like the log sort and the cabin up the hill from the log sort. If we strike out in those 2 spots, there's a fishing cabin on the lake and Quincy's Quonset. We're going to go do the forge after we...
I need to lay down.
Sounds good, buddy. And then we're going to go do some other stuff afterward. We're going to go do the forge, and we're going to come back for these saplings in no time, and then head towards the ravine to replenish that half-gone health. And besides that, you're a lot of fun. Thank you, dude. You're a lot of fun too, dude. Hey, dude. Most of us don't jump into Nagoa before those 20 times. You're doing great. Thank you, Waba. I appreciate this pep talk. You know, I was probably being a bit of a martyr a couple minutes ago. And I apologize for that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to suck it up, Buttercup. I'm going to keep going out there. I'm going to try to heed this advice that you guys are awesome to tell me. I'm going to try to, be more responsible. And we're going to go forge and storm the steeds. 100%. You are super entertaining and in your element. You have been since you started TLD. We love it. Thank you, Waba. I like seeing what you do in TLD. You're pretty good in all the moose run away when they see the thickness. I still remember the moose shot that I was checking out when I was checking out your clips. You smashed that moose. Streamer of the year.
This stuff will come in handy.
My goodness, double green? Ooh, double green. All right. For real, you are a pleasant and valued addition to the TLD community. Thank you, dude. I can tell you guys this. TLD community is like none other. And if I had it my way, the whole world would know how cool TLD is. With my dying breath, I want to make that happen. Now we're going to rest up a little bit. Maybe despawn the wind. And try to go... Oh! Okay. We're actually traveling. Let's get ready for action, baby. Let's go. Don't die. Rose hips. It's a beautiful day here on Great Bear Island. A frolicking 10-point buck displaying the charm of a nice day with no predators around you. This day might change when one of these jerk wolves accosts us along this river. I say we go down the hill. If I knew how, as the crow flies, to walk to that blue trailer that's up the hill from the log sort, I totally would. However, I have no idea how to get there, so I might have to go back to the road before I can actually navigate towards there. There's a little shortcut you can take up the hill from the log sort, and it puts you right next to that trailer that you get to when you're descending from Pleasant Valley's abandoned mine. Here are those birch I was talking about during the blizzard. Birch saps. And of course, birch saplings, after curing for 4 days, can become arrows. You let them cure and they use a workbench, and you turn them into simple arrow shafts. And then you make those shafts, combine them with the thing that we're going to go and do, arrowheads at the forge. You have yourself a simple arrow. Good setup. I'm gonna go throw these saps in the fishing hut, the other saps, and then we're gonna go get our hammer. We're just walking the dog right now. Sometimes if you're encumbered, the dog will catch up with you. So just kind of be aware of that if you're ever walking the dog. I one time was just casually strolling, think all I had to do was just keep moving, and he attacked me from the back. Okay. If you can't tell by the beautiful crystal blue skies, it's a nice day here. Running from wolves with some big jazz band in the back is amazing. Yeah. You know, when I'm putting together the music for the Times text, I always try to think of, you know, where Will's at in life, you know? I think the reason that you hear the specific music is kind of what his story arc is. I look at it as an NPC that has been stuck with me for a couple months because I decided to start playing this game. So when he started, he was wide-eyed and bushy-tailed. He was like, oh, who's this new player? Maybe he'll be good and lead me to victory. After a couple months, he was filled with melancholy. That's why you might hear some sad songs, because he realized, oh, this guy just knows about Full House. He doesn't know how to survive in the wilderness. So he had a little bit of melancholy for a while. And then he broke into this time when he felt like he needed to fully escape what he was subject to by being stuck with me. That was when he started dreaming of the beach. So if you ever hear a little bit of music that you think is beach music, it's because that's where his mind is at, trying to escape what he really is, stuck on this island with a jabroni. So it goes deeper than it should because I overthink things like a madman. Jumping into Nagoa is mad lad stuff, GG's. Thank you, Sil. Yeah, that's what makes him kind of want to escape to the beach. He just says, you know, this guy is not prepared for this. All right, so we have an opportunity to check for the hammer next to this trailer up here. So let's go see if we can find it there. If not, there's a little path you can take up this hill. And I'll show you guys. It's a little secret to get up to the trailer. Be great. Pops and chat are right. We're on Team the Road. Thank you, Sil. I'm on Team Songbird, baby. Log sort. All right, heavy hammer opportunity right here, baby. I see it. Boom!
Could use this.
One step at a time, we work towards making a bow. You have to cut the saps. You need a tool for the saps. Then you need to make...
My head feel thick.
Okay, he's complaining. I'm gonna stop monologuing and I'm gonna get inside. Thank you, Metal. It's no can opener, but it'll do. Now I will say this. I hope we could do real music night sometime too. Yeah, AI stuff is great and all. Well, Sil, I'm down. Do you want to see where to go to the trailer or no? Yeah, I could show you if you want. If that's what you're asking, Wobbs. We did just find the hammer, and that was the reason we were going to go up there. But if you still want to see it, and you don't know, but I imagine you do. Ketchup chips. But here's my question. Do you guys believe in magic? Can ask people how to do it, there's a way. Yeah, there is a way. But you know who's not okay with it? The copyright folks, Sil. And since we're on YouTube as well, they are a little less flexible than Bezos is with your VODs. And those things stay up forever, and they put claims on them. So I ain't having that. Okay. I believe. Oh, gosh. Okay. Yeah. That's my problem with this bit, too, Wobbs, is I always had to... Okay. So I let the torch burn out. RIP the match, but I think we're good. Alright. Do you guys believe in magic? Because... well, look at this thing. Just when you thought there wasn't a plastic thing on this thing that's glitching through the ground. Plastic thing shows up. just when you thought this bed was empty and didn't have anybody on it or anything, it did. Now, is it in there? Or does it happen again right here? No. Let's be serious. So, if you're ever wondering, you're in one of these trailers with this type of layout, boom. Just move that shelf and these two beds and you have an opportunity to get beef jerky and stuff. So, it just is like an extra thing to search, basically. And it comes in if you're, you know, dealing with some stuff. Okay, now we might want to get the guts out of this deer that's most of the time down here. I'm kind of banking on him showing up, but I need to make sure he is. Okay, I see him. So most of the time a deer will show up here and you can get guts out of him and then throw him in that place.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
Let's do it. It's going to take them a year to rebuild that pad. Have you seen what happened to Bezos' space rocket? I think Twitch ads will last 3 to 4 hours now. Oh, he's putting huge ads on here. All right, driving home. All right, you be safe, Wobbs. I'm glad that you're off, and this is going to be the weekend at Bernie's, baby. Prepared reishi mushrooms. Okay, fatigue is coming an issue. We might do some rest here. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to. So we might be sleeping in the blue trailer a little bit. Prepare for our journeys. But most thing we need to prioritize right now, let's get some calories in us and get these guts. More stank. Let's get it. Weekend initiated. This thing gonna stay lit. I tried to save the lump. I took a shortcut on the fire, just trying to... I knew we were going straight to the blue trailer, so... Let's just do it.
It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
Okay.
My fingers feel numb.
Let's drop these. Drop it like it's hot. and then make a note about it.
I'm getting weaker.
Okay, he's dripping from fatigue now, so we're gonna rest. I'm getting loose with those granola bars. I didn't check the percentage again. Insane. Quiet and calm. Chill zone. Once the wind dies, we can consider traveling. It's never ideal to go anywhere at night, but I've been known to get moving when the weather allows. As long as we're not encumbered, we can make it there in one piece. What I'd like to do is go down to Quincy's. I have 2 neighbors' houses there. Opportunities to get the skillet in case we get to cooking 3. Or a cooking pot where we can throw running river oats in there. We're also going to grab a toaster from our neighbor's house and maybe a desk lamp. Cut up some things and make some moves. Those things would of course be good times. Lope will be breeze after this. Yeah, I think so, Sil. I think just knowing you can go to bed and rebuild half of your health, you feel invincible. I started to feel invincible towards the end of that bear tournament because I knew we could go to sleep for a fat 10 hours and wake up right as rain, pretty much. So we pushed the limit, and the limit pushed back. Alright, emotional support flare initiated. We got 2 to 3 down arrows right now. Vibe City. Scylla, I hope that your weekend that you have coming up, that you have some awesome plans. I hope that you've had time. I know that you're a dedicated and awesome pops, that you've had time to work on your music and things like that. And I really look forward to hearing your next album, my friend. And I also want to say that I hope your weekend goes good, because you're the man. Let it be known. So I'm going to check this trunk over here. Take it to the limit. Alright, it's going to be close if we can get inside before the temperature drip. Going to watch Arsenal play in Champions League for the first time in 20 years with some friends. Nice. Sil weekend will be football soccer focused. There it is, Tex.
My hands.
You knew it. Yeah, I think I heard stuff about Tottenham being on the chop. And with all that cash, you really have to get... you really have to kind of mess up on the chemistry and stuff. I remember watching the behind-the-scenes show about Tottenham, which is a soccer in the Premier League, if you guys don't know much about soccer. And Premier League is the best soccer in the world over there across seas. And I'll say this. I thought that I'm working the local pro team game after. Nice, Sil. He's handing out the red cards. Thin wool sweater, baby. That's it. So, we have a lot of activities we want to take care of. Some of them are
I could eat anything right now.
we're not able to do in the dark. And I need to light a fire to get some torches pulled. All right, we're risking our trusty brands. We're just throwing them on.
Come on. Damn it. Come on. Come on. That did it.
Let there be light. I want to break down that metal lamp. Gonna wait till daytime for that. And then we're gonna go do a forge back in Desolation. So we're taking the lamp and the toaster. And we'll be breaking it down real soon. I also want to say that we're going to find 30 can openers on this run.
Better take this food.
Dusty dog food. Toasters and side lamps are pretty heavy, so I don't like to walk around with them too much. So I usually just grab them once I get to this coastal town site area. Dusty floor potato. Okay, we're going to Quincy's. So we've already acquired our hacksaw and our hammer. We don't have to find that here. We might find something like a lantern or something. And we'll also find other goodies. Running River Oats. Summit Soda. Nuts and stuff. Cooking oil. Ketchup chips. Arrowhead. It's kind of random. I also want to say this. Let me get some roast hips. I don't think we need to make any bones about it. I think we should all just not think too much. Just go ahead and send those roast hips. And there won't be, that's it. I think it's the right thing to do. And I notice Grown Up is chilling on a mountain of rose hips. Is not handing over any rose hips. Being cool as can be about it. Oh, decent work gloves. So we talked last time about mittens versus work gloves. And though it takes leather to repair the work gloves, it's actually, we're better off. They're good at defense and different things like that. So we'll just take those leather repairing gloves with us. Oh. Holy. Alright, this is probably unnecessary. But those are pretty good. Is it going to be a long 50 days in this tournament? There's a chance we might end up back over here. I've been known to get lost and run amok. Maybe we'll get gloves. Now we're gonna go to our other neighbor's house and make some things happen over there.
Drop any of this gear.
And that'll be where we break down stuff and plan for our journey all the way back to DP. For the big forge at the Riken. Let's do it, huh? Great to see you, Grown Up. We journey on a Friday through the Canadian wilderness. We've been attacked by wolves. We've been attacked by negligence. Worn cotton scarf. Decent baseball cap. I'm gonna go compare what's the best of that stuff. 0.2 and nothing, and 0.4 and nothing. There we go. He looks pretty shady at this moment. So we'll spend the night here at our neighbor's house, and then in the morning we'll break down a toaster or something. Yo, what's up, Jens? How's it going, my man? I'm happy to report that we're still just being ridiculous. So nothing's changed. New tomato soup. And also, we're gonna need you to come in on Sunday, Yenzers, too. Okay? Just don't make any plans.
Someone's stash.
Banged up pork and beans. No soup for you. Oh, banged up dog food. Alright, all this food is essential to sustaining ourselves when we go into the Riken. You kind of got to sit in front of a fiery forge for a couple hours. And it's good to go over there with a bunch of calories in your satchel so you can not lose your well-fed and you just eat some nice dinner while you're making arrowheads. We're gonna make this bow. Thank you, Grown Up, for those rose hips. I appreciate that. I could use some hips right now, I'll tell you. I need the hips. I think we should sleep. Yeah, let's check at the time. So it'll be daytime in a couple hours. So I think we should get up to, close to full sleep for a big travel across the town. Let's check our scrap numbers. Scrap numbers are at 5. So there's going to be 3 made into the knife. And then everything on top of that becomes 2 arrowheads per scrap. So right now we'd only have 4 arrowheads, and then we have this many things to break down in our satchel. This will give us 3 more scrap. Total of 8. We could do that, of course, once the sun rises. For now, we're going to eat all kinds of crazy food. Like banged up dog food. We're going to have to smash it open like cavemen. Because we are without can opener. Stale, salty crackers. Dusty dog food again? It's the only thing better than 1 can of dusty dog food. Life's delicacies. Alright, now it's time to take a fat sleep. Well rested, we travel tomorrow. Tomorrow, the journey begins. We're gonna go forge, and we're gonna storm steeds. If you think anybody out there is gonna stop us, there's no chance. There's no stopping this. We move forward. We go towards success. Let it be known. Aretha's in the other room. She's got her bird TV on. She's thriving, watching squirrels and birds eat seeds from a stump. While in here, her servant stumbles over a rock. Trying to find a clue. Trying to get a grip. I don't know if you guys heard about this movie that's coming out this summer, but it's going to be super great. It's called Will Finishes His Journey. Finally. Working title. Okay. Due to the wind, it might be crazy, but let's go check.
I need to drop something.
3 down arrows in the midday. So it's surprisingly cold out here. Worn driving gloves. Great source of cured leather. If you just tear these bad boys up after 15 minutes, you got yourself leather to repair your better items like your work boots. So we'll hang on to those bad boys. It's time to go break down our toasters and things. And then take off. Okay. Let's do it. You go into customization mode, and then you go into your satchel, and it gives you an option to place it. Then we can break it down. 15 minutes for the scrap metal. A lot of other stuff like those shelves over there take a couple hours, so you have to commit. Alright, about an hour sleep or so, and then we're taking off. We want to travel during a nice warm part of the
I'm
day.
gonna have to leave something behind.
Let's put our mattress in the warmest part of Quincy's before our big journey. So I don't think I saw a cooking pot in either of our neighbors' houses. We also got kind of skunked on Big Moose Kicks. Did we fully loot this guy's house across the way? I can't remember if that guy's house was fully looted. We might have to spot over there and check. Because sometimes you can get Big Moose Kicks, and that pretty much really helps on your forge. Grown up, do you remember if we looted our other neighbor's house fully? I know it's a lot to ask. I can't remember. I'm ironing clothes and listening to Revolver. Mega Friday. Oh my gosh, he's doing it. Nice, Silo. My man. He's expanding his horizons. That's what I'm talking about. And being responsible, ironing clothes. That's what happens when you're friends with us. You preemptively ironed your All Blacks because you know that you're going to be going to the funeral hall in no time. Yeah, it does. Awesome stuff, Silo. Alright, I'm checking this guy's house anyways. Yeah. Okay.
Pack is getting kind of heavy. $32 of 30. Okay, I'm gonna drop off some stuff here. Let's see, Running River Oats. This thing. Banana ingredients. I have to responsibly reacquire these because I wouldn't want to leave these behind if they're on the chop. Maybe we'll take them and leave some other stuff. How about these ridiculous whetstones? And these guys. There we go. All right. Yeah. It's been a long shift, man. Problem is, those bears still out there stealing shoes. Wife took the kids and left. She said all you care about is the workplace. I said these rainy streets are filled with hooligan bears that are stealing shoes. Forgive me if I sometimes still think about the office when I come home. She said that's it. You know, I just eat a lot of Chinese food all the time. Go over these cases. They just keep on piling up. One bear's put away, the next one's stolen a pair of Nikes in no time. Doesn't even matter if they're Sadie Hawkins. They'll steal them too. It's a tough job. But, you know, I gotta keep looking over these folders. I spilled lo mein noodles on them last night. It pointed me towards a potential suspect, and I said, is this a sign? Mel Gibson, Joaquin Phoenix. And I said, listen, if you think that I'm just gonna sit here and let Boris run amok all over Great Bear Island. He's running a racket. He's got a whole gang of bear ready to steal work boots, trail boots, everything. Ace of Base saw the sign. Savages! Yeah, it's a tough job. I just gotta keep working at these folders. I got more General Tso's coming later. I told him I want duck sauce. Yeah, it's a tough job. A tough job, Yinzers. You think you got it bad having to go in on Sunday? This guy he can't leave the job at the office. He brings it home with him. His wife left him and took the kids. Tough job. Got this garbage looking like the film set of Brave Little Toaster. Oh! I actually kind of like that movie, Rossetti. I thought it was underrated. I think it had like a cool, unique 1950s vibe. I remember watching it at my babysitter's house. I can't remember. I think it's faster to walk on ice than it is snow. Waterfront cottages. Okay, this is the weather I like here. This is good traveling. 1 down arrow on the temperature. I think it's the same speed. Only roads give a small speed buff. Thank you, Silo. There's obviously a different sound for all three. But the roads you start cruising on. Some would say Tom cruising. Sometimes I think about taking the road, even though there's a quicker route to go as the crow flies because of the speed buff that you were mentioning there. It was a bit before my time, but I liked it too. Nothing like some cool appliances, going on an adventure. What more could you ask for in a film? That's it. I haven't seen that one in ages. Sound designing in this game is excellent. I'll give him that. Wow, that's saying something. Silo's giving Raph props. See, this is the healing process. We just start giving each other little compliments. Maybe Raph tells you that you're smart and a good pro. That would help. A little olive branch, if you will. And we can mend this situation. The sound design is wonderful. This game is really good at being immersive. Basically, every time I get jump scared by a wolf or a bear, it's a real jump scare. Like I am terrified. I think it's like a real life wolf. We're healing. It's a tough job. Spilled lo mein all over the place. Did we find the hammer? We sure did, Silo. We got it all. And we're Riken bound. Probably just gonna make 10 arrowheads on our first forge. One thing that's cool about arrowheads is that you get
All I can think about is
the arrowhead back when you recover the broken arrow. I believe. Sure do wish I had a sewing kit, but we'll break down some stuff. I think it'd be a good idea to add mitts into the setup phase. Only has 4 hides, 2 guts, 6 hours of crafting. We can have them day 6. 4 hides, 2 guts, 6 hours. Mitts. Referring to rabbit mitts. Four rabbit things and 2 cured guts. I'll tell you, these basically fall into your lap when you go to Milton Town. If you go down to that farm, rabbits will get attacked all over that place. It's a massacre over there. And you can actually not even have to acquire this stuff. So that might be something. We use our work gloves till we get to Milton, and then we get the rabbit gloves once we are at the farmhouse. And then the wolves take out the whole field of rabbits. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Mitts and 2 insulation will get you comfortably to day 20. It's a big help. Yeah. The idea of making all that nature call is definitely good. It's just going to be tough, I think, Silo. We're going to make nature call when we get to Mystery Lake on the ptarmigans under the bridge, and then hopefully on the lake there, and that'll give us 2 tarms. And then as we head to Milton, we get the one at the ranger office. And maybe one down by the farmhouse if we're lucky. So I don't know that I can get them early. Nice. This is for torches, so we'll just throw a cedar or something on there and pull a couple torches to get through the mine.
Can't feel my feet. That didn't work.
You son of a gun. Do it. No one gets out alive. Might turn the fan up a little bit. What do you say you start a fire, my friend? Think about that. Yeah, I hope you guys are having a great day. It's basically heading in towards the evening over here.
That did it.
TLD is one of those games where if you describe out loud the stuff you did, it doesn't sound like much, but it still takes like 18 days or hours, and you never want to stop. There's always more stuff to do and all this excitingness. Fired up. We're gonna get this, man. I'm telling you. This summer. Even possible happened. Okay, so food is going to be an issue at the Riken. We have 30% beans and a dusty potato to eat. And we got a lot of foraging we need to do. So it's going to require us... Oh, we have a tomato soup, too. We're going to have to probably go onto the beach next to the Riken and grab ourselves some beach-combed coho salmon or smallmouth bass or something. We're going to have to hope that Raph provides us there on the shores. Okay, so the whole son of a gun. Guns have been sunned. Alright, I think 3 should be enough. I get lucky with the deer in Scruffy's cave. Yeah, we're gonna leave Scruffy to himself. R.I.P. Trusty Brand. We're gonna get our thermos too. Yeah, you know, our friend Chris was in here, dude, talking about how great the wolves are. She should go meet Scruffy over there in Desolation and see what her opinion is after that. Scruffy is a scallywag. So, what do you don't want to pet the pupper? No, we'll send Chris over there. What do you think, dude? All right, we're grabbing lumps and making our moves. We're going to want to have a minimum of about 10 coal. It usually provides you with a couple of them there at the Riken, but it's always good to come with your own coal and not rely on the Riken's coal. So we're going to get a ton of lumps over here. We're going to go to the Riken. You have to put 8 of them in there basically to get the thing up to a minimum of 150 degrees. So if it's 20 Celsius with each lump, those 8 pop it up to 160, and then you maintain that fire over the 150 degree limit for the whole forge. And we're going to definitely want to get a little bit more rest before we start the forge and try to get our fatigue vital from right now being at 7 o'clock probably to about 3 o'clock for when we start it. Let's do a lump inventory. Okay, I'm leaving this pile of lumps here. Sometimes when you enter, it kind of pushes you forward, so I hope I don't forget these lumps. I have lump anxiety right now. Maybe I should move them. Okay, now we'll put it in a spot we won't miss. How about this? Straight ahead. Lump reminder initiated. Lumpexity. That's it, Tex. Oh, lump anxiety. Lump anxiety. Here we go. Yeah, I have it. Big time. I also have leaving my saplings behind anxiety. My curables. I'll check my bag a couple times after leaving. Did I forget them? No! I've left them in another town. Like many of us have, I imagine. Tough scenes. Hey, yo, how goes the run? Is this a challenge or loper? What's up, Style? How's it going, Zach? Well, I'll tell you. I'm going to go in there and show you. And there is a word for this tournament. It is you're off your rocker insane. It is no one gets out alive. And it's crazy. And we've been getting our butt kicked. It's good to see you, Zach. Oh! A wild Zach Knopf9 has appeared. Wow, you're pretty popular, Zach. The streets respect the Zach man. So, this torch is gonna blow out. Zach's our biggest teacher. Oh, is Zach a legend? Nice. Well, it's nice to meet you, Zach. Yeah, we're getting our butt kicked over here. And, it's just crazy, basically. We faded into long dark after a wolf attack. And now we're just trying to go get our forge done over here at the Haunted Riken. We have a couple scrap metal and a dream, baby. It's about 2 days into this run, and everything's ahead of us. The best part about the beginning is we can act like it's gonna go good. You know, we can pretend that the future is gonna be successful, even though we know we know what pattern's been created thus far. Zach is a legend. Nice. Even the wolf came to pay respects. Yeah, we've been talking about Scruffy. And we actually have one of our friends who's a supporter of the wolves, if you can believe that. And I said, send her to Scruffy's cave. So she can learn what the wolves are really about. And they're about drama and craziness. Is this the challenge itself or the tournament up again? Well, yeah. So Zach, you probably know that around Christmas time or New Year's, I think, is when the Nagoa finished, like, officially. But they reopened it in January just for everybody to keep competing and posting stuff. And our boy Silo did pretty good and posted one. And I was thinking about, since I've been playing for about 6 months, just pushing it to the next level. To a crazy level. A level where you can't rebuild half of your HP at night. And so we decided to go where you don't go out alive. And it's lived up to the name. Because we drip HP all over the place. And negligence is abound. To say the least. Okay, so let's get a nap in here, and then we're going to do some looting around this place. Oh my gosh, the green windbreaker's insane! Not one, not two, but a third green windbreaker. Now you know you're hitting it big. Nice to have an emergency stim here on Nagoa. Calories are kind of low. Definitely in need of the Riken beachcombing for fish. That's for sure. What have I returned to? Will the 30th with all those windbreakers. That's it, Duncan. We got windbreakers for days, even spare windbreakers. What a life to live. Not cool, never done the furry challenge as I don't have the time, but did Nagoa in 2020. Yeah, I checked it out, Zach, that PT actually kicked this one off, and then they came along and modified it, I think, for the second furry tournament. And I'm a big fan of PT. I think he kicks butt too. So I thought that was cool. And you're doing Outer Misery now. Oh, that sounds pretty intense. I know that Misery is brutal, and I also know the Outer Territories are terrifying. One time we spawned random for the tournament, and it put us in Sunder's Pass. Not sure what that was about. But we were also drawing the ire of Raph pretty heavily at that point, so he was kind of fed up with our nonsense. Raph is a man with patience, but after a while he says that's it. Birch bark. No torches or sticks. I don't think we want to use our birch bark. Hit the scrub bush. He's not cooperating. Alright, so let's talk about a stick. What are we gonna do about getting a stick? I need to make some serious tinder over here. Otherwise we're using a birch bark like a jabroni. I don't think I could live down using a birch bark as a tinder at this point. We just been through a lot, Duncan, you know? Our HP has seen better days. How about a newspaper? Let's find that. Sometimes you'll see one up on this thing. Cured leather. Maybe just eat and sleep and not do a fire right now. Would like to use these as heating mechanisms, but I suppose that we'll just eat and sleep, and then tomorrow we will just do stuff. You don't need birch bark anyways, as the health regen is disabled in Nagoa. Well, it's the FTS2, so they do allow you to use birch bark. So it's basically birch bark and stem for us, Zach. Aside from that, I don't think there's too much else in the way of health regen. We haven't come across it yet. But it's like a modified situation. The idea you couldn't even get it from birch is a concept that I don't think I could ever complete the tournament of. This one with the birch, maybe. But man, no birch either? That's a jabroni's worst nightmare. Banged up pork and beans. Might be one up there, and you can move the shelf to see if it's there. Look on top outside for newspaper. Yeah. It's pretty dark, unfortunately. We have a flare, but no torches.
Only a couple jabronis come out here without skates on. You keep using this word jabroni, and it's awesome.
That's it. That's what I think in my head when I say it over and over, hopefully. There's always a big contrast between the delusions of my head. Like I always tell you guys, before I play, it goes so well. I get a perfect accuracy score. The wolves fall down, no problem when I shoot them. Sadie Hawkins are a thing of the past. I got work boots. Everybody's cheering. Astrid loves us. And then reality sets in. Oh yeah, that interview with Raph was great. Yeah, I don't think I've seen the interview with Raph. But I bet it is. Accuracy score is still 100. We got it, Dunk. Oh, benefit well fed, baby. That's it. Look at us. We got 3 green windbreakers. 5 extra kilograms of carrying capacity, baby. So much lighter this dusty floor potato feels in our satchel, as we are well fed, baby. And if you go over here, you can see this description. It says basically you've had calories in your belly for 3 straight days, and you're feeling pretty good about it. You get pretty emaciated as a survivor. If you look at this guy, you'll see that sometimes it's hard to keep, he doesn't get a lot of food. And he's got a pretty super cool physique. He needs to stay well fed. This guy's the real deal. There can be no excuses. He must be fed. He looks so insane. 7 Celsius warmth bonus. We're well fed. And I believe pretty soon when the wind dies down, we're going to make our way to the Riken after doing some beach combing. I think Zach also got to test the Cougar before it came out. Nice! Thomasina also got to test something. I think ZOC or something. Very cool, man. I love it. Zach's the man. Alright, so I still hear with the Whistler's winds outside. I think I'm going to just chill out for a little bit. And we're going to find the fattest coho salmon on the beach. Sadie Hawkins. Sadie Hawkins is another name for the leather shoes, Rock. Okay, we got the emergency stem. Let's do this. Let's get real here. Oh! Okay, we got moose. So, we have a couple options. We could go around right and do like a wide berth towards the ocean, or I can go towards the road and get away from this guy. This is the Hollywood moose, of course, and he's known for showboating and being cool. So let's hope his pride gets in the way and he doesn't have the ability to destroy me this evening. But we're going to take the long route. Alright, we got 3 down arrows. Hollywood moose spotted. We got episode 5 early access. Very cool, Zach. I hope that you enjoyed episode 5. It sure was a hot topic in the streets. I've actually never played the story mode. I've just been sweating it out over here on survival sandbox mode. And it's been pretty much the greatest video game experience in the history of my video game experience. It's changed everything I thought about video games. This summer, everything changed. Alright, so we go to the Riken, we warm up, we maybe with like a 1-hour sleep, out to the beach in the morning to see the fattest fish in the world lying right there, waiting for us to use as sustenance for our forge. It is crazy how survival mode is just a totally different game. Yeah, and big respect to changing a game that was purely a story mode and making the best video game thing ever as like a side quest. Now that's pretty cool. All right. So I have this whole light situation that I keep running into. We can't blue outline in the Riken. I feel like I'm going to get lost back there. This is insane. How do we do this? Exactly. In a DLC that enhanced it. That's it, Bacon. Alright, so I'm trying to get up to the beds up there. I just basically need an hour or so before we can do anything outside. We just kind of gotta waste an hour's worth of time. We don't have a sewing kit. Okay, I don't know what to do. I can't get up to that bed. I'll try to back around in this Riken, but I don't know that I'm going to be able to find it, guys. You can't use blue outline mode here. The customization stuff. All right. And then I'll strafe right to go up that little Dutch angle hallway. Maybe we're going up. No. I thought I was upstairs, but I'm at the front door. Okay. This is Jabroni hour. Can't get up. Boxes up there. Yeah. And you can't use this customization mode. You can't cheat. You can goat up the other side from outside. Ooh, wouldn't that be sweet? Yeah, I'm just basically trying to burn a little bit of time, like an hour's worth of time. I might even go solitaire just to save us the headache. I know it's crazy when you're min-max Jabroni hour, but we're playing solitaire right now. You don't have trusty brand matches. I do have 7. I can get loose with my trusty brand if we'd like. Go! Good call, Dunk. We lost a trusty brand. Let's hope there will be more where this came from. Okay. Let's go to sleep for an hour. Oh yeah, I forgot they removed Safe House from the Riken. Yeah, and there's all kinds of stuff on the floor there, and I stumble upon it. And I try to remember where it is, and I always get tangled up in there. And I'll tell you, I've been in some situations where I've been stuck in a cave with no torch or anything. It is a slow and excruciating fading into the long dark like you've never felt. You feel so hopeless. You're dragging around cans and things trying to feel your way out of there, and the only thing you feel is your life slipping away. Memories of Astrid racing through your mind. But alas, still fade. Alright, it should be morning here pretty soon. Alright, so there's a lot of great things about the Riken. One of those great things is the guaranteed thermos we're gonna find, and also dog food.
I need to find food.
Well, we got some dog food. So we're gonna go to the beach now that we're warm, and we're gonna get a fat coho salmon to sustain us during this big forge we got coming up. Let's go. Okay, sounds good, Zach. Good to see you, my friend. We're gonna kick some butt. I hope that your weekend goes amazing. All right, 3 down arrows, no time to mess around. So true, the Riken could be rough like that. Alright, we're looking for little globs of anything on the shore here. We've spotted it, baby. That fish incoming this summer. What's going on? I got 1,600 calories in me. You can eat me while you're foraging. It's gonna be great. Sounds great. Sadie Hawkins shoes. Surprisingly, we don't need them. But that's them.
Can't feel my hands.
In the flesh. %. If we didn't have work boots, you bet your butt we'd be taking those Sadies. Again, last minute, a minute, fumbling around in the dark, and then I'm done. Yeah, it's brutal, dude. Everybody's trying to tell you how to use the can to get out, and it's real complicated, and you just blow it. Alright, our HP is weak sauce right now. We're definitely going to be needing that super birch from the Riken, or the ravine. There's the thermos, baby. This is the new secret location that we learned about, sort of by the front here. Once you come in this door, if you can't find it in the little back room there, check right here. You can find a thermos. I would also like to know if you guys can see which 80s or 90s movie hero is on this. Because I can't really tell. But I do think that there's more to it than just being a smudged purple thermos. Okay, here we are again, our old friend. Let's find some newspaper. Somehow I went all the way out there and still got no sticks. No tinder. Boxes upstairs. Man, Rocky, you got some clutch. I still remember when Rocky saved us with the reishi mushrooms behind the bank when we got infected. That was wild. Great work, Rocky. Cattail to hold us. Now let's start the fire.
Hey, yo, Rocky, you got some decent advice, man. You're pretty on point with these recommendations, I say. I appreciate you coming out of the woodwork with some of that stuff. But I am gonna need those hips. Let's not talk about that anymore, you know?
That's done.
I'm gonna need some of those hips.
All right, we're gonna get this thing piping hot. Fat fish initiated. It's gonna take an hour. Got dusty floor potatoes over here. That's pretty much all we got. Yo, what's up, Firefoot? You've had first playthrough for around how many streams? If it's anything like a blind date saying she weighs 110 pounds. Well, it's nice of you to come in roasting, Firefoot. I hope you're having a great Friday. And I appreciate you pointing out my laziness. And I would also say, yeah, we got the weekend ahead of us. We're about to forge. And I hope that you're doing fantastic. And what everybody's up to over here is hooking us up with rose hips, and nobody's even thinking about it. They're just saying, here's all my hips. No hips, Rocky! What is going on?
Still no hips, man. I don't know what to tell you, huh?
right, I'm gonna craft 1 set of arrowheads. Thank you, Wava. Thank you, Silo. It's just 1, but nobody's complaining.
I could eat anything right now.
Watching that calorie. I was pushing it. That's a pineapple. Pineapple, huh? Okay. Dusty floor potato. Okay, we have 6 hours. We have the 3-hour knife that we want to make. We want to make sure we don't run out of scrap while we're doing this other stuff. So we got to leave 3 remaining plus a little bit of cloth. Let's do that. 1 arrowhead so the water or the dusty potato finishes. Go. All right. Now, we're probably going to plan for the 3-hour thing, the little handheld knife. Keeping an eye on those vitals. Alright. Couple more sets of arrowheads. And a successful forge is under our belt. If we can get off 3 hours, that'd be great. We're right now at about 9 o'clock. Let's pump another coal into this bad boy. Beautiful. 1 more set. More. I feel like I'm watching everything to make sure something crazy doesn't happen. We lose well-fed or some drip happens. Alright, it's about evening time. I don't think we want to spend an entire night at the Riken. But we're sleepy. You hear him, he's complaining. Definitely sleepy. Okay, let's go. So, are we gonna sleep at the Riken? Or are we gonna move forward during wind? I think we have to sleep here. I do not want to be reckless. We've already blown away half of our HP. The old Forge and Flea, hard to get out of DP without a bedroll in these difficult loop pools. Boy, the peanut gallery sure has a lot to say today, don't they? Unbelievable. Banged up dog food. I love this loop pool. Alright, let's go down for a couple hours. We'll just take off into the night, the way the thief does. You know what I never watched that everybody liked was that show Knight Rider. I actually never really saw it, with Hasselhoff and the car that talked to him. I don't know much about it. I know that the car's name is Kit, and that the car was obviously very cool. But that's pretty much the extent of what I know, and Hasselhoff is cool. It was kind of before my time a little bit. You might not need those dress shoes now, but when the big dance comes around, you're gonna wish you had them. That's exactly it. I got Sadie Hawkins regrets. I even made a note about gloves that we left in Quincy's. If weight wasn't an issue, I'd carry around those Sadie Hawkins. Alright, let's get moving. Our trusty brands are getting pretty light. 16 trusty brands. Can't get too loose with those bad boys. Let's be responsible. They tried to reboot it in the late 90s and it was terrible. Oh! I mean, that's pretty much the whole show. Oh, okay. Right now, the weather's pretty decent. One down arrow. Was Hasselhoff the lead in the reboot in the 90s, or was it a different guy? Oh! Taking shortcuts. No, Hoff was too drunk by then. The craziest thing, I always talk about the cheeseburger on the ground video that his own family released on the internet. It was like a, you're kind of into the booze too much, get a grip, you aren't going to listen to us, so we're going to put you on blast. Kind of rough thing to do to your pops. He was shirtless, eating a cheeseburger on the ground. And he was like, this is a mess. And it was just crazy. A drunk person being recorded eating a cheeseburger on the hallway floor. It looked like it was a takeout cheeseburger too. He was wearing jeans and no shirt. In 2008 too, and it was even worse. Yeah, the hit was a Ford Mustang. There was also a 2016 MacGyver. Holy crap. Okay, those faithful wolves are up there gaining sustenance from the local rabbits. Okay. This is another instance when I'm leaving lumps behind. So remember that lump pile I was talking about and moved away from the door? I didn't go back for that. And I can't remember where that was. I always get these two mines confused a little bit. kind of off the rails right now. Wasn't there, was it? The one in the 90s had several vehicles, all Fords, except a pair of motorcycles. It sounds like a Ford commercial. I think that's why they missed. Made the show into a commercial. It morphed into a car and they flew around. Well, it also sounds ridiculous. This summer. Ridiculousness. It gets a capital R.
Die if I don't warm up soon.
Yeah. I can't remember which one I left my lumps in, Rock. The music while we leave our lumps behind. Yeah, and this wolf won't let me light the fire next to the truck, will he? I'm trying to do a little spot fire and stave off the drip that we're taking from the temperature right now. But he's camping. Camp Crystal Lake over here.
Turned out pretty well.
Why don't you take it easy over there, buddy? I've had it with you and your friends. You guys are not cool. Cheeky 1 hour. Let's move. Sometimes you just get lucky, you know? Look at that HP, below 50%, and it's been like 2 days. Some stay, you should get a stick. I think they're right. Okay. So, the plan is simple. Hopefully we're going to find a lump pile here, but I think it was at a different cave entrance. So, RIP to our lump pile. If that's the case, we'll make a note that says there's a fat lump pile back here, and we'll storm the steeds. Otherwise, it's going to show up right next to this door. We're gonna get roast hips. I think it's this one, toolbox. This is the moment. Right. Lumps recovered, baby. So I think we have to make a fire. The torch thing has been pretty ridiculous. Let's get some throat coat tea. We should not forget that a garden is a delight to the eye and a solace to the soul. It's true. I don't think we needed to go lump considering it's just for torches, but hey, you know, sometimes you're just feeling good about your big lump pile you just found. You get a little loose with your lumps. Let's do it. So we're all hoping on Black Frost we're going to get the pick up all coal thing. I think it could be like a tool where if maybe you hold a key and then drag your mouse over it, it makes one of those boxes with dashes in it. And then there's, after you select things in that area, it'll say, pick all these things up at once. I would say yes. I don't know how hard it is to make stuff like that. And definitely I understand that sometimes it's difficult. Okay, we're healthy on lumps, baby. We're going through a cave. We've done the forge. I say we're poised. Greatness. You can put us on the Wheatie box. Do Wheaties still exist? Back when I was growing up, they used to put all kinds of athletes on there. But they were just really basic cereal. The box was cool, but I don't think the cereal inside was very exciting. It was meant to be something that made you into Michael Jordan when you ate it. But once you ate it, you just got bored, pretty much, and ate the cereal of an old man. I don't know how long the business lasted for boring old man cereal with promises of becoming the greatest basketball player ever. Much like Red Bull having to change their slogan from gives you wings to something else. Guess the Wheaties people lucked out. Nice stroll through Crumbling over there to the next town over. Coastal Highway. We're gonna gather up our curables. Wow, I just heard like a cool bird in the distance I've never even heard before. That was sick. Wasn't an owl or anything. It was something awesome. Yeah, I mean, Michael Jordan eats Wheaties. So that's what you do to become champion. Yeah, but bowl after bowl, Duncan, I still couldn't dunk. And I'm still even a jabroni at video game hunting. There's that bird again. That happened to Papa John's, too. Yeah, I think a lot happened to Papa John's. I didn't know Red Bull had to change their slogan. I guess Monster got salty and sued them because they had a better slogan. Actually, it was because some Kramer-esque, Johnny Cochran type person, I think, was refuting the fact that when they ate it or drank it, they didn't actually get wings. And they were looking for those wings. I just imagine the taxpayers' dollars and that judge being so upset that he has to preside over a case with such a frivolous meaning. But I guess they look at it as this is setting a standard for the future where there'll be less of these type cases. So maybe it's like taking a hit for a future generation type of deal. Because a lot of what law is like setting the precedents and using the cases of the past as kind of a jumping off point. And our resident lawman might be able to help us in this department. Alright, let's go back to Coastal, he said. It's a lot like Pies, really. Doesn't sound really. I also wondered where my wings were the first time I had Red Bull, so that was the last time I had it. Scam! Alright, so here's what I think we should do. We should think about where our curables are first. Decide how we're going to gather everything before we go up to the ravine. Fishing hut, rabbit cabin, blue trailer. Beautiful. It's all along the road here. The lawsuit was about Red Bull pretending that it gave you more energy than regular coffee. Oh. I remember when I was about 5 getting upset because drinking Dr. Pepper didn't actually make me walk up the wall. Funny thing, I grew up and got over it without suing them. Perfect, dude. People are so stupid. Yeah. When we were back in the day, probably the most famous one was somebody ordered a coffee from McDonald's
Feel tired.
and they spilled it on themselves and blamed McDonald's. They said it was too hot. And they, of course, took a spin on this in an episode of Seinfeld. That you definitely have wrong. You guys remember the Samsung one? I don't think so either. What happened with Samsung? Papa John sacrificed themselves for our future. Wow. Yeah. He's a hero, really. The one heroic thing that Papa John's does is put that garlic butter and the jalapeno in there. That's pretty cool. Used a match instead of my lit torch. It pains me. But I know, as always, that you guys did not hear it.
It's making my head feel thick.
Son of a gun. Okay, so I don't know if you guys can hear the rustling of the fattest of opponents, but he's over there. It's a bear. So we got a couple options. We have no tinder, so we still have to... We're probably going to take a little bit of a drip, and we might get attacked by a bear if we try to craft tinder. I have a stem on me. McDonald's paid for a nice propaganda campaign afterward, which is still paying dividends as you're repeating their lies. Oh! I can't even, just typing it makes me crack up. Girl put a Samsung. Oh my gosh. And I love how Bezos just sees that and he's like, yeah, right ahead with this crazy Samsung stuff. Then sued Samsung because they didn't warn the risk of inserting it. Oh my gosh. Believe that. Bezos is interested in these stories, apparently. So Duncan, I can't tell if you actually are in support of this this lady or not here. I think you're being a Weisenheimer. With the coffee was nuclear levels hot, it melted off her lady bits. They hospitalized something like 700 people already. All right, so we also have this bear situation I forgot about with all this crazy. John Shatner blew his stuff up, making his terrible opinions known publicly. That was definitely an unexpected tale. I remember the coffee one as well. That was crazy. Yeah. What are we going to do about this bear? I think that lady did get really bad burns because of the coffee tap. Yeah, but didn't she spill it on herself? I still don't understand. I guess maybe I'm the ignorant one, but I think once you get it, that's it. Like it's in your jurisdiction now. It's not McDonald's. Don't believe Ronald's lies. That wasn't coffee. Oh my gosh, this goes deep. Heavy conspiracy and drama. Have you ever spilled coffee on yourself? Duncan, I am starting to believe that you are too intimately involved in this case or worked on it, and you obviously have strong feelings about it. Cool hat, I like the color. What's up, Insig? How are you? Oh my gosh. Insig is the man. Yeah, when I was first learning about TLD, I remember Insig. He actually had his own redeem on a channel. That's the type of guy Insig is. What's up, man? How are you on this Friday? I like the color. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, I don't exactly remember. I'd have to check and see. I think we got mean green today. We do. I think it's Kelly green. For all you Eagles fans out there. Over here talking greens, Mr. Crayola. I agree with Duncan. The case had merit because the coffee was really hotter than the reasonable for a cup of coffee. We got a bunch of McDonald's shills in the mix. I'm on that stuff that made Samsung. Oh my. Good Lord. Love the passion. I do too. My mom spilled half a pot down my back as a kid fresh off the stove. Oh, wops. Sorry about that. So, we've all been talking about how great McDonald's is and how they were completely not at fault. But, what are we going to do about this bear who's rustling around and our temperature dripping, needing to make tinder? Because that's at hand here.
Too cold to think.
Close to stimming. If I craft a tinder, we're gonna drip a ton of HP. I'm back with a day. I don't recommend anyone take on two babies under a year old, where one is starting to walk and the other is completely helpless. Nice work, Polito. Feel like I should stem.
I'd lay down right here if I thought I'd ever wake up again.
Put it in your hand.
run into nothingness. Beautiful. Long Dark ain't nothing compared to that survival. That's true. That's real life. I think Duncan is right. That lady really got burned. Well, I guess I'm the one who's off over here. I swear, I think that if you spill coffee on yourself, even if it's super hot from somewhere, I mean, like, and you also there has to be a common sense factor, right? Let the court know that we all know jabronis work at McDonald's, right? We're not expecting Alan's cave when we go there. We know that some kid's just back there microwaving coffee or something, right? So let the court know that, that there should be a factor for that. You should look up the case. You've been consuming propaganda. Now is the time to learn the truth. The truth is out, and we can handle it now. We couldn't before. Jack Nicholson told us, but now we can. Actually, I think Tom Cruise might have been the one who told Jack he couldn't handle it. Can't really remember the movie. But you guys are hilarious. Also, we have a food shortage that we're also going to want to address. I'm Team Duncan. I agree with Larone. Thank you, Tex. I'm both a defender of McDonald's, and I'm also Team Duncan, too. I'm on the side of holding corporations accountable for the harm they cause every time. Oh, my gosh. All right. So let me think about what we're up to right here. We're short on calories. We have a couple deer options, but without a cooking pot, we can't do our Running River Oats. Couple hours till morning.
Just lay down.
1 hour sleep.
Have a little sleep right here.
Four days, 3 hours, and 17 minutes. Let the court know.
I'm gonna need to eat soon.
Alright, so now it's time to think about calories. Nature might call over there by Quincy's. Maybe we can make a wolf go into a deer? What stops us from doing nature calls like that the same way we do with ptarmigans? Nothing's stopping us. That's what. I'm gonna go check the weather, but I'm trying to think clearly about
Feels like something is sapping my energy.
calories and our plan. All our stuff is kind of along the line here. This is where our gear is. We got 3 birch at the fishing hut, 2 maples up at the rabbit cabin at Bear Creek, and 2 guts and the Magic Blue trailer. As far as calories go, we have probably a couple cattail dreams along the river on the way up to Bear Creek Campground.
and any ravage that we can find as well. We've already messed with the ravage by Bear Creek, and also the one by the blue trailer. Fishing huts haven't been looted. They're kind of a hit and miss. Kind of take us off the path. Let's see what nature has to say. Yikes. Reading about this case, the details are really sad bad. There should definitely be some stuff on the beach after the blizzard. Yeah, there probably is, Dunk. I just worry that that's going to be a bit of a detour. It sounds kind of nasty out here.
Never been so hungry in my life.
Can you eat trees? Actually, she sort of needed the support from the lawsuit. It made sense. Man, I've never been more wrong, I guess. Everybody agrees. The lady was right. You're writing a lot of cases, bro. Thank you, Wawa. Looking for random granola at this point. And Googling stuff as well. Someone sued Kellogg. Fruit Loops are not made of real fruits. Yeah. And this goes back to that other argument I said. What about the judge and all the people that have to, the bailer and everybody? They have to sit there and be in a case, Fruit Loops versus Redneck, as to why it isn't actually fruit. And they were running around eating blue Fruit Loops thinking it was actually blueberries. There's got to be some sort of responsibility with the consumer, right? The jabroni defense. Yeah, the lack of cooking pot really puts us behind without porridge on the menu. Probably not going to hit on these things. Don't even start about the woman that put Gorilla Glue in her hair. Wow.
Need to find some place to escape.
That sounds
this
like a
cold.
nightmare. Gorilla Glue is the real deal.
So cold. I just thought I'd lay down for a bit.
Yikes.
I'm gonna need to rest soon.
So if the weather wasn't so bad, the obvious thing is the trailer up the hill behind the Quincy's. We're going to drip if we sprint, and we might lose the well-fed if we sprint. Temperature's obviously going to drip too. We're getting our butt kicked by vitals on this run. Just weird little things. use a random granola bar or something right now. We're gonna be so cold going up to that little trailer back there. Yo, what up, teacher? I was just coming in to say thanks for watching my first stream. Absolutely great first stream, teacher. And I was grateful to be there. How about that? This isn't our first stream, though the gameplay might look like it. We're trying to get up to a blue trailer right now and keep our well fed, and I'm just stumbling around in the snow. Oh! This is not it. How the heck? Oh!
Damn, that's smarts.
I don't know how to get to the blue trailer. Well fed. Oh!
You eat your... That hurts. I don't feel so good. That hurts.
We're on coastal over here, teacher. Dearly beloved, we had well fed, but we're not doing so well on this time. We've gotten our butt kicked a little bit. We've tried our darndest, but our vitals have been tough to maintain.
Damn, that's smarts.
And after getting the hacksaw, what we've struggled with is surprisingly calories, without finding a cooking pot at any of the two
Hurts a bit,
island
but I'll
houses
make it.
or our two neighbors' houses. And now we're going to be taking a 1% per hour drip for hunger until we get our next meal.
Thank goodness.
What's that scraping sound?
I don't feel so good. I'm gonna need some first aid.
Yeah, you sure do, buddy. Scared to hear into a wolf. Yeah, I'd love to make nature call. What's that scraping? Is it him, like, dragging his ankles behind? His two busted up ankles? Yeah, it's a tough job. I'm all out of Chinese food. Some people say. Focus too much on the job. I would say I don't focus enough on it. I'm negligent. I lost well fed. And then I would say, where am I going to get food at? It's going to be a long walk out there in the darkness. Might want to take a nap so I can travel. I'm going to take a 1 HP drip this hour. At least I'll be warm. This is complicated. Had enough soap in my mouth from childhood. No cravings for Tide Pods. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's another one of those ones. Where's the survival of the fittest in the courtroom? Does that apply? Your Honor, the case, this person just being off the rails. Alright, here we go. If you have deer around, you can try having a wolf follow you to one. Yeah, we've been talking about that, Wobbs. That's what we refer to as nature calls. Trying to block the wind here. Let's do it. In the case of the coffee, there's no exception that coffee would land you in the hospital if you had spilled it on yourself. The lawsuits are based on what is reasonable about what is expected. Yeah, it's a tough thing. I'm sure that the defendant would say, if we don't serve it hot, then the person's going to complain. It's easy for a hack journalist to write a hit piece twisting the facts. Wow. People love to rage at wacky lawsuits. That's probably true, actually. We're pretty much interested in pointing the finger at anybody with big lumps of moolah. I come from the generation that invented survival of the fittest. Gen X, baby. Bannock's. Yeah, I could have made Bannock, I guess, Wops. No skillet and no cooking pot, though. So no porridge with the pot and no Bannock on the skillet. Usually between Jackrabbit, Misanthropes, and my two neighbors' houses over here, I usually do get a cooking pot or a skillet.
Never felt so cold in my life.
Yeah, might as well. We're sprinting. McDonald's was making their coffee like 50 degrees hotter than normal. If she spilled Wendy's coffee on herself, she would have been fine.
Not sure why I feel so tired.
Yeah, I am definitely starting to think that Duncan was on the side of that lady in this case in real life. Seems like you're pretty close to the situation. Just got select the hand. Just got to select the hand. You can make Bannock on the stove. If that's the case, that'll help next time. Don't need a pan for Bannocks. You can make it right on the grill or slab. Wow, that's good to know. Excellent. I don't like using it most of the time to waste our empanada ingredients, but if it's to save well-fed, I'll definitely do it. So here's to hoping for 3 days of a full belly. Alright, we're taking the drip. We have to warm up, and we're gonna go check and see if that ravaged deer still has anything in it. We're getting smashed by the weather. Raph doesn't like all this lawsuit talk. Coming after us. Deer's gone. Wow. This is quite a... How many lumps would you trade for an empanada? Probably about 2. One empanada isn't too much. It's about 260 calories. And a decent amount on your fatigue. Like 1/6 of your fatigue, I suppose. Fair deal. Yeah, the trader could be a little more. He could ask for more, I think, because we're not really in the position to be haggling, you know. One more. We're taking the drip. I'm resisting the bannock so bad. I should just bite the bullet and waste our flour. I'm so anti-bannock, man. Can't make pies if you don't survive long enough for cooking level 3. I knew something was coming, Duncan. You didn't disappoint. Dead deer under bridge to the left of trailer upon exit. Upon exit, huh? Yeah, we have a bunch of ravaged once we get to ravine, of course. Be getting some tough stuff out here. The fishing huts. There was a blue trailer we could have gone up the hill for, but it was all for probably a prospect of a random chance of like a can of tomato or something. We can get some teas from the one-way mine. There also might be like some crackers in there. What do you guys say we go to the one-way mine? I think that could be good. Lumps. You can check for this deer on the road. I think it's right past this rock formation. Should be a couple Rishis, rose hips, and a box of crackers or something. Past the one-way mine. I guess it's back by the log sort. I think that'd be. Alright, it's probably cattails for us now. Tough sledding. Look at that HP bar. We are 5 days into this bad boy. Yeah, we've actually already munched that one down there, Dunk. We actually came all the way over here earlier to keep well fed for that on our way into town. Chocolate bar is gone. Get my butt kicked right now. I got all wrapped up in the hot court debates. I'd let us get hurt. It was pretty fun though. Sweet Tooth Willie already snarfed the place. Alright, I'm a bit worried about this Aurora looking sky. Okay. We gotta push. So we'll hit the river and get the cattails, and that's pretty much it. The ravaged deer up here is already taken care of. Nature can call on a rabbit. We're out of water, too. We're stink walking. You can literally see the wind blowing the smell of the cured guts towards the bad guys. We got sticks. Not sure.
Surrounded by snow, nothing to drink.
Okay. Things feel a bit tense right now for Will because his vitals are pretty terrible. I've been a bit irresponsible on my quest to maintain these vitals properly. I've been a bit caught up in the excitement of being surrounded by pals playing the best game ever. But it's time to get off the drip. Get along.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
We're gonna go up to the rabbit cabin. Boil some water there. And maybe try to get our act together a little bit. Yeah, this was my problem I had trying to replicate the DP Forge plan, that you might just get the RNG that's not there enough food. Well, there are extenuating circumstances, I would say a little bit too, Dunk. Where I think there's some skill issues here. All right, nature might call on a rabbit. I don't have time for these games. Yo, Zeeb! Zeeb is back! Yo, what's up, Green Smile? It is nice of you to come in here smiling like the Grinch. And it is lovely to see you. Zeeb, I regret to inform you we have not acquired any feathers yet. But if we do, we'll make sure to fade into the long dark shortly after. Booyah, let's go, bros. It's good to see you guys. What are you guys doing 7 days? Staving off those zombies. We're over here partying. It's Friday night, and I'm getting my butt kicked in the game, but I'm having a pretty good time. Yeah, playing 7 Days of Daylight with B. That wouldn't be a B I know by any chance, would it? You looking cold in real life? Well, I'm pretty cold in the video game, I'll tell you. We're staving off hypothermia, trying to get inside and stabilize these things. Little B is his name. You got it. Sounds good.
Die if I don't warm up soon.
I would definitely cheat and spawn a headlamp on myself. This game is so dark and not short either. That was sick, grown up.
Come on.
Also, what's cool about our situation is that our incompetence leads us to hearing voice lines that are seldom heard anywhere else. He gets so frustrated with not being able to start the fire, and he just starts grunting,
Like
and
sandpaper.
he sounds like the dad in the Christmas Story.
Well, thank goodness for that.
All right, we're going to do the water trick to get off the drip. We leave it on there for about 2 minutes and then boil just a little bit to get our health from not losing. I get it, long dark. Yeah, it's high intellect around here, isn't it? We're serious. I thought I was going to sleep, but not happening. No problem, my man. Thing is, Ravina's up next. We'll get all the teas and we'll be back on top in no time. Love it, Duncan. That's what I'm talking about. These matches say fragile. Must be Italian. Che Bella. Trusty brand, baby. And now we have to rest up for a big journey through the ravine here. The long road ahead, so we're going to want to make sure our fatigue is at a minimum 3 o'clock.
I just want to punch something.
Whoa, what the?
Oh! I'm going to go do some parenting, but I'm going to leave you on my PC and Lurk. You, my man, are an absolute legend. Thank you, Zeeb. I really appreciate those kind words. I've been getting roasted a lot today, justifiably so. And I really appreciate the niceness. That's awesome. Thank you, Zeeb. And way to be responsible, IRL. What sports did you dabble in previously in your life? Well, that's, I would say a lot of them. Back in school, I played football. I didn't play all 4 years though. Mom was always scared of me getting hurt. Ironically, that's why I went into probably the worst sport for that later and then trained MMA stuff. That was pretty fun. Didn't do that for too long though. Of course, everybody plays hoops and like rec leagues and different things like that. Played most of them. Road hockey, of course. I think that's a good one, a good little pastime. But in my life, the things I've done the most, football, MMA stuff, and basketball. Hope you find more feathers. Thank you, Zeeb. What about yourself growing up? Did you by any chance play sports back in the day? Looked like the kind of guy that would do the herding. Oh, that's it. Yeah. I was the kind of guy that was competent in the different martial arts you need for MMA, but I could have had better gas tank, I think. Didn't have a lot of heart. Once I got tired, I was just like lumbering around, you know. I did a ton of sports. Football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse. Holy crap. Was a 2-sport athlete. We got an Uncle Rico over here throwing balls over the mountains. In high school, I've always been a computer nerd and a jock, which is an interesting mix to be. Versetti, we have found each other. I am the same way. I love sports, but I love being a nerd too. Here's the other thing, Versetti. I have reached a point in my life where I'm embracing the nerd. I say no longer will I say nerd stuff is nerdy. It's too good to not accept anymore. So I'm just gonna bury that side of me that knows it's nerdy to do all this stuff and talk about min-maxing TLD. I'm embracing it, baby. Here we are. Here we are. That sounds like you're a pretty good athlete though, Verset. Nice work. I just pre-ordered the new UFC game. Nice, grown-up. You like the UFC? Looks great, not to compare it being on the map, but it's the closest I will come. Excellent. Odds would love this. Oh, is Odds a UFC guy, so. But sounds like the kind of guy that makes love, not war. Running back, Larone takes the pigskin up the middle. Running back, Larone takes the pigskin up the middle, and he breaks the tackle. He could go all the way. Oh, he stumbles over his own shoelace. Boy, this jabroni can't get it right. His Nikes are flailing around. He's got one sock on. Yo, take his shoes. You guys remember that Patrice O'Neal bit? absolutely embrace the nerd life. Get to enjoy the fun and all of sports and games of stuff. Best of both worlds. Yeah, and I'll tell you, I think there's an evolutionary aspect to it for SETI too. I don't know that athletes 50 years ago knew that nerds were going to take over the world, and that intellect is actually probably one of the best, what is it called? Contagial or congenital or something, one of those words. Hereditary things. I did football, baseball, basketball, volleyball, track, and tennis. Melito, you played football. Oh my gosh, you were regular icebox from the Little Giants. Good work. I did football, wrestling, and track. Oh, here we go. We got a horse on our hands. Duncan was hitting the wrestling mat. Now we're cooking. We're talking underhooks, baby. We're talking whizzers. Congenial. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, I think intellect is probably that one. Well, I don't think it's it after seeing the definition. I love the pure humanity of sports. It's so fascinating to me to see what humans are capable of, especially during the moments of high stakes and pressure. Remarkable stuff. Yes, Versetti, the adaptability. It's one of the things that I love about TLD. It feels very competitive and awesome, and it feels like you have to be able to adapt, or in our case, never adapt and just fade into the long dark abyss. Absolutely no way the sports world of years past saw the analytics nerds coming for their lunch past 20 years? Yeah, huge Moneyball guy over here. Yes, I am, Wobbs. That's it, the genes. Soccer, tennis, swimming, b-ball, track. Man, you guys are amazing. Cycling, kayaking. Man, they had kayaking at your high school? Holy crap. Canadian high school sounds pretty good, eh? Oh, I just got my ketchup chips. I'm going on the kayak today. I'm taking Mary Sue to the Sadie Hawkins. Like Sandra and Miss Congeniality. You know it, bud. Oh, and street version of box biking. Holy crap. I don't even know that one. We get the same feeling watching and playing TLD. I got it sports vibes. It's thrilling to see you interloper Nagoa guys pull off miracles in the face of utter defeat. Thank you, Versetti. Yes, it's exactly like Michael Jordan shooting that winning shot against Craig Elo and John Stockton is me running away from a moose with a stem towards the lighthouse. That's it. Thank you, Versetti. BMX. Nice. Yeah, there was an era there about during the Jackass times when BMX and X Sports were getting pretty cool. All right, there's an Aurora. We're out of food again. Well-fed's a thing of the past. So we should probably just get well-rested and start traveling. God help us if we travel during this Aurora. Congenital. I think that might be it. Condition or trait that exists that's it. It can be inherited. Yeah, the best congenital trait is probably intelligence. Here we go. And I don't think we knew that back in the day, but we also didn't anticipate the whole world being connected by this computer. My ropes are fraying so badly. I don't think there's a repair for some of these. All right, this is crazy. Cool. Alright, well, this is about to get sketchy out here. Stink walking during an Aurora is asking for it. We took our regular old bikes and would go find dirt hills or dirt tracks to play on. Sounds like you had a real coming of age kind of stand by me life, Melito. It sounds cool. change of plans. Then, of course, there were the Playground Olympics of who could hold on the longest to the merry-go-round while all your friends spun it as fast as they can. Yeah, that's the true accomplishment right there. We used to make dirt bike trails in the woods. I remember I walked in the woods to a Walmart miles away.
From starvation.
That was my big accomplishment. I was watching that rooting for the Jazz. I'm from Utah. Oh my gosh. Rocky has transcended the Twitch world. And I do believe that is Rocky's calling card right there. And I do believe that is the Rocky we know and love on YouTube. Holy crap. And you're a Jazz fan, huh? A little Dizzy Gillespie, if you will. Yeah. John Stockton and those guys were wearing short shorts before they were even cool. Pretty much only the time they weren't cool. Showing all that white pasty man leg in Utah. Stockton was the man, though. All I wanted... I wanted to see the other chat. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's popping over there. Rossetti's holding it down, Rocky. And I think it's cool that you guys are into sports. I had no idea. Honestly, when you're around a bunch of folks in TLD, you don't know if, you know, it's just going to be like, I don't know, maybe artistic stuff. Is there a way to incorporate YouTube chat on the on-screen chat? Well, there might be, Silo. I'll tell you what the big obstacle is. I definitely like that idea. I'm going to have to find a bot that has the aesthetic look that I love about the current one. Because I really love how the bot I currently have looks, the text-wise and everything. And if I use another bot, I just want to make sure it's the same font and kind of appearance, and the way it comes in and comes out. I just really like how it is, kind of. And obviously, yeah, there's the other side. If you do multi-chat, I think we're at the very beginning of Bezos being cool with that. I think Bezos took umbrage with YouTube chats on the screen, but I think it's at the beginning of them not caring as much. Yeah, there it is, Rock. Yeah, so we could do it. Most people do it, but, Bezos. Look at our HP. My goodness. I'm just getting destroyed. That's it, reset. Did you guys see his interview saying crap about vilifying the rich? I did not. Man, I gotta catch up on my interviews. I haven't seen the Raph one either. I need to start watching all these interviews.
I would do anything for a drink right now.
So it's our fault. They're villains now. Broken by entire countries, but taxing him won't help much, according to him.
Turned out pretty well.
try it. Good call, Wobbs. We can make it on the slab. I don't think I've ever done that. You just pick the hand. That's good news. DLC life, baby. Solidify. Raffify. You guys are the best.
I need to find some place to escape this cold.
Yeah, Raph's fed up. I don't know what it is, but he got upset. I think I just get too lippy. He doesn't like it. And word gets back to him. Then all of a sudden, non-stop blizzard, resources gone. Smacktown.
Mouth so dry.
We're playing Scramble. Probably a joke in there we all missed. Millie Vanillify.
All right.
Cooking 2, gang. Cooking 2. Hits keep on coming. Alright, let's talk about how we're gonna live here. You know what time it is, don't you? It's the most desperate time of them all. Thank you, Duncan. I'm pressing my suit. Oh no!
My fingers feel numb.
No hips for you, Procky, in this trying time. Even dying, I can't craft my final rose hips. Just can't seem to bring myself to do it right now. That's all the food I have. You can take. Thank you, Polito. Yeah, he's pouring salt on it.
Hey, yo, man, I need some of those hips, man. You got good tips, but what about good hips, too? You know, I'm about to use them, and I can't make rose hip empanadas now. It's a big deal, man.
A sad and pathetic one, Waba. Bean hit her new personal record on Interloper today. Days of Survive. How many did she get? Well, we're gonna find out, Rock. How close to 2? Unfortunately, no copies of M. Hunter on us either.
Yeah.
You know it's real when Larone's sipping the hip tea? I know, this is desperate. 5 things gets you 2, I think. 5 or 10 of each gets you 10 closer. Yeah, we're pretty far from that one right now. Gonna be a bit of a journey. Only 10 days? I've mostly only played on custom difficulties. Nice, Bean. Good work. PB hype. Yo, what's up, Reagan? I am President Reagan. I am here to tell you that Nancy is running the country, not me. And say no to drugs. It's good to see you, Reagan. An OG in the mix. Hope all is well with you too, my friend. I hope that you've had plenty of time off of work, and it's much deserved. It's good to see you, Reagan. We have to get to Step and Razor immediately. Let's go pick up our curables and get walking. We're on Heartbeat Alley until we make a birch tea. We're gonna have to heartbeat across the broken Raven Field trestle. God help us. We're looking for Cattail Dreams on the way, and I'm looking for a clue. Colonel Mustard just destroyed our HP bar. Still alive though, and condition is good. Excellent. You keep on going, Bean. One step at a time. Yeah, I've played more on custom than I have regular. That's why I don't have too many of the feats. I'm still working towards the Cold Fusion and a few others. I think right now our badges are at Snow Walker, and then we got Free Runner, and then we got the Fire one. And then we're getting close to Cold Fusion, but we always play custom, so we never accrue points towards it.
Weak.
Oh, it's getting weak. So our well-fed calorie streak starts whenever we're able to keep calories in our
Dropping in this gear.
belly without it actually going down to 0, like it's been doing for the last day or so. We got this mangy wolf stalking us right now.
I feel like you are on death's door every time I pop in. Well, you know, I think you're going to fit in real well today, Reagan, because I've been getting roasted all day. My gosh. All right, here we go. Oh. And yes, we're on death's doorstep. So that's why you have a temperature boost. Knocking on heaven's door. Oh my gosh, Christopher Walken. Great impression. This guy is such a jabroni. He can't get his act together. He tries. He's no good. Sending the suit back, I believe. Thank you, Silo. All right, now is when it gets real. All right. We have to go across. I says to the guy, don't do that. Listen. I don't think it's the right move. We're gonna have to limp our way over the Raven Trestle. It's pretty scary. Serious nice. We're in Birchland. Suits back in the closet. All right, let me get across this trestle. No problem, right? No sweat. Oh, he's leaning. Oh my God. Jeez Louise. It's the old DUI walk right there. Look, officer, I've only had 2 cups of rose hip tea, and my home's right there. You can call Dave. He let me have my keys. He's a responsible bar owner, and he wouldn't allow me to drive if I couldn't get home. Only 2 cups, I'm telling you, officer. What is it, a rose hip blood level? Something like that? Dry cleaner on speed dial. Oh. My personal best loper, I fell off there on day 207. Oh my gosh, Rocky. I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. Yeah, it's pretty serious. I think the biggest threat there is auto walk, really. Yo, what up, QC? How's it going, my friend? We're partying over here. Welcome to the party, my friend. Now recite the alphabet backwards. Listen, officer, only 2 cups tonight, I'm telling you. Gotta believe me. We go double lump for... Alright, we got 2 up arrows. I don't think we have too many things to do right now. We can make tinder if we'd like. Tinder's off the table. Look at our green windbreakers. Look at this guy. He looks like a guy that signed up to work for the union of a blue-collar place. And what he found out at the end was that the union was corrupt and that he's not getting his benefits. He worked hard all his life, but now he's wondering, you know, what's the meaning of this, you know? The union let him down. Jimmy Hoffa. Hero turned villain. Hate to see it. I know. Crazy character arc, right? All is not lost. Keep the faith. George Michael. Rose hips. Nice, Sil. Ask the officer to recite them backwards.
I guess we'll break this down. We don't have too much to do around here. There's only the footsteps. Ridiculous will trying to stave off death.
Damn it. So hungry.
Think I should be going 3 lumps on this fire and I should be getting moving, huh? That's a good thing we thought of that at this point. Sprain risk. Yeah, we're on the edge here. Had a double whammy of grandkids today. The two youngest. One of them a couple months, the other just starting to learn and everything. It was a rough day, but I survived. How was yours? We're dying, Larone. I know, G. Call the paranormal. I'm coming. I am Zelda, the ghost hunting lady. And it's clear that because of my unusual voice, I know something about ghosts. We're trying, G. I'm so close to getting birch and ravaged deer and everything. It's a race to sustenance. We're almost to the park. Oh, the lights are closing in on me. I see Old Yeller. He looks happy. Tell him I'm coming. Make sure old stumbling Will over here doesn't stumble us off the edge. He looks happy. Alright, let's think about this. Do we go birch first and just get calories in our belly? Just 1 birch and a fire? And just stop the calorie drip. And then we'll figure out how to get to a ravaged. We'll do it in the cave. Spaghetti all over the place. What you got for me, Raph?
Can't feel my feet.
Mushrooms takes 15 minutes to craft. Easy Mac. Heavy hammer. Oh, and I managed to get my space dug up and planted my sweet potatoes after the grandkids left them before the rain. Nice, Melito. Yeah, I was thinking of you when we had our throat coat quote. I'll read it in just a second.
Well.
It was very... Oh! Fire starting too! This might be our last craft. For 11 minutes. So far, I have not seen much birch up here. Feeling kind of like Raph is yet again sticking it to the jabroni. Alright, we're off the drip. Definitely not out of the woods. Pursuit's on standby. Yeah, you guys are pretty familiar with the dry cleaners at this point, huh, Sil? Retire, they say. It'll be relaxing, they say. I ain't buying it. All right, now we're going to stumble our way over to a ravaged deer across a bridge, I think. No birch for us. We have one piece that we found on the beach over in Coastal. We're doing pretty good over here, huh? I want to know where the birch at. Give me the birch. Stumbled off there. Birch, please.
Something to eat.
I don't know what that rainbow thing is above the fire. I think it's just a hallucination of a dying will. Looks like some package of candy or something. It was a feather. Yeah, he's losing it. Let's talk about time to get this deer off. It's going to take 5 minutes and then it's going to cook for about 30 minutes. Unless this is a micro opportunity. Oh my. Minutes. Spaghetti. Chromatic aberration. I always turned it off. It was kind of cool, I thought. But I understand. Chromatic aberration. Nice, dude. Sick pull. That's pretty good. Now let's go get some birch. All right, 10 and 20 there. No mas. He just wants to stumble in the fire. Thanks for looking out, Dunk. I'm gonna go check this guy, grab a couple feathers and some rose hips. We have a lot of making up to do. I think if we can find our way out of this craziness, I'm gonna need all the hips. Rocky, even you might have to hook up with some hips.
I know you got a big fight coming up, but this is real, man. I had to drink my hips. Even the officer was surprised, but it's real, man.
He had to actually drink his hips. You should have sympathy on the guy. Come on, what would Brendan Fraser do right now? He would have sympathy. Okay. Oh yes, liquid gold! First cup. You just ate a couple of deer steaks, buddy. That was it. Thank you, Polito. Grab a couple more of these and we're gonna move. We got cattail dreams on the river. We're in the town of Birch. If we can drink a couple more cups here, our HP will get off of Heartbeat Alley as we rebuild it. I think it is 5 HP that rebuilds over an hour with each cup you drink. So it kind of drips in its own way the health back into you. Over 2 hours. All right, now we stumble to the birch.
I could eat a horse.
So I don't believe we're going to get anything from that boxcar over there. There could be food. Usually it's just like a rope or something. No stem. Actually, I used it to get away from a bear earlier, G. And I was out in the cold and things were going crazy and we had to get moving. We were dripping. And we got that stem from the lighthouse and it was our only one. That'd be a good idea, though. Gotta grab all that birch and ravine. Birch sapling. Alright, no bark left behind. We need every piece we can get. If you guys see any and I miss, I'll try to see what you're up, see what you guys remind me of. Just another normal day for the deer. They seem unfazed by our near-death experience. NDE. Sometimes there's food in this cave, though. And we do have the deer, of course. I forgot about the cans of food that could be in here, though. Just gonna chill out for a second. We're gonna make a couple birch teas. We're gonna grab some deer. We're just gonna breathe.
Come on.
With an E at the end.
That did it. Now we play the recovery game. New granola bar. A frozen deer's nourishment for the belly and solace for the willy. Beautifully said, Duncan. Yeah, and here's the quote. This is the garden quote that I wanted Melito to see. A garden is a delight to the eye and a solace for the soul. And that was what Duncan was referencing there. And it's pretty good. It's true. And sweet potatoes grow from said garden. Yeah, we were pretty okay with that one today. Usually we like to roast the quotes we get, Melito, because they're kind of hippie nonsense. But today was good. There's a micro opportunity. It's a bit cold out. Micro harvesting on death's doorstep. That's kind of insane.
Ooh. Okay, so when there's a weird remainder on your frozen deers, or just any deer you get, or food from animals, let's say 7.6 or 1.1, you can break it down to 0.1 increment steaks and have more things to cook, which equals more XP. I always like to tell folks that might not have played the game a lot about that because I didn't understand the concept for a while. Yeah, it's pretty good, Melito. And the reason that getting your cooking skill up is important and why you'd want to break it down like this is because once you get to cooking 3, you can make empanadas. And it's basically one of the best tools to help you if you're trying to stay up without sleeping. Because at cooking 3, you are rewarded with the ability to make those empanadas. And the roasted pies keep us up at night and allow us to party with our friends. So now we're going to get 16 points worth of XP rather than the 3 we were going to get if we broke it up into big chunks. And that's a big difference. Be snarfing pies in no time. You know, I love these comments because it means that you guys believe we're gonna live and live to a point where we're gonna be eating pies. I think that's great. And I appreciate the optimism. That's what I think. I'm definitely getting loose with my lumps right now. It's time, you know. Thank you for those roast hips, Rocky. That's what I'm talking about. And if you guys don't know, Rocky doesn't just give those out. You really have to be doing something right to get hips from Rocky. Thank you, Rocky.
I don't stop believing. Thank you, Rossetti. So it's kind of green and rancid looking, but it does improve in quality. Cooking too, baby. We're halfway there. So we can make bannock. We're gonna not make bannock now that we have regular food, but we get 10% more calories from any cooked food item, and it says you're getting better at cooking with camp tools. You don't burn things so much, including yourself. All right, halfway there, baby. Doing a lot of stuff over here, bannock time. Duncan loves to use his flour for bannock. Not everybody is as addicted and obsessed with empanadas as I am. It's hard to imagine, but it's true. It's the truth. All right, 2 more birches. You guys hear anything? You guys hear a heartbeat? Or did we, by any chance, get off of Heartbeat Alley? I'm over here acting like that's something to do. Celebrating the fact that I'm no longer about to die. Setting the bar low. So long, Heartbeat Alley. It's worth celebrating. Thank you. We have a thermos too. I didn't, however, find out from you guys what kind of thermos it is. Well, in TDD, you are always about to die, but good save and hello. All the weekend is here. Work is done. Yo, what up, Street? The man. How's it going? We just got off of Heartbeat Alley Street, which is, you know, pretty much a street. And it's good to see you, my man. How's it going? Excellent. Yeah, I'm glad that the work is done. It is great to see you, Street. We're partying over here. We're kicking off the weekend right by nearly fading into the long dark way more than we should. To the trailer. We used to call the ravine the infirmary. Oh, why is that? Is the thermos test the new Rorschach test? It could be. Depends upon what you tell me it is, grown up, and then we're going to analyze and discover what kind of weird Freudian answers you have. If you tell us it's a Ferris Bueller's Day Off thermos, then we're going to know that you simply, you know, that you know, you have, I don't know. I can't even think of a predilection. If so, I saw Meatloaf on that thermos. Oh! Meatloaf, huh? Was Meatloaf in any movies?
Getting dark out here. Time to look for shelter.
Obviously, I know Meatloaf is a musician. Could just be a musician thermos. No predators and birch bark, a few deer, nice caves.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Meatloaf was in tons of movies. A place to get right, as we would say. Yeah, we just got a little more right ourselves, Street. We got a few birches in us and a few ravaged deer, and we're hoping that we're on the road to recovery here. Normally in this spot we'd have 90 HP rather than 5. We're not really suited to hunt right now. I feel an aurora coming. It's coming. 6.5 HP. It's so low. Starting with Rocky Horror. Oh my gosh. We're talking about Tim Curry. Tim Curry scared the crap out of me in the movie It. Alright, here we go. Alright, we got all our curables here. These chairs act kind of Craig T. Nelson when you move them around. It started spinning. Much needed rest. He was in Fight Club. Oh, he was. Thanks for remembering me, dude. Meatloaf was a really talented singer. Bad Outta Hell album was awesome. Nice. I like this Meatloaf talk we're doing here. Rocky Horror is the one you saw him in? I saw what I saw. I don't know what you guys are talking about with the thermos. They all look like my parents arguing to me. Well, Versetti, it's clear that if that's the case, then it's a Mrs. Doubtfire thermos. That's what the psychologist handbook says. It's Sally Field and Robin Williams. He's the cool dad who is actually a pretty good dad, but he's goes to the beat of his own drum, and Sally Field is in an era in her career where she's doing good, and she's feeling a little superficial. And the handsome debonair James Bond just showed up. Whoa. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Paradise by the Dashboard Lights is still one of my favorite songs. Excellent. Well, I think I'm going to have to chalk up on my Meatloaf discography. Seems pretty apparent.
This'll come in handy.
It sure will. Larone, you seem like a guy I want to drink some beers and watch a hockey game. Heck yeah, Street. I'm down. Oh, yeah, why don't you come on down, Street? Look, this is what we got. We got half-off appetizers. Oh, and then there's also watered-down drinks. You can't beat it. You might need a drink too, but you'll be hydrated. So that's pretty good. And the moose sliders, let me tell you. And that sounds good. I actually enjoyed watching the Penguins back in the day. And I can't really say I have a team, but I do like hockey. I think it's cool that they're still allowed to fight. I think that's wild. And just a perfect example of the type of frustration you have in sports that you usually need to get out. I wonder if they can still fight in modern hockey. I haven't watched it in a while. I might be talking about an antiquated version of the sport. They have to still fight. Heck yeah! That's it, Yenzers! The Pennsylvania Prince! Alright, we're getting our guaranteed bear sweater in here. Going straight for it. We're looking for style and grace. Boom.
That'll come in handy.
We used to watch the Thunderbirds when I was growing up. Local hockey team. We didn't have an NHL team until recently. Oh, you guys now have the Kraken, right, Dunk? They still fight. Heck yeah. Yeah, we were Pens fans back in the day. Legends like Tom Barrasso back in the net. All right, so let's go see what this bear sweater's about. We have this guy right here we're probably getting rid of. And we're throwing on the bear sweater for its 2.3 Celsius warmth bonus. He still looks like he got messed over by the Union, but he's on the rise. Honey, I got bad news. You know the Union that I've been telling you is going to help us for years? They've been funneling money out of the union funds. We all don't have benefits anymore. Guess we're gonna have to.
Could end up being useful.
Oh, ragged light shell, a light outer layer. All right. You know what that means? It's time to upgrade. Sort of. This has to be better once it's repaired, right? And now he looks ridiculous. He's been taking all kinds of stuff. Estrogen through the roof. Oh my gosh. Look at his hip curves too. He's a weird amalgamation of Astrid and Will now. Avert your eyes. I was in Boston when the Bruins won and it was crazy. I step out of the bar and there's a police motorcycle parade. Whoa. Nice.
What have we here?
Okay, we're not going to spend too much time here. We'll go grab some water and we'll just check around in the lockers. That's usually kind of the game plan. Oh, we have a safe. Are we talking Mackinac Dreams in that safe?
Hope I can still eat this.
New granola bar. Mac Dreams, huh? This is that moment again where we need Neo.
I could use this.
Nope. Game time. All hopes and dreams lie with the Mackinac. We've already gotten pretty good boot RNG from one of these. Alright, 10. Introducing Mastrid. Oh! Alright, 10 and 2. 10 and 2. Or 4. 10 and 4. 10 and 4. Yeah, officer, we got a jabroni over here breaking into a safe. We hear he's taking cash and maple syrup out of it.
I think I need to lay down.
48. Okay, here we go. Mackinac all over everything. Books. Let's grab some toilet water. Cold hard cash. Exclusive locker access. Nope. Okay, we're gonna go back to the trailer and continue to try to bring our cooking skill up to level 3. We're gonna make nature call with ptarmigans under the bridge. Let's do it. This has been quite a journey. Another one of those things where we're over here, hear the call of nature and answer it. Yeah, we have a pretty good shot at usually taking the wolf over on the under the bridge guys. He's pretty consistent with them. The one on the lake is the tricky one, so we're going to take a new angle today. Because I think it has to do with the slope. The birds fly away before the wolf gets there and snatches them up. It was scary, Rocky. I didn't even see him there. 6 days and 28 minutes. So we're resting right now, old school. How close are the saps to being ready? They're getting pretty close, Dunk. Guts are at 77. So we know that that is... Guts take 4 days, so it's 1 day, I guess, on the guts. Nobody knows where any of this is. It's a pile. All right, let's go check on nature and see what's going on. All right, we're looking for a wolf, and we're trying to bring him towards ptarmigans. There'll be one that might show up behind us. And then we got one over here, baby. Game time. I hear them laughing. They think this is a comedy show.
Hurry, they're gonna fly away. Nope. There we go. Go, Wolf! I think he blew it. He blew it! Everything is a joke to him. Okay. Mission failed.
Cold.
There's always tomorrow. So it takes him about 2 or 3 days to come back, so we're probably not going to wait too long. We do have a lot to do around here still. I also probably should go check Alan's cave. I haven't figured it out. I think we're on Loophole 1. Maybe we should pull up the Excel sheet and see the location of the bedroll and the mag lens. We found the hacksaw in the abandoned mine number 5, which I think is Loophole 1. So now we have to figure out where the mag lens and the bedroll are here in Mystery Lake. Sometimes they'll be at Alan's cave. A very sophisticated cave. Thank you, Dunk. Awesome. What's it telling us about that bedroll and mag lens? We going to Alan's? Excellent. Okay. Maglen's guaranteed to camp off is beautiful. It's a brisk morning out here in Mystery Lake. Our opportunity for nature calling didn't work out so hot for us. So we're going to try it over on the lake. I think that's a solid idea. Maples need 2 more days.
I might have to drop some gear.
We also still need a sewing kit. Looks like we're gonna have to start a fire if we want any torches for the walk. And we might need it if we're traveling early. Do we sleep a couple hours and travel when it's warm? Yeah, I think the only difference is that I'm thinking maybe train loading then Alan's. Or Alan's then train loading. But this last time you said it was closer, and maybe I should hit that one first like you're saying. I need to start listening to the smarter folks around me. Eating dog food.
95% chance. Trusty Brand might be getting pretty slim pickings around here.
Come on. Too heavy. That did it.
My brand. Yeah, I think I'm running out, Dunk. Your brand. Red reishi mushrooms. All right, we have a clear plan. We're checking for bedrolls and things. There's a couple pieces of birch we'll grab down here by Allen's, and you guys are going to see one of the most sophisticated caves you've ever seen. It's a place with a very strict and stringent dress code. If you try to come into there with dirty street clothes or basketball shoes or something, don't even think about it. Also, you're going to want to call ahead. And if you like seafood, you'll have a good time because they have the catch of the day there. But don't get excited because the owner is kind of a piece of work. Let's do it. All right, train loading is the first stop. All aboard, baby. This is the Ringo Star Express. Oh, are Ptarmigan's back? Oh, the Tarms are back. Oh my. What's up, Trav? How's it going, bud? It's great to see you, Trav. I've awakened from a slumber. Beautiful. I just did probably one of the most jabroni things in history. I woke up at this place? Nice, Trav. Well, I hope that you love random pop culture references from 40 years ago and mediocre gameplay intertwined with negligence and good times. It's great to see you, Trav. We're starting the weekend off right, baby. I, however, am blowing it worse than I can even imagine. And I'll describe to you guys in a second. I don't know if Duncan has ascertained exactly what has happened thus far, but I made a critical error. 10-hour stream? Jeez, thank you, Trav. Oh, I don't know if... I think you're being positive about it. Can't tell. I've been in a haze of getting roasted today, so... Not sure. But what just happened was... Every time... Yeah. Full responsibility. Cheese means good game in RuneScape. Thank you, Trav. I appreciate that. So, here's what happened. I dropped as a decoy my guts to get the stink off me, because sometimes when you have stink on you, it makes the ptarmigan nature call situation not work out, and they stay stuck on you and aggroed on you. Let me go sit on the toilet. Good Lord. You bringing us in there, Shrav? Well, my gameplay is there, so you'll see it in there. What's going on is I dropped the decoy with the 3 hotkey, trying to get the wolf to come with me down to the ptarmigans. When he pathed off of me as I was going down the hill, he somehow rushed over to the gut, took it, and God knows where the gut is. If I can recover it, great, but I think he got it in my going down the hill. And Lord knows where he is. He just disappeared. Yeah. And so... that was a nightmare. Where's my gut? Yo, what up, Tom? How's it going, bud? Yeah, I don't see it. Oh, that one's rough. That's a 3-day delay right there. Don't have any extra guts in the mix. Where's Mike O'Malley when you need him? Is this custom? It sure is, Wobbs. This is Nagoa. You're over by Tarm to get started again? Mm-hmm. So, if any of you guys are in the same situation as me, remember that if you drop it as a decoy, like I did right there, I did it because it was quick. And I thought I was going to keep his interest during the time. I knew there was a risk of it. So it was definitely classic jabroni negligence at its finest. Brutal. Let's go to Mo for the final result. Oh, hey, Mike. I'm over here. And, boy, oh! Yeah, Mike, this kid fell off the rafters and he's a bit scared now. We're not sure, but he's crying a lot, and his family is running him to the hospital right now. He looks like he won't be walking on the aggro crag this evening, but it's going good, all right? Oh, back to you.
There is a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, please! Anybody, if you see Sandra, do not let her slow down the bus. Please.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
Whoa!
Something's gotta go. My fingers feel numb.
Open. Not funny, Trav. It's a serious matter. Got bad news, Melito. Oh! Willie's redemption story. I was playing way too fast and loose there at the end. I lost that gut and I was getting greedy. I had a ptarmigan on me. They didn't get scared away. I went for the second one. Bezos stops you there, Dunk. I got you. And that second one was my demise. I knew he was going to be there, just like Wob said. And he was charging me, and I thought maybe, just maybe, if I crouched, he was going to de-aggro from me during a charge, but no. And then I spazzed out trying to stand back up. It's too late. And yes, we faded. Were you out of torches? Flares! Well, we did have some beam. We were just playing it fast and loose, trying to make a nature call on a second ptarmigan. Short Bride is no joke. One gun Willie is no more. Oh, you got cocky. I did, Melito. I got fast and loose and cocky, like a sweet potato out on the town. Oh, Tree's in the mix. What's up, Tree? How are you, buddy? There's a cat up there, and the firefighters are busy right now, so if you could, just rustle one of those branches and allow that kitty to come back down. There's an old lady down the road who's worried sick. Whiskers got out. What's up, Mal? How are you, my friend? It is good to see you. ¿Cómo estás, amigo? Yo entiendo un pequeño español, pero I'll try to say some stuff if I can think of it. And it's good to see you, mi amigo. How are you, Mal? I'm taking you off the case. Oh, Duncan, did I get fired? Simply put, this will could never fill Sergeant... Yeah, that was the tough part about it, Rossetti. He could never fill Sergeant William Mackenzie's emo combat boots. Simple as. What's up, QC? How are you, bud? Yeah, I know. I know. I let you down, bud. I need some cheddar cabra. I need something. Oh! Oh my gosh. I faded into long dark, guys. I died from blood loss and shock. Thank you for those rose hips growing up. Very much. Dearly beloved, it was right for you guys to iron your clothes. He had big emo combat boots to fill, and he never seemed to quite fill them. this will really wanted to redeem the Mackenzie name. He fell short of those goals. He lived for about 5 or 6 days. He lost well-fed about halfway through that. He never really had a grip on things. I think that he was more just happy to be around his friends. So he's grateful to have spent this Friday surrounded by loved ones, and he's glad you're here to memorialize his fallen self. He lies under the bridge in Mystery Lake. So if you're ever by there, just see if he has beef jerky on. Maybe it'll help you in your survival times. He had a hope and a dream in one pocket, and in the other pocket, he had a picture of Astrid with a picture of a can opener behind it. Hope you guys know he all appreciated your amazing support and help. I think we'll all have a second of silence for the great redemption will. Thank you. 6 days. And it was a pretty wild 6 days, I'll say. We ran amok. We tried to get the bow made, and we lost a gut behind the trailer there. Things were definitely off the rails because of that gut. We were going to be delayed about 3 days for sure. The consolation prize was going to be the insulation. We were in a hunting tournament, and we never shot the bow one time. You might think I was in a stumbling over yourself tournament, but no. Another mark of shame, 0 can openers. Thank God metal isn't here. 0 can openers. Yet again. Brutal stuff. We got up to cooking 2. 38 wolf encounters. Oh, metal is here. Oh, no. Metal. To the left of my mouse cursor. 0. Didn't find any this run, metal. I don't know what to say. We're gonna get more next time. I can tell you that, buddy. Promise. Cooking 2. Fire starting 2. We read a copy of Brian Gold. That's how we got our archery skill up there. We were gonna make more archery skill happen when we were gonna start crafting arrows and bows and things. A hunting tournament where our highest skill is cooking. Pretty par for the course. Responsible notes are drifting in the wind, like the bag at the beginning of American Beauty. Nothing. Gone. Or like the feather at the beginning of Forrest Gump. Will is infinite. Nice, grown up. Yeah, we're gathered here today. Picture of Astrid with a picture of a can opener behind it. Yeah, you can see those pictures here in the Polaroids. I guess we're going to have to say goodbye to our Rorschach thermos as well. Our meatloaf thermos. We're going to pour one out for the old loaf. I think it's time to say goodbye to this guy. He's a good man. He's a Mackenzie. Well, we've been on a bit of a marathon today. I would do anything for hips. Yeah, me too, grown up. I know that's a quote, but it just made me think of how much I like. Gonna start another. Well, if we do start another, it's probably gonna have to be Tuesday, guy. I think Friday guy has been going here for a little bit. And, this drunk, breezy jazz song is letting me know, it's closing time around Dave's Cave. Friday night party, come on down. Oh my gosh, I just got my butt kicked by another, you guessed it, wolf. Well, that was pretty exciting though. I'm very grateful to have spent this time with you guys. I do feel like We're learning stuff, maybe. And we can apply it to the next one. Which challenge were you doing, my friend? Well, check it out, QC. This is the challenge we're up to over here. That's the challenge that's been kicking our butt, and the acronym stands for No One Gets Out Alive. The story's true. Definitely, we don't get out alive, that's for sure. The pros can. Our boy Silo can get through it. No question. It's just going to take a little time. A whole lot of spending time. We're going to get there. Still Nagoa, you were going to master this one. Well, if recent evidence is anything, we're still in the learning curve process, QC. I think what we like to do is kind of go out of our comfort zone. And boy, have we lived up to that with the Nagoa. It's been super fun, though, I have to say. I've been having a blast. As for me, what I'm going to go do is take care of my amazing kitty because she deserves it. And I'm going to grab some food and storm the steeds, I suppose. Keep making some serious stuff. Yeah, we're jamming, grown up. Don't raid me. I got to go in 5 minutes. Holy crap, metal's everywhere. He's opening cans of his own. Wow, that's kind of impressive. You got it, Metal. The streets will never forget Sergeant Will. Good run today. Thank you, Versetti. Thank you so much. Thank you, Melito. Man, I have a tough time leaving you guys, you know? I love Great Bear so much. I love my friends. What a day. Thank you, QC. Yeah, it was amazing, and I hope that everybody's weekend goes amazing as well. I think that you guys are fantastic. I'm just looking into the world of things right now and seeing what's going on in the streets. You guys are the best. Get out of here. We'll be here when you push the start streaming button. We're going to go see a legend in the TLD community. He's the man. He's putting together bricks. It's something we're going to have to do on Tuesday. We're going to be back here on Tuesday, ready to storm all the steeds. And we're obviously going to be starting at the beginning. Change the record, right? I want you guys to know that you're the coolest ever. And then I'm going to come in fired up on Tuesday, ready to make progress. Not allow these wills to fade into log dark in vain. We're going to come back. As for now, we're going to go say hey to a legend. Just want you guys to know you're the best. Awesome stream. See you Tuesday. See you, Bean. Thank you for being awesome as well. You guys are really cool. You're holding down YouTube. One day, maybe our worlds will collide. But for now, I salute you. I'll see you guys soon. You're absolutely the best. I'll see you. See ya. See you guys. Aretha sends her love. I'll see you soon. See ya.